Hello, everyone. Welcome to another fantastic audiobook session. If you're interested in accessing additional chapters, please check out the playlist linked in the description below. To support the author, you can find a link in the video description. A special thanks goes out to our Patreon member who requested this novel. If you'd like to request any audiobook that is freely available on a website, please consider joining our Patreon community. Members can send me the link and name of the novel they wish to hear. Lastly, if you'd like to listen to this audiobook in the background while your phone is off, you can purchase a Google Drive link.
Chapter 151 Noah's Concentration. As the ball slowly landed, the players of FC Bacha looked at this scene blankly, and they were all a little shocked. Too fast. 3 people had already gone to defend, but Ye Liangqiu still got in. This undoubtedly did not surprise everyone. The most important thing is that Ye Liangqiu's final shot relied on a fake move to deceive the FC Bacha players. However, he was able to quickly launch an attack. The scoring formula created in just a few seconds cannot be replicated. Not far away, Noah frowned slightly. He was not surprised by this result, but was thinking about what Ye Liangqiu's brain circuit was thinking. Extremely egoistic. As long as you have a chance to shoot, you won't pass the ball to anyone. On the contrary, Caesar stood in the penalty area and gritted his teeth. His expression was a little unnatural. All the plans were in vain at this moment. The plan to suppress Ye Liangqiu completely failed. On the contrary, these 2 goals completely established his position in Munich. In the final analysis, grabbing the ball or passing the ball are not as important as scoring goals. Only players who can score on the court are the kings. Now, Ye Liangqiu has scored 2 goals in a row, which has fully demonstrated his personal strength. Caesar's chance to put Ye Liangqiu down was ruined, and he almost became heir. At this time, Ye Liangqiu walked past him and said softly, "A coward who is willing to accept the status quo is an opponent who is not worthy of my pleasure, including you, the fake BCH." Saying that, Ye Liangqiu paused, looked back and smiled. "I hope you can create a little more sense of crisis for me, otherwise it will be too easy to destroy your dynasty." Little Caesar. At this moment, the anger in Caesar's eyes seemed to be overflowing, and his fists were clenched white. "Damn BD, I'm going to kill you." The score now comes to 1:2. The battle for the last point is coming. Ye Liangqiu can feel that his physical condition is getting better and better. Speed, strength, shooting. Although various weapons are different from each other, they gradually begin to form their own scoring formula. What he has to do is no longer rely on the success rate of shots passed by his teammates. Instead, let yourself become an extremely sharp sword. Attack, attack, keep attacking. As the whistle blows. Due to the quick end of the last game, Leeuwenhoek's playing time has also returned to 0, while Noah has 1.5 minutes left. In other words, the balance of victory in this game is now completely tilted towards Munich. The pressure on FC Bacha is ridiculously high. After all, while competing with Noah, he also had to deal with Ye Liangqiu, who was running rampant on the court, and even Caesar, the 11th best of the new generation, didn't take action. The game seemed to be in despair at this moment. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded, and Feng Li's whole body exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, and flames burned in his pupils. Excitement, it makes me so excited. Whether it's Chu or Noah, they are both so powerful that they make people tremble. But, since we came here to challenge the impossible, we must face these terrible opponents. Backing off? There is no shrinking in my eyes. Feng Li's words echoed throughout the stadium, and many FC Bacha players were rekindled with hope. It was just that Leeuwenhoek cursed and sat on the bench. "You BD Noah, did you do it on purpose? Have you guessed that I can only score 1 goal? So you plan to finally put an end to this farce?" At this time, the ball came into Feng Li's hands. His eyes seemed to reflect Leeuwenhoek's figure, and he remembered all the skills and subtle movements of his body in his mind. Suddenly, he rushed out with the ball. The oppressive feeling on Li's body at this moment was like Lavigno's dance full of death. Flow status? Noah looked at this scene with calm eyes, and quickly stepped forward. The sound of mechanical gears turning was heard. If Leeuwenhoek's free kick skills belong to the butterfly that symbolizes freedom and death, then Noah represents extremely sophisticated and ultra-reasonable machinery and equipment. Accurate, crisp, and fierce. There are not so many fancy skills, but just a simple to the extreme action. Without any sloppiness. But it is a weapon full of powerful lethality and destructive power. Compared to the momentum displayed by Feng Li, Noah was still calm and without any warmth. He took a step forward and their eyes met. Feng Li felt the fatal threat in an instant, and his body subconsciously took a step back, and the ball began to return quickly at his feet. However, Noah didn't play by common sense. His kick is too fast. The moment Feng Li reacted, it was too late to hook the ball back. Noah's eyes were cold and he spoke slowly. "The reproduction is good. But your body isn't as sensitive as Ravi." I saw that Noah cut the ball directly from Feng Li's feet with one leg. In the eyes of others, this scene seemed like Noah just stretched his leg. But only Ye Liangqiu saw clearly how outrageous Noah's judgment was and how fast it was. The moment the Demon King's eye was slowly lowered and Noah stretched his legs, it was exactly the time for Ble to dribble the ball back, and the time difference was accurate to a few tenths of a second. However, Noah's eyes showed no emotion even at the moment when he was grabbing the ball, and he even looked into Feng Li's eyes. Concentration is terrible. Noah, who grabbed the ball, rushed out in an instant, and his speed was even faster than when Ye Liangqiu grabbed the ball. Feng Li didn't expect that the ball would be intercepted so easily. He was still thinking about how to deal with Noah in front of him. But I didn't expect that Noah would dare to take a huge risk and directly grab the ball. The moment File reacted, Noah went around in an instant, put one hand on File's back to prevent him from turning around, and rushed towards the penalty area. Suddenly, an elegant figure came over. Ye Liangqiu stared directly at Noah. He couldn't miss this ball, otherwise the game would be over. It's just that Noah didn't give him time to react, which shows that his ability to adapt to changes is extremely powerful. A back pass sent the ball to Ness' feet. Okay, I know the mentor. Ness understood almost instantly and quickly dribbled the ball forward. Noah, who lost the football, was very fast and ran directly into the penalty area without the ball. At the same time, all the players in Munich have been brought into his rhythm by Noah. Winning or losing is just a matter of time. Back to defense? Back to defense. FC Bacha players were shouting crazily. However, it was to no avail. Ye Liangqiu, Noah, and Caesar, three people who are extremely sensitive to the desire to score goals, have all entered the penalty area. Ness looked in one direction while holding the ball, and then slowly raised his right foot. There was a bang sound. The football flew out in response. Chapter 152. The quotation begins. My king, there is only one. No matter how good your grades are, or you are my tutor. But I dedicated this ball to the king. Ness's morbid mentality made him send the ball to the position closest to Caesar without hesitation. Caesar raised his lips slightly and said, Good boy, I will reward you well when I get back. The next moment, white mist overflowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a bang sound. The moment the football had not hit the ground, his legs had already been stretched out, so fast that everyone on the bench was speechless, even if he saw Ye Liangqiu's shot. But it is much inferior here at Caesar. It was so fast that I didn't notice the ball landing and had already shot. Caesar shock? Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already heard about Caesar's weapons, which were accurate, rapid, and extremely fast heavy artillery. It is also nicknamed Caesar Impact by many people. It's nothing more than a combination of speed, accuracy, and direct shooting. Ye Liangqiu can also do this. There was a sound of a net falling. The score came to 1:3. The game is over. The last goal was not as amazing as the previous goals, but it was enough to kill the game. After scoring the goal, Caesar leaned forward slightly, stretched his arms like wings, and made a curtain call. However, seeing his frivolous eyes still made Ye Liangqiu feel sick. If it weren't for Ness, whether he could get the ball or not would still be one thing. After all, he didn't rely on his own strength. It's a ball given by others. Ye Liangqiu glanced at Ness, turned around and was about to leave the bath, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at the somewhat depressed Feng Li who was wiping away sweat. It seemed that he sensed this line of sight. Feng Li raised her head and met Ye Liangqiu's eyes. The two of them didn't say much, but Feng Li opened his mouth. No one knew exactly what he said. At this time, Hui Xian's figure appeared on the big screen. It seemed that because he didn't have to keep an eye on the players in the blue prison, he even had time to make himself a glass of grape soda. Huixin Shiba looked at everyone on the screen, took a sip of the drink from the goblet, and slowly said, Before we talk about the main topic, let me first explain the characteristics of the new hero battle. Reasonability, freedom, and rules are the philosophies that support players in their respective teams. If I take water as an example, you are just fish, and in this turbid water, if you cannot adapt, you will die in pain. Either you adapt to the water, or you dye the water your own color. That's adaptability. In short, this is how the new hero battle will be fought. Saying that, Huixin suddenly showed a strange smile and touched her glasses with her fingers. Next, I will announce the ranking this time. Everyone was stunned when they heard the ranking. They would rather believe in the rankings in Blue Prison's own and others' minds than in Xin Shiba's normal rankings. It seems to be seeing changes in the players' expressions. Huixin chuckled. Don't worry, I didn't cheat in any way in this ranking. It's even related to your future. The next moment, the screen changes. A ranking list appeared above. Compared with the previous numerical ranking, this time the ranking is actually based on money. Hui Xian gave an impassioned speech. The new hero war is going on under the eyes of the club bosses around the world. That is to say, those clubs will see your performance in all your games and ultimately determine whether you are qualified to let them bid. The price is ranking. It's also your annual salary quote. Hiss. All the players took a breath. Who could have imagined that they would be ranked in this way? Hui Xian grinned and said, as long as you perform well enough in the Blue Prison bidding transaction, these club owners will record your data in every game and give you accurate quotes to win over you. Of course, if you perform poorly, your worth will decrease. Do you understand? Of course, I won't tell you a second time if you don't understand. At this moment, there was a beep on the screen. Quotes suddenly stopped. Looking at the data one by one, everyone is looking for their name on the screen. File, 37 million RUN. National God, 25 million RUN. Caesar, 200 million RUN. quote after quote scrolled like crazy, until it settled on the last name. Ye Liangqiu, 350 million RUN. Almost everyone fell into confusion. Even Caesar's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. The highest bid in the audience came out. This is enough to overwhelm Caesar, the 11th best player in the new generation, by 150 million. Now that each player's quotation is out, it is enough for everyone to clearly understand the gap with others. Hui Xian liked seeing their expressions very much and reminded, the top 23 players in the Blue Prison will automatically become players in the U20 World Cup based on their annual salary quotations. In other words, players who are unable to make the list now and in the future will be ruthlessly eliminated. You are just a player who expresses yourself on the court. You need to let these bosses discover your value and let them bid for you to win rankings. This is the talent mining market where Blue Prison meets Supernova mixed together. Commodities. Lei Shi was a little angry. Are they commodities? Was it auctioned so casually? This made him a little annoyed unconsciously, but if he wanted to enter the World Cup, he had to show himself. Damn, what ABD. Lei Shi couldn't help but cursed. At this time, Huixin's eyes were cold and she continued, yes, as you imagine, players are commodities and teams are stores. That's the nature of professional sports in the world. In a world full of war, we athletes are like a gun that penetrates the enemy. Whoever has powerful weapons will be able to gain an advantage in wars between countries. At this level, who can give way? Zays, you don't think it's that simple, do you? At this time, a drone flew out and rushed straight towards Ye Liangqiu. Hui Xian's excited voice sounded, the reason why Ye Liangqiu, who is ranked first in the rankings and has the highest rating, is allowed to play in any form according to the contract is not just because of his strength. It also means that we are also the owners and sponsors of the store. It's important to prove your worth, and it's even more important to prove your ability to score. And the only way a shooter can prove his worth is by shooting. All matches played in New Hero Wars will be broadcast live for the world to see, even to the beginning. So far, nearly 100 million people around the world are paying attention to the trends of Blue Prison. Chapter 153 BLTV. I call it BLTV. It's just a football program. Hui Xian grinned, a brand new logo appeared in the palm of her hand, and a live broadcast room appeared on the screen, and the barrage inside was surging crazily. Even the languages of various countries are included. All the players can clearly see the live broadcast room. Ido Shirin. Ji Shiai exclaimed repeatedly. Yes, those on the screen were the two teams competing on other courts. The score has reached 2:2, and the game is over with only 1 point left. This is a global entertainment live broadcast, and it is also a grand feast. Countless fans are watching the Blue Prison, and there are also countless stars and players who want to enter the Blue Prison. We have successfully created a new route. We also successfully let the world know about this place. Nowadays, fans all over the world want to witness the birth of a hero. Hui Xian said calmly, now, all you need to do is to improve your own standards and integrate into it. Finally show your worth. My speech is over. With regard to offers, every game is going to be a constant ups and downs. I wish all the rising stars to achieve their titles. As the screen turned off, only the ever-changing quotations were left. Only Ye Liangqiu's name was like a projection sitting on a throne looking down at everyone. There was no way his quotation was too high. 350 million, that's what it's like in just one football match. Then, will it increase in the future? On the court, Ye Liangqiu looked at the quotation quietly. To be precise, he thought it was a bit low. After all, one of his 2 goals was scored in the presence of his mentor. Ye Liangqiu doesn't believe that these idiots can't see such a gold content. In the final analysis, they just want to observe the ups and downs of their own level. Coupled with the traffic value he possesses, he has been able to bring waves of traffic to this group of behind-the-scenes bosses. Traffic is money. To put it poorly, Ye Liangqiu is a commodity, but to put it nicely, it is a cash cow. Just like the auction, whoever brings Ye Liangqiu into his team, not to mention his strength, the attention of the world is enough to make a club die. Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu sneered, just looked at the ranking, and then prepared to leave. On the other hand, other players are staring at the ranking list, and they can no longer bear to play. After all, they only have the chance to be bid after they step on the court. If you can't even get on the court, you're basically eliminated. As for the players in Munich, when they saw Caesar being defeated by Ye Liangqiu, they all had their own ulterior motives. After all, some of them had no intention of dealing with Caesar. Now the appearance of Ye Liangqiu actually gives the Munich team a second option. Except Nath was still licking Caesar. The other people looked at Ye Liangqiu who was leaving, seemingly making a plan. Want to get a higher ranking? Then you need to yourself, or rely on a strong person to show your value. Well, everyone has the desire to cling. As long as it is linked to interests. The taste of this stadium may be controlled by capital. Of course, some people don't think so about these things. In the bathroom, Ye Liangqiu was lying comfortably in the hot spring. He held his mobile phone in his hand and was watching the game videos of several other teams. Their next game will still start 10 days later. Boston Munich, Germany vs England. Ye Liangqiu is very interested in the lineup. Nagi Sishiro, Mikage Ryu, and Shikiri Leopard Horse, these 3 people have also improved their own standards in a short period of time after joining Manchinj. If they were just hovering at the professional level threshold before, now with their various aspects of data show, Now, they have completely entered the professional level. Of course, they have just entered. As for the championship level, forget about it. Otherwise there would be no mentor. Ye Liangqiu slowly put down his mobile phone, and his mind gradually relaxed. It seemed that because the intensity of the competition was getting higher and higher, the load on his body was also getting higher and higher. Compared to the whole game, he kept running explosively and scoring goals. Even he can't do it. After all, he's not Superman. Besides, countless eyes were looking at him. Once he makes a mistake, his own value will be reduced. Although he doesn't care about this, but he is afraid that some people will shout about this little thing every day. As for the competition, if every game is a crushing 5:0, 5:1, then just stop playing, sign up for the World Championship directly, introduce yourself when you go up, and end the game directly. Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes, raised his palm and water fell from his fingertips. His red eyes flashed with unknown meaning. Although I came here for pleasure, he is not a mental patient. He is an enemy on the court. We are always friends off the court. What I can do is just make you understand football a little bit. It also gives you a sense of expectation for football. After all, this is just a part of my journey, but for you players, football is your destination. Ye Liangqiu shook his head and stood up slowly. Now his S-level physique has been perfectly integrated. His height and body proportions are perfect, and his muscles are full and strong. It seems that every muscle has been carefully trained and polished, making the entire figure more symmetrical, healthy, and powerful. Therefore, after receiving the system reward, there is almost no pain. After all, it already has this potential. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in, and that person seemed to have seen Ye Liangqiu's back. I said. I saw Ji Shihai walking in shirtless, staring at Ye Liangqiu's body with his vague eyes, and sighed. No wonder you can maintain enough explosive speed on the court, with your body. It's unimaginable that it's so perfect. Ji Shihai praised without any scruples. Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched, and then he soaked in the hot spring again. At this time, Ji Shihai also walked into the hot spring. It seemed that after feeling the comfortable water temperature, his face was filled with happiness. Ugh, I feel good. Sure enough, after a stressful game, you should take a hot spring bath. Yes. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but respond. It was rare that Ji Shihai's open mouth seemed a bit sweet. After all, he had praised himself just now. At this time, Ji Shihai suddenly turned his head and asked, "Don't you think this game is a bit strange?" Strange? What's weird? Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. Ji Shihai touched his chin and said, "Actually, Noah can clearly downgrade Munich's players, but he downgraded the national god. You must know that the national god made no mistakes and even ranked third. The result was replaced. No matter how I look at it, it sounds like Noah is targeting the blue prison. Oh no, it should be targeting you." Chapter 154, Speculation. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu burst out laughing. Do you still need to guess? As a perfect rationalist, Noah has thoroughly studied the supernovas of his Munich club. The only unstable factors are me and the god of nature. The god of the country was killed from hell. Noah didn't even need to observe, he had already drawn many conclusions. It's only me. Although Noah has been observing for a long time, he hasn't seen it through yet, so, he will let me play. Of course, due to various reasons, Noah can only let me play. Otherwise, could it be that he came to the blue prison just to get the Munich club involved in a competition? Ji Shihai has a very strong understanding. In other words, Noah is trying to bring the two teams together to see if a chemical reaction can occur. Ye Liangqiu nodded. That's pretty much what it means. After all, he is not Noah, a robot that exudes a cold aura. This guy's thoughts are simple and crude, and it is easy to guess. But to what extent Noah wants to achieve it is still unclear. But Ye Liangqiu knew that, from the beginning of this test, Noah's goal was to transform both teams. One of the most crucial figures was Caesar. Ye Liangqiu sighed. They are all beasts who are not satisfied with the status quo. But I want to take a step forward. It can be said to be extremely difficult. At this time, Ji Shihai asked again, then, how did you feel after fighting Caesar? How does it feel? Ye Liangqiu sneered. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. What else can I do? A perverted hypocritical man makes me sick. The corner of Ji Shihai's mouth twitched. Sure enough, there was no surprise as he had guessed. But he could clearly see Caesar's movements off the court. It could be said that Caesar was the second him. No, it should be said that he was the second perfect one. The target Ji Shihai now wants to devour is Caesar. As for why he didn't swallow Ye Liangqiu, it was because Ji Shihai knew that if he wanted to reach Ye Liangqiu's level, he must at least be physically strong enough to reach Ye Liangqiu's state. Otherwise, let alone skills and weapons. Whether he can keep up is one thing. Besides, he is playing with his brain, not a reckless man who rushes to deliver the ball. At this time, Ye Liangqiu was also ready to get up and leave. Ji Shihai hesitated for a second, still trying to hold back what he just wanted to say. Until Ye Liangqiu left, Ji Shi's head was hanging in the water, his eyes looking at the ceiling. He was still thinking about letting Ye Liangqiu teach him some football skills, or how to exercise. But when the words came to his mouth, they never came out. Or maybe it's because of my own pride that I don't want to admit it, but I follow this idea in my heart. After all, he was a little afraid of Ye Liangqiu. Just because the words of Erzi and Bing Xiang echoed in my mind. Ji Shihai sighed, but he immediately put this thought behind him. There was only one thing he had to do now: step into this stadium. At this time, several other games have also ended, and the rankings of all blue prisons have come out. Ye Liangqiu crushed everyone with a cliff style. Damn it. After Ishirin saw Ye Liangqiu's ranking, the veins on his cheeks were bulging. But there are also many people who are calmer. For example, England, the team that will play against Ye Liangqiu in the next game. In the lounge, Nagi Sishiro bit into a tube of energy drink and stared blankly at the rankings. So strong. Ye Liangqiu can actually get an annual salary of 350 million. Tisk. King Ling rubbed his head on the side. He was also a little dumbfounded. The first game was obviously just over, but this guy actually got more than 300 million. Isn't this a joke? This group of people worked hard to get tens of millions. There's not even a cent there. However, Kinki, who was combing her hair, was very calm. I think it's a good thing. After all, the larger the amount of Ye Liangqiu is, it means that as long as we defeat the opposite team, the annual salary we will receive will also increase. For us, all we have to do is beat this team in Munich. On the other hand, Chris, their mentor, grinned and said apologetically, I'm sorry for hiding these things before. But after all, it's written in the contract not to let you know. Now that we know everything. In fact, in other words, all the secrets have been revealed, and now the real game begins. And what you need to do is beat the German Bastard Munich as much as possible. For this purpose, I will tell you one by one the training methods for these 10 days. There's only one thing I need you to tell me. What's the matter? King Ling raised his eyebrows. After more than 10 days of training, they were already very familiar with Chris, who liked to play with the camera. Compared to other instructors, this guy's personality was already pretty good. Chris looked at Ye Liangqiu's name on the screen. It's about him. Do you have any body photos? Prince Ling said with a black line. Teacher, what are you talking about? Body photo. Chris looked so excited that he almost drooled. This guy's body is the most perfect I have ever seen. No, I should say the body is perfect to the extreme. Abnormal. Nagisa Shiro blinked. Chris seemed to notice the looks around him and coughed twice. I just want to understand his body functions. The next game may not only require you to give your best, but also change your tactics. Prince Ling and others looked at him with strange eyes, but still nodded. It's the lounge here in Munich. Bing Xiang and Haiming Lanqi also looked at Ji Shi with strange expressions. Are you practicing yoga? Aren't you afraid of cramps? Ji Shi propped up his legs and arched his body. No, I'm just exercising my body's flexibility. Only in this way can we better control our body. Bing Xiang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, then why don't you ask ITO Master Rin for advice? I remember that before, Itoshi Rin would often practice self-cultivation after the game, and would also use yoga to exercise. Ji Shi smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he just saw Itoshi Rin exercising like this, so he also wanted to try it, right? On the other hand, Ye Liangqiu looked at the three of them, his eyes gradually opened and asked, instead of chatting here, you might as well think carefully about how to improve yourself these days. It's better to be able to step on the court. Otherwise Blue Prison will be looked down upon by other clubs. Chapter 155 England vs Germany. The 10 days of training passed in a blink of an eye. The game between England and Germany is coming up. In the lounge, what is unexpected is that this time Noah announced the playing list in advance. Among them, Ye Liangqiu ranked first and Caesar second. The following names are arranged in order. Am I in it? Ji Shi looked at the screen, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that he could actually participate in this game. After all, his data was a bit too high, but now seeing his name ranked last, Ji Shi's face was full of excitement. Not just him, but the names of Yuki Gong Kenayu, Bing Xiang, and Black Name Lanqi all appeared in it. Where's mine? Why not me? Lei Shi, the big shark on the side, had a ferocious expression. He lay on the screen and looked at each name one by one, but he was not there. A hole, why can you all get in? What about me? Obviously, everyone was dumbfounded by Noah's operation at this moment. Comparing the overall data of Blue Prison, their data is not as strong as the players in Munich, the original club, but now several places have been allocated for them to participate. At this time, Ji Shi suddenly looked at Ye Liangqiu. Was it because of him? Just when everyone is confused, Noah's figure walked into the lounge. His expression was as cold and devoid of warmth as ever, and he looked at everyone. Mentor, why can these people compete? This is unfair. Ness looked anxious. Is there something wrong with the data? Or was there a mistake in announcing the list? There are no mistakes. Noah said calmly, I arranged the lineup this time. There are no mistakes or mistakes. Ness was speechless, but their statistics are not as high as ours. Why? After a few seconds of silence, Noah looked at Ye Liangqiu. Because of his existence, I need to create a fairly reasonable team. Z's, my rules are rules. Do I still need to report to you? NAS. Suddenly, the atmosphere was as gloomy as water. Cold sweat kept breaking out on Nath's cheeks. Noah just looked at him and then looked at everyone. There are no mistakes in the roster for this game. Of course, it's just a list. What I need to see is your value on the field. Otherwise it's elimination. Don't think that I am motivating you, and don't think that I am giving you a gift. I only see one result. There is no value. The only choice is to leave this path. After saying that, Noah turned and left. Only Caesar looked at Noah's back with sadness, gritting his teeth. He didn't know that this was the pressure Noah created for him, and he was also helping Ye Liangqiu. Noah wanted to see who among the two forces in Munich, Germany would have the last laugh. Value? Bullshit value. Noah just found better people for his super reasonableness to create a monster team. Caesar looked ferocious and gritted his teeth. Now it is useless to think so much. He only regrets that the strategy in the first game did not succeed and caused the carp to jump over the dragon gate in the night. Otherwise, he would still be the core of the entire Munich team. The intervention of Blue Prison actually made me a vulnerable group. Damn, BD. I'm going to tear you apart, Ye Liangqiu. As if feeling the malice, Ye Liangqiu, the protagonist of this scene, naturally felt the resentment. He looked in the direction of Caesar and chuckled. He didn't expect Noah to help him. What's more, I didn't expect that people like Noah would actually want to see Munich split. Two different systems and two different cores can either tear a team apart or rebirth it. Players who cannot regenerate themselves cannot choose their future. In a blink of an eye, it's time to play. A long-lost stadium. Ji Shii couldn't help but sigh. He has not played since the last U20 game. He has been training his physical functions, but in the final analysis, his body still needs time to grow little by little. No matter how you train, it can't be that fast. But compared to when he first entered the Blue Prison, he has become a lot stronger now. Thinking that Ji Shii is determined, he must succeed in this game and show his value. He wants the whole world to know about himself. What are you thinking about? At this time, Bing Xiang asked, I found that you guys like to think before going on the field. Ji Shii smiled and shook his head. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to show your value in this game, that you won't be able to play in the end? Hearing this, Bing Xiang smiled slightly. What's there to be afraid of? After all, it's because of Ye Liangqiu that we have the opportunity to enter the arena. If you say, what should be done, what must be done, there should be only one thing. Dedicate your loyalty to the king. As long as Ye Liangqiu is not devoured by the Caesar in Munich, then those of us in the Blue Prison will have a future. Otherwise, you'll just sit on the bench. The corner of Ji Shii's mouth twitched, but his eyes also looked at Ye Liangqiu who was walking in front. He was not stupid, but very smart. From the time Noah said those words, it indirectly meant Noah wants to rely on Ye Liangqiu to lead Blue Prison to create a reasonable lineup. The chance that he'll be able to play now. It was indeed Ye Liangqiu who got it. At this time, Black Name Lanchi shrugged and said, I suggest we stop talking and get on the stage. Didn't I say BLTV before? I'm afraid countless people are staring at us now. Compared to before, everyone in the Blue Prison was still a little nervous, even though they had participated in U20 games, but this was very different. Listen to Hui Xin, the number of people watching their game is as high as tens of millions. It is possible that a small mistake will be magnified infinitely. At that time, your reputation will really be ruined. Perhaps it is because of this that various emotions are swirling in the minds of these players. Why do I think Kyubeo is very calm? It's a bit abnormal. Upstairs, are you afraid that you are shaking? When Kyubeo is normal, you think he is sick, but when he is epileptic, you feel he is not sick. Come to think of it, I really want to see Kyubeo and Caesar fighting each other. After all, I'm used to seeing the threesome before, so I'm not used to not having a fight. Ye Liangqiu, who was walking at the front with cold eyes, glanced at the live camera in the corner and smiled. It's quite interesting. They are all cameras. Are you planning to let the whole world see the embarrassing state of the players? Chapter 156 Vulnerability Discussion Forum. As they entered the playing field, the players from both sides met. Prince Ling looked at Ye Liangqiu with his usual gloomy eyes. He could never forget that day. If it weren't for this BD, Nagi wouldn't be like this. Although it's a good thing. But he was still worried about that matter. When Nagi Sishiro saw Ye Liangqiu, his expression was dull, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. For him, there is only one goal now, and that is to defeat Ye Liangqiu. As for the unknown emotions flashing in Kinki's eyes, he certainly remembered Ye Liangqiu pulling him out of the abyss, but the relationship between the two was not as good as imagined. Just an opponent. With their different philosophies, the game was already full of excitement before it even started. About Munich's lineup is 442. The goalkeeper is also the only true god Gamero in the Blue Prison. Noah looked at the people on the field, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his eyes. Although he selected the players this time, it is still unknown whether the team can successfully let him see that scene. Values, data, everything is in pursuit of a more perfect and reasonable lineup and candidates. The results of the experiment are unknown. The meanings represented by the two factions are naturally different. The first is Caesar's ultra-rational type, which was born as the ultimate means of scoring goals. The second is the ultra-egoist style of play with Ye Liangqiu as the core. The two factions also represent the concepts of Munich and Blue Prison. Noah's eyes were deep, and Huixin's shadow seemed to be standing beside him, with a smile on his cheek. I said I couldn't be wrong. This is an experiment and a correct choice. Self-interest is the necessity for all forwards. Noah. England's formation is 3:4:3. In the winger lineup with Nagi Sishiro and Shikari, compared to the first time he played against Yabareki, his physical fitness, skills, and reactions have completely changed. The bug turned into a butterfly, already able to dodge all kinds of dangerous bullets. The sharpness on Ye Liangqiu's body was not as suffocating as before, but just standing there was very eye-catching. Especially players all over England know this player who has created many miracles in U20 games. It can be said that their mentor even wanted to invite him to join their team before, which is enough to prove how much they value Ye Liangqiu. On the contrary, Qin was still a little silent when he saw the god of the country. After all, both of them were people who had come out of failure. The only difference was that when facing Feng Li's team, he was chosen. The god of the country and another person entered the two-person elimination stage. In the end, the god of the country was eliminated and entered the loser group. Qin did not expect this outcome, so he could only take a step forward and slowly said, "I will still treat you as the hero I once was." The god of country stared at Qin with indifferent eyes and said coldly, "Quickly give up this idea. The eldest lady who grew up with enough food and clothing. This is no longer the case." The red hair was dancing, Qin's eyes were slightly closed. At this moment, the words of the national god ignited his fighting spirit. After all, they were former teammates. Even if they become like this, no one has a reason to lose. Just a few words cannot prove what both parties think. Then let's have a showdown on the court. Whatever you say, I will make you realize the reality, awkward hero. Don't lose your fighting spirit completely after losing. Then I will laugh for the rest of my life. After saying that, Qin turned around and left without giving the country god a chance to speak. The god of country snorted coldly. "A group of people who care about themselves, stop pretending as if nothing has happened. Makes me sick." As the negotiations between the players are coming to an end, time is slowly passing on the big screen. The game is about to officially begin. The second game of Liangqiu vs Munich is about to begin. With a whistle, Munich kicks off. With a 442 lineup, the two wingers are Black Name Rans and Qiushan. As for the midfielder, they are Ji Xiai, Bing Xiang, Ness, Yukimiya Kenayu. It can be said that the lineup of Munich is completely opposite to that of the previous game. People in blue prisons have an absolute advantage. However, in this case, Caesar's expression did not change at all. Although the core position was replaced, if he fell so easily, he would have gone away long ago. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and immediately dribbled the ball through. Facing the players all over the city, he also knew a lot of things. What their team pursues is stability, and every player has his own mission. Almost at the same time, several players rushed towards Ye Liangqiu, obviously well prepared. After all, the England players have seen the video of the first game, and they must have considered many countermeasures to deal with Ye Liangqiu. There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu kicked the running Black Name Liangqiu with a high pass. For this little shark, he was the only one worthy of his attention in terms of speed. Moreover, Black Name Liangqiu is short in stature, can be moved around through flexibility. England saw Ye Liangqiu passing the ball quickly, perhaps as expected. In the next second, Ling Wang, one of the defenders, rushed forward to cover the defense. Ji Xiai, who was observing from the edge, was dumbfounded. What on earth did Liangqiu's team want to do? The four defenders actually rushed directly to the front court. Are you going to let the goalkeeper guard the penalty area alone? Such an exaggerated kick? However, the time goes back to 10 days ago. In the lounge, Chris looked at the players. There was a panel behind him, with their respective positions clearly distributed on it. He even analyzed the positions of Noah's lineup. It shouldn't be said it was a guess. As for the lineup, I have watched the video of the match between Munich and FC Bacha. Their team has an unimaginable flaw, as long as you take advantage of it. Germany's Boston Munich is self-defeating. King Ling looked at Chris speechlessly. Obviously they were discussing, but in the end, this guy was facing the camera. Speaking of so much, teacher, you should tell us the key points, right? Chris smiled and pointed to two names. Ye Liangqiu and Caesar. Caesar, I know one of the 11 heroes of the new generation. But Ye Liangqiu, you don't need to tell us that we all know how scary he is. Compared to this, why are the two of them the flaw? Prince Ling was a little confused. Chris turned his head and looked at everyone. Munich, Germany is the team led by Noah. Super rationality is his code. In the last game, the tearing effect caused by Ye Liangqiu and Caesar made Noah still experimenting with his players on how to perfectly solve the problem. It shows that their team is not as strong as imagined, but a team that may split at any time. Chapter 157, Fire and Water are incompatible. Chris smiled. A torn team will form two forces, which are incompatible with each other. Many of you came out of the blue prison, so you should understand the meaning. Prince Ling raised his eyebrows, so the relationship between Ye Liangqiu and Caesar has been broken to the extreme. As long as we find the right time to detonate one of the bombs, is it possible to win? Chris nodded and looked at the group of players. If the game was played as normal and the mentor didn't leave the field, his team's chance of winning against Munich would be 3:7. It is precisely because of this that he needs to use a little intrigue. Back on the playing field, Ji Xiai's brain was still analyzing. Although the idea was still a little vague, he had already made some guesses. He clearly knew that there were two forces devouring each other in Munich where he was now, among which Ye Liangqiu now had the upper hand. But, at this moment, Ji Xi's eyes flashed with fire. If I choose to surrender, then how can I become number one in the world? No, this is an opportunity. An opportunity to devour these two. Only by pulling them down from the altar can I move to higher places. In an instant, Ji Xiai understood the restlessness and thoughts in his heart. At this moment, a figure ran rampant on the court, and it seemed as if countless vines were wrapping around Caesar's body towards Ye Liangqiu. The place he ran to was the best passing point for Ye Liangqiu. It was as if he read the black name's thoughts. What does he want to do? Bing Xiang frowned. Regarding this unique Caesar, although he had never been on the court and collided with him, he knew that this guy's strength was very shocking. It's just now Caesar seems to be pd off about something. Is he preparing to intercept his teammate's ball? After all, Ye Liangqiu obtained sovereignty through this method in the last game. Could it be that Caesar wants to do the same now? Caesar ran without the ball and his figure was erratic. Seeing this situation, Ye Liangqiu, who was running at high speed, frowned and couldn't wait any longer. He had to pass the ball now, otherwise he would face not only the opposite England team, but also the attacks of his own teammates. Thinking about it, Black Name Ranchi kicked the ball out. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, as if he had seen something extraordinary. I saw the corners of Caesar's mouth raised slightly, as if he was mocking Ye Liangqiu. Good boy, can't you bear any pressure? It seems that the other people in the blue prison are all immature brats. The ball drew an arc. Ye was going to pass the ball to Bing Xiang, and then passed it back to Ye Liangqiu through him. Only in this way can it be foolproof. However, Bing Guiyang just received the ball. A dark figure rushed out. Ness's eyes were indifferent, and his legs and feet had been stretched out. Don't get in the way, this is a ball dedicated to the king. Even though Iceweaver reacted quickly and wanted to snatch the ball back, Ness's movements were not sloppy at all. The moment he received the ball, he passed the ball high and kicked it to a new landing point. A trace of shock flashed through Bing Guiyang's eyes. How tacit understanding is there between Caesar and Ness? After all, Caesar just made a little movement and didn't say a word. But Ness knew exactly what Caesar was going to do. Are these two a perfect match? At this time, Ness smiled and said, "This is the determination you don't have. I only fight for Caesar, I only fight for the king, even if I lose myself." England seemed to notice the disharmony in the Munich team. King Ling smiled, and Chris guessed it. Internal wars in their team are constantly occurring, and naturally their attention will be greatly distracted. At the moment when Caesar ran without the ball to where the ball landed, King Ling's figure suddenly jumped up. His body was like a giant python hovering in the sky. 99% of the copy was activated. He actually used the weapon used in the duel with Ikong at once. With a boom sound, the ball was accurately pushed in one direction using his head cone. Wonderful! Kinki Bayoma shouted. No one expected that Ling Wang, as a defender, had rushed to the front court, and no one expected that he would actually intercept such a pass. Prince Ling grinned. You are not the only ones who have been killed from hell. You think so? Nagi Sishiro's eyes were indifferent, looking at the football flying towards him. His pupils were glowing, and a black flame was burning. Yes, boss. Ye Liangqiu must be defeated today. In an ever-changing stadium, England sprinted forward with the ball in an instant. The so-called defensive lineup actually transformed into a super-offensive lineup in a matter of seconds. After all their defenders have come to the front court to intercept the Munich team. At this moment, King Ling seized the opportunity. It can be said that England only had the goalkeeper left in the entire half, and everyone else started attacking. Nagi's hero felt a crazy burst of inspiration in his mind. Ever since he became interested in football, he had taken every game seriously, but those games he took seriously always felt like something was missing. Pleasure, emotional value, or purpose. Even King Ling has found his goal, but he has been struggling in the whirlpool. As he moved faster and faster, at this time, a figure appeared in front of him. Yukimiya Kanayo was wearing glasses and his eyes were fixed on the ball. He did remember that Nagi's hero in front of him had scored a goal in U20 before, but it was not very eye-catching. But his strength was obvious to all. He even heard that this guy had only learned football for less than a year. At that time, he was shocked. Hey, what's your expression? Do you think you can pass my test? Yukimiya Kanayo couldn't help but speak when he saw Nagise Shiro's emotionless eyes. However, Nagi's hero did not respond to him. He quickly leaned forward and picked up the ball with his right foot. Seeing this, several thoughts flashed through Suigong's mind. A rainbow, or a crotchless one? Or is it just a fake move? In an instant, Suigong was extremely calm, and he made no move. Just the next second, there was a boom. During the interval when Snow Palace was unable to react, Nagi's hero stepped on the corner of the ball fiercely. With such tremendous force, the ball flew out from under his crotch at a 45-degree angle. I know you guessed it, but your reaction speed is too slow. The crippled emperor. Almost in an instant, Nagi's hero had already passed Yukimiya. His already strong arms were stretched out, one hand was against Yukimiya to prevent him from turning around, and the other hand was blocking a Munich who was rushing towards him. Players. Suddenly, a figure stepped in. King Ling's body seemed to be filled with countless crystal fragments. At this moment, he transformed into Idoshirin, and his whole body was filled with a destructive aura. Chapter 158 Copy. Almost without any hesitation, Nagi's hero passed the ball. King Ling's eyes were fierce, as if his personality had been copied, and he immediately moved forward after receiving the pass. At this moment, Ji Shiai suddenly came to him, and their eyes met. Ji Shiai's expression was solemn. He couldn't imagine what kind of transformation this guy had undergone in just 20 days of training to become like this. As always, a team full of self-interest and desire to destroy. King Ling's expression was cold, and his skin, like crystal fragments, was constantly changing. Just when Ji Xiai wanted to grab the ball, Prince Ling seemed to have transformed into another form, and this time the sense of oppression was even stronger. The aura was Ye Liangqiu. That's right, King Ling has never seen anyone be able to defeat Ye Liangqiu in a one-on-one duel. But now, the copying ability he exerted wants to copy him. However, Prince Ling discovered something that could not be explained. He had obviously perfectly copied Ye Liangqiu's various body functions, even the subtle movements in his movements, but his weapons were much less perfect than others. For example, the weapon he copied from Ikong was a 9-9 copy. Then he can only replicate 60% of Ye Liangqiu's weapons. But there was no time to think now. The moment Ji Shi came to his senses, the aura exuding from King Ling's body made his movements more graceful, as if he was substituting his consciousness into Ye Liangqiu's consciousness. What would he do if it were him? Weapons, changes. The next moment, King Ling pushed his right foot to one side and his left foot forward. His whole body instantly took off and rushed to one side, and the football flew out of Ji Shi's mind. Flower arranging feet? Yes, this is Ye Liangqiu's character. He disdains petty theft and confrontation with others. If you can stop me, then go ahead. Therefore, during the confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, what you need to pay attention to is not his unpredictable movements, let alone thinking about whether he will pass the ball. Just stop for a moment and wait for your teammates to arrive. Because in the hearts of all players, he has never lost in a duel. Just like this, King Ling was extremely bold. This trick was not a shot, but a chance to create a shot for himself. Speed, shooting, ideas. For the first time, King Ling felt that it was so difficult to copy a person's weapon. The main reason was that the difficulty was too high. Looking at the goal that is so close, King Ling's body changed once, and before the ball even hit the ground, he activated his weapon and shot directly. At this moment, Ji Shi seemed to see himself shooting from that place. There was a bang sound. The football rushed toward the goal like a bullet wrapped in flames. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had become quiet. Everyone looked towards the goal. Something unexpected happened. Countless slow-motion shots were reflected in the pupils of the goalkeeper Gagamaru. His eyes were bright, and he jumped high, accurately predicting the landing point of King Ari's straight shot. But this shot was so fast that Gamaru reacted quickly and directly touched the football with his fingertips. But it was enough. It was precisely because of this fingertip touch that the trajectory of this direct shot was changed. Bang sound. The football actually hit the ball frame and bounced out. Ayamura was lying on the grass, with a calm expression on his face, and pointed at King Ri. Compared to other shots, your copy chose the most rubbish weapon. You are just a copy after all. Let's find the real deal. The pampered young master. Prince Ri had a ferocious expression and was gnashing his teeth. Gamera's taunting made him very unhappy. If it were that easy to copy, wouldn't he? At this time, Ness appeared in the direction of where the ball landed out of nowhere, just when he was about to shoot the ball out. A figure appeared in front of him, and Bing Xiang looked at him with a smile. I'm sorry, this ball is not yours. Ness's eyes opened slightly, and he put a hand on Bing Xiang's chest in an instant. He was obviously a teammate, but at this moment, he started a fierce battle for the ball. There was a bang sound. Bing Xiang kicked the two-point ball out with a fierce kick, tracing a trajectory. The end of that trajectory is right at the center of Ye Liangqiu and Caesar. Although the expressions of the two people did not change at all, their figures quickly rushed forward at the same time. A hole. Caesar's mouth twitched. It can be said that Ye Liangqiu's prediction has a huge advantage in this kind of fight. He directly saw Caesar reaching out to hold his shoulders and stretching his legs to snatch. However, Ye Liangqiu followed his will, stepped on the ball the moment he stretched his legs, and then quickly took the ball away. All actions were done in one go, as if the ball always belonged to him. Caesar was so angry that he breathed out fragrance. If it weren't for the translator made by Ling Wang's family, which has the ability to block trash talk, I'm afraid Ye Liangqiu would be able to understand it. Ha 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 ha. Caesar's expression was the same as that of Xiao Linlin on the spot. He wanted to kill Ye Liangqiu immediately. Don't talk about him, anyone else would be furious, but this is considered a normal fight, but there is something wrong with the fight between teammates. Hehe. With Ye Liangqiu holding the ball, it was as if everything had returned to its original point. It could be said that, from the moment the England team started taking action, he noticed that the lineup was targeting him. Even when he was running without the ball, there were always two figures staring at him. In this game, England plans to attack itself. These people are really calculating. Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu grinned. So what if he restricted himself or defended himself? Under absolute strength, everything is false. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's speed increased again, and Caesar was also running towards the penalty area without the ball. Coupled with England's previous super offensive lineup, the Ling Wang defenders had no time to return to defense. But what surprised everyone was that Caesar was actually helping England. In the penalty area, Caesar was like a poisonous snake staring at Ye Liangqiu's every move, trying to find the last opportunity to fight. Stop being delusional. I can crush everything you can see and think of. Caesar, look clearly. What is impact? The next moment, Ye Liangqiu raised his right foot in front of Caesar. There was a bang sound. The football was wrapped in scarlet mist and rushed toward the goal. The speed was almost exactly the same as the Caesar impact that Caesar used at that time, and the speed was even a little faster. With a whistle, the score came to 0:1. Ye Liangqiu walked past Caesar. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. The world is very big. There are many people better than you. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of talent, you can bastardize yourself in front of me. Genius is just the threshold for meeting me. Chapter 159, Thousands of Leopards and Horses. At this moment, Caesar's lungs were about to burst with anger, and his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu as if he wanted to kill someone. But Ye Liangqiu ignored him and walked past him, and his disregard for him was infinitely magnified at this moment. Good shot. Ji Xiai praised. He never expected that despite all his calculations, Caesar and Ye Liangqiu would still reach the best spot in the end. No, it shouldn't be said that they went to the best spot, but that the ball flew towards them. Is it luck? Ye Liangqiu glanced at him and smiled, but he felt the devouring aura emanating from Ji Xiai's body. This guy regarded himself as a devouring target and tried to devour him. A mouse in the darkness. Ha, if I'm not careful, I will be in danger. Now he can feel that the fear of him in the entire field is increasing, but what is hidden under the fear is excitement. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose. Often only when you are excited can the desire in your heart devour you. How suffocating. Everyone on the field wanted to drag me off the altar. Little Caesar, maybe you have never experienced the real blue prison. Then start now, I hope you won't collapse. On the other side, King Rei and Narcissa Shiro returned to the field. Although King Ling's shot just now failed. But, the extremely powerful chameleon copying method has proved the value of King Ling. Prince Ling, you played beautifully just now. Narcissa Shiro said in a very gentle tone, especially when grabbing the ball, you really made me feel the pressure on Ye Liangqiu. King Rei's irritable mood seemed to be cleared immediately the moment he was praised by Nagi Shiro. There. I just did what I should do. Nagi Shiro smiled slightly. Lord Rei, I can feel that I am in good condition. The next goal must be scored. Okay. King Ling nodded and stretched out his hand. There was a flame in his eyes. He naturally had his own goal, which was to copy Ye Liangqiu's weapon and defeat him. Perhaps this is the only way to prove yourself. Defeat Ye Liangqiu. The whistle sounded again. Everyone returns to their positions. England has completely figured out the situation in Munich. Although Ye Liangqiu and Kaiser are Munich's weaknesses, their personal strength does not affect the victory of this game. But England's tactics are quite good. At least for a fast break team like Munich, the defensive to offensive lineup perfectly restrained them. The kickoff side came to England. At this moment, the eyes of the two mentors on the bench were also paying attention to the movements on the court. Chris slowly said, there are so many monsters in your team. Super destructive weapons. Are you really afraid of completely tearing your so-called rationality into a broken team? Noah glanced at him and said coldly, if that's the case, then it can only be said that these players are not the right choice for me. Aren't you also using the guise of Blue Prison to come here to find players? Chris smiled awkwardly, but his mood was very stable. Looking for players, you may not be willing to let them go. A good autumn night, a Caesar. These two players, if you are willing, England don't mind. It's just that he said so much. Noah didn't respond to a word, just stared at the court. At this moment, there are no changes in England's lineup on the court. But this time it was Qin Liangqiu. His movements were very fast. When he held the ball, his whole body seemed to be surrounded by circles of thunder and lightning, passing through one player after another with lightning speed. The speed is much faster than before. The position that Aizen previously arranged for Qin was on the right wing, passing to the center, making full use of his speed, but it was unable to allow him to fully deploy his weapons. After all, Ye Liangqiu's brilliance shined so brightly in the game that he, a rising star famous for his speed, was crushed to death. Now, Chris lets Qin serve as a left winger, or a wide winger, maximizing Qin's advantages. At this moment, Qin must use his own weapons to defeat all enemies in front of him. The weapons, continuously use his own weapons, and must use all his strength to run through the whole game. At this moment, a figure stood in front of Qin. Ness smiled and stretched his left leg fiercely to intercept the ball, while others are expressing themselves to the fullest. Don't bother me, clown. Qin said disdainfully, his whole body already leaping high, like an eagle with wings spread, and the ball was flying at his feet. Ness could only watch as Qin flew past him. At this moment, another figure rushed over. Ji Xiai would not let Qianqi succeed so easily. The moment Qin appeared, he had already reached the blind spot in his field of vision. Ji Xiai. Qin's eyes were fierce, and he accelerated suddenly, his long hair flowing behind his back, and the rushing flames swept through his body. Qin's overall rating is 90. He is among the best among everyone, but he was suppressed too fiercely before. So I forgot that he is also a genius? Now he is a player moving into a new dimension. Ji Shi bit his lip and tried to see through Qin, but he found that his imagination was completely unable to predict this group of evolved monsters. Analysis. Shikiri's weapons. A weapon with the same speed as Ye Liangqiu. If you want to defeat him, the outcome can only be determined by details. In an instant, Ji Xiai leaned forward and blocked Qianqi's path. After all, we are teammates fighting side by side. Even if you can't imagine how powerful Qin's weapons are now, you can still compare them with Ye Liangqiu's speed. Then compare it with the Demon King's standards. Ji Xiai stared at Qin closely, but found something different. Qin's dominant foot was his right foot, but he was placed on the left wing. Could it be that he has developed the same left-footed shooting ability as Ye Liangqiu? No. It is impossible to easily improve the accuracy of the left foot in such a short time. Ji Xiai frowned, and suddenly his eyes widened. Is it bait? Will Qinqi pass the ball? Thinking of this, Ji Xiai leaned as far to the right as possible, blocking Qinqi's vision as much as possible so that he could not pass the ball. However, it was already too late. The corner of Qinqi's mouth rose. Ji Xiai, I know your weapon is very special, so I have predicted that you will block this ball. But look at how you look now. I just want to say I'm sorry. You guessed wrong. What I want to do is... Chapter 160 Collapse. Breakthrough. Shigiri pushed his legs together, and his body accelerated again like a jet. He knew that his explosive power was not as high as Ye Liangqiu, so he could only increase the speed of long-distance running little by little. Although the preparation time is long, but it was enough to get him out of the way. The only shortcoming is that he is unable to shoot from his position. If he wants to force a breakthrough into the penalty area, he will face losing the ball. I remember Miss Shigiri's weapons are speed and passing the ball to her future self. The weapons are very monotonous, but now it seems that she has evolved again. Upstairs, Qinqi's weapons are overwhelmed by Qiu Bao. If he really wants to break through this barrier, he will have to be on par with Qiu Bao in terms of speed, or be better than Ye Liang in terms of other weapons and ideas. Otherwise, Qinqi can only be a supporting role for the rest of his life. Indeed, Qinqi is too miserable. Because of his leg, he was forced to leave the U20 game, and because his weapon is similar to Caillou Bao, the two have to fight to win or lose. Can I say it's all bad luck? At this moment, Ji Shi felt a bad feeling on the court, and the desire to score goals seemed to be real. And his right position just now gave Qinqi an excellent opportunity to break through. You must know that Qinqi's weapons are not just about speed and a dribbling. These two abilities have brought his overall ability to the 90s, among which dribbling is a bonus. Ji Xiai, who was passed by Qinqi in an instant, shouted, he wants to break through close to the sideline. Back to defense. Back to defense. Suddenly, a figure suddenly stood in front of Qinqi, and the Ice Weaver sheep's pupils glowed with blue light. This place is forbidden to pass. Shut up. Qinqi's cheeks had veins bulging, and he had blocked his legs in order to get to this point. My path is accelerator. Then let's see if you can stop me. The left winger is to allow him to use his strongest weapon and to create a golden area for him to shoot. The same goes for England's tactics. Once Qinqi gets the ball, all the players will unconditionally fight for the queen and create the most perfect scoring route for him. After all, England's team is fully offensive. Ye Liangqiu and Caesar have no chance to rush in front of Qinqi, which means every step of Qinqi needs to be extremely accurate, otherwise they will fall into the abyss. At this moment, Qinqi has entered the restricted area. Ice Weaver's right hand penetrated Qinqi's abdomen, trying to slow him down. However, it was as if he was colliding with a cow that didn't care. The huge force almost made him unable to maintain his balance. Qinqi's eyes were full of energy. The left oblique angle is 44 degrees, the golden range of 19 meters, is my only chance. If you want to create miracles and defeat Ye Liangqiu, you must reach the pinnacle in one field. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. Ice Weaver quickly stepped forward, blocking his entire body in front of him. It's just that Qinqi's whole body exuded a terrible aura. He glanced down and straightened his right leg, like a sickle scraping towards the green grass. The body rushed out like a cheetah. At the same time, his right foot kicked out fiercely. There was a bang sound. Qinqi shot the ball so fast that it hit the goal along a curve. At this time, time seemed to have stopped. Haiyu Xiang's eyes widened. He had hit the trick. Qinqi relied on his body to block his vision in order to deceive me, Yamaro, so he showed his flaw just now. Boom sound. The ball hits the net. The score came to 1:1. Qinqi jumped up, his red hair flowing in the air, dazzling. Ji Xiai was speechless, rubbing the sweat flowing down his chin. No, I guessed wrong. Thousands of things have changed. His explosive speed is countless times more terrifying than before. On the other side, Ye Liangqiu and Caesar quarreled when they disagreed. The veins on Caesar's cheek popped out. Are you looking for death? Why are you standing in front of me? Is your enemy me? Or the other side? Ye Liangqiu sneered. What do you mean I stand in front of you? Didn't you suddenly appear in my face? Besides, don't you have eyes? Is it possible that you are also a personal machine like those gatekeeper robots? Can't you even tell the difference between a person and a ball? After a burst of output, Caesar was speechless. After all, among the national quintessences of other countries, how could Ye Liangqiu, who had mastered championship-level greetings in his previous life? I'm going to kill you. Caesar suddenly punched out. There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu held his fist with one hand, his face became gloomy, and his cheek gradually came closer to Caesar, with murderous intent in his red eyes. Their eyes met. Caesar has completely fallen into a state of rage, and another one is about to be unleashed. However, Ye Liangqiu stopped him in the next second and spoke softly. Apart from these few words, don't you know what else to say? Caesar the human machine. You can't beat me in football, so you start playing fighting. Caesar gritted his teeth. Shut up. At the moment when the situation was getting worse, a whistle sounded. Boss to Munich, Ye Liangqiu, Kaiser yellow card warning. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu snorted and pushed Caesar away, looking at him disdainfully with those frivolous eyes. If you only have so much energy, then this game will be your swan song in the blue prison. Shut up. Caesar looked angry. Ness hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed him. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, "Do you think I'm easy to talk to?" Suddenly, a huge sense of oppression came over. I saw that Noah had stood up, his eyes were cold, and his expression was as calm as ever, but under the calmness, there was an angry aura. Suddenly, all the players were silent. Of course, everyone in England looked at Noah. Their mentor had said that Noah would not end easily. Unless his mentor ends up, he will choose to help Munich in order not to upset the balance. So, as long as Chris doesn't move, Noah wouldn't move. But if Noah makes any move, their team will start the second plan. After all, everyone in England has watched the previous video, and Noah alone is enough to change the entire Munich. With Noah stepping forward, this farce is over. Only Caesar held a grudge. He wanted to tear Ye Liangqiu into pieces right away. Ye Liangqiu's expression was calm. I don't know what he was thinking, but the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Starting to fall apart? Little Caesar, as the core of Munich, you are about to lose your dominance. Chapter 161. All members accelerate their evolution. The game was still going on. Everyone in England couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Noah was not ending. Of course, they were not afraid. But I don't want Noah to destroy the balance of this game. You know, England now has given up all options in order to restrict Ye Liangqiu and Caesar. Cowardly players will have no choice but to leave in the end. This is a truth that all of them understand. Baby Kinky, so cool. Not to mention, the three musketeers of England look like they were in the second phase of the Blue Prison, Ryu, Kenjo, and Nagi's hero. Now Kenjo has been replaced by Chikari, which seems to be even more inconsistent. It's familiar, it's really too familiar. But then again, I still look forward to another match between Linbeo and Kyubeo. After all, the relationship between the two is getting more and more intense. Looking at the barrage, Ye Liangqiu's eyes were calm. He had watched Kinky, the eldest lady, grow up little by little, although she was not as dazzling as others. Disassemble your own advantages and disadvantages bit by bit, then optimize them, and create a new equation bit by bit. This is the new evolution of blue prisons. But wanting to do it, genius is just the threshold, it is also a necessary condition for reaching the next stage. If you don't want to be eliminated, then let's start competing. With a whistle. This time, the kickoff rights came to Ye Liangqiu. His eyes gradually turned red and he looked at the English players who were already rushing towards him. It seems that this group of people is attacking entirely with themselves as the target, and they try their best to kill the game in this way. But Ye Liangqiu has already seen through it. Nothing more than defense. But when faced with these players, he just wanted to say one thing, the mentor didn't even leave the field. Is he looking down on him? In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's speed accelerated, and his figure was like a ghost passing through the trap prepared for him. Facing a three-man defense, Ye Liangqiu thought of Lavenho. If that guy faced these defensive players, he would just play and provoke. And if it is Ido Shirin, he will use his own strength to destroy everything. Every powerful player has a unique style, or a personal scoring formula. Ye Liangqiu was very curious as to whether the egos of these players could withstand such a huge blow. The next moment, his movements were ridiculously fast. Ye Liangqiu seemed to form a self-opening circle around him, with countless indescribable creatures staring intently at the England players. The huge pressure made the hearts of these defensive players jump violently. What does this guy want to do? Force a breakthrough? Or pass? However, something unexpected happened. At this moment, a figure rushed out. Caesar raised the corner of his mouth, pressed one hand across Ye Liangqiu's chest, and rushed directly towards Ye Liangqiu's ball with his legs and feet. At this moment, on that layer of rings, the auras of the two people seemed to be constantly entangled by thorns around the monster. Is that your level? Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu said calmly, his eyes looking at the triumphant Caesar. I showed a little flaw, like a mad dog coming to grab food. Caesar's expression froze, and at this brief moment, Ye Liangqiu's body shook violently. The huge force actually caused Caesar to retreat involuntarily, and his sense of balance disappeared instantly. Ye Liangqiu sneered, you don't think that in the script you wrote, I will be controlled by you like other fools, do you? Beyond the Horizon is really intimidating to some players. But for me, this ability is your only qualification to play games with me. The next moment, the monster tore through the thorns and rushed out like crazy. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu's speed was outrageous. Facing three defensive players, the reason why he never attacked was because he was waiting for Caesar to step forward to grab the ball. He knew that this guy would defeat him the moment he showed his weakness. And now get rid of this man-machine. You can then let go of your hands and feet. Are you too arrogant? Do you think I don't exist? King Ling gritted his teeth, with a ferocious expression on his face. He was clearly facing the defense of three of himself, but Ye Liangqiu still had the intention to deal with Caesar first? This is so disrespectful to these defensive players. Arrogant. Ye Liangqiu chuckled and looked at King Ling. I don't even need to use any skills to deal with you. All it takes is one weapon. In an instant, a roar sounded. Layers of tiny thunderbolts appeared on Ye Liangqiu's body, and his whole body flew out like a spring. Prince Ling's eyes widened and he stepped forward to intercept. However, his interception seemed to be in vain and was easily passed in less than a second. There are no tricks. Ye Liangqiu's body just made a fake movement, and then exploded at an astonishing speed, which deceived him. Prince Ling quickly turned around. But the moment he realized that he had missed, Ye Liangqiu used his body to cover himself and quickly penetrated through. Damn it! This BD. They say they don't use tactics, but in the end, they still use techniques or tactics in the confrontation. Insidious. Cunning. Shameless. Prince Ling gritted his teeth and couldn't help cursing. However, Ye Liangqiu responded, "Are you a child? Can you trust what your enemies say on the court? Then I want you to eat shit, will you eat it?" Prince Ling was speechless, his body was shaking unconsciously, it was because he was angry. At this time, Ye Liangqiu was about to enter the penalty area. Facing England's heavy defense, all scoring routes were blocked. His eyes looked at Ji Xiai and Bing Xiang who were running without the ball, or at the black names Lanqi and Ness who were interspersed on the sideline. One goal line after another is constantly emerging in front of you, but these goal lines are full of uncertainty. Give you a chance. Come and prove yourself. Ye Liangqiu stepped out, a roar sounded, and the football rushed into the sky in an arc, and then fell towards the goal. It looked like a shot, but it was actually a high pass. Almost at the same time, several figures on the field started to move. Ji Xiai and Bing Xiang's pupils were burning with fire. The taste of scoring goals. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. Najisa Shiro exuded a dangerous aura, and he looked at the two of them calmly. Is this ball passed to me? Ji Shi was shocked. Why did this guy appear here? Ice Weaver Sheep was also a little surprised. Najisa Shiro seems to have changed. This guy used to be very afraid of trouble, but now as one of the forwards, he actually came to the penalty area to defend. If it were before, I wouldn't have dared to think about it. After all, according to Nagisi's hero, it's too troublesome. Instead of preventing others from scoring goals, it's better to score a few more goals during the game. Of course, he found both methods troublesome. Chapter 162 Comparison. But now, Najisa Shiro has changed. Although his expression is still the same as before, his self seems to have changed. From relying on others to evolving your own unique ideas. Ji Xiai couldn't imagine what such a genius had learned in England. After all, to be called a real genius by Ye Liangqiu, he couldn't fathom the thoughts of these people anyway. But now, this ball must not be let go? Thinking of this, Ji Xiai's eyes turned crazily, black flames burned fiercely, and the next moment he activated his own weapon. Direct shot? There was a bang sound. The ball rushed towards the goal like a cannonball from Nagisi Shiro's crotch. The unexpected happened again. A red figure jumped up at an extremely fast speed, and his body was like a backboard, knocking the ball away with his head. The loud noise is frightening to hear. Kinki covered her head, gritted her teeth, and looked at Ji Xiai with disdain, compared to Ye Liangqiu's shot. Did you not eat? Ji Xiai. Huh. Ji Shi was stunned, not expecting this to be cut off. But just when Qianqihao was outputting it from his mouth, a voice sounded, "Watch the ball, watch the ball." When Kinki came back to his senses, he realized that the ball he had just knocked out had actually flown to the second attack area, and a figure in that direction was standing coldly. The national god watched the ball flying towards him with indifferent eyes, stepped forward with his right foot, and prepared to shoot. Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of him. A player from England, named Aggie, is tall and of black descent. His physical training is even comparable to that of the national god. His appearance instantly restrained the national god's movements. The national god stepped forward and stretched out his hand to open up a scoring path. However, Aggie's body is like a high wall, and just one person can block all the roots of the national god. Tisk. The god of country curled his lips and kept observing the angle of the shot. The next second, there was a bang sound. He still used his usual shooting method, shooting with his left foot. It's just that Aggie already knew the god of the country. So the moment he shot, he relied on his physical advantage to stretch out his calf to intercept. There was a bang sound. The football directly hit Aggie's calf with a huge force. It was no exaggeration to say that it was like the sound of a wooden stick hitting the human body. But Aggie's face remained calm, as if he hadn't been hurt in any way. Troublesome guy. The god of the country couldn't help but say something. But football is due to the head-on confrontation between the two. Under the huge impact, he fell to another location again. When everyone looks over, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Ye Liangqiu had already raised his right leg, and before the football even hit the ground, he kicked it out with a jaw-dropping speed. Football is like a beam of light. At the moment when no one could react, he rushed straight to the goal and finally scored. No one reacted. Why did it turn out like this? The ball passed by Ye Liangqiu finally returned to his hands after tossing and turning. Was this an accident? No. Most of the people who can stand on this field don't believe in the word miracle or accident. So, Ye Liangqiu stood in that position for a purpose? Ji Xiai is silent. He was thinking that maybe it was a bit unrealistic to regard Ye Liangqiu as the target to devour, whether to change the candidate. After all, so far, he couldn't capture the taste of devouring in Ye Liangqiu. Countless barrages are scrolling in BLTV, isn't it? This goal can actually allow Ye Liangqiu to score. Are you kidding me? Are you sure it's not a fake match? You upstairs, don't you know what luck is? If the ball flies into your face, you can't help but kick it, right? Let me go, you all have missed the point. Ye Liangqiu's shot on the last goal was probably not for scoring a goal. He was trying to induce this group of people to compete for the ball, so that England would relax its vigilance against him. And haven't you noticed? Every action of Ye Liangqiu has a purpose. For example, in this pass, everyone on the field is actually under his gaze, whether it is Ji Xiai or the national god. Qinqi's position. Ye Liangqiu seems to have predicted the future and accurately determined the landing point of the ball. And haven't you discovered a terrifying fact? Caesar seemed to have noticed Ye Liangqiu's position at that time. Both of them were competing for this position, but Ye Liangqiu was faster. Otherwise, this ball should belong to Caesar. After reviewing the story over and over again, even the director replayed the scene just now, so that everyone could see everything clearly. Ye Liangqiu did it on purpose? This pass was passed by him in order to score a goal. He took advantage of everyone's eagerness to score a goal and scored a goal. Even the director couldn't help but agree with Ye Liangqiu's big heart. After all, if he made a mistake, the ball would not reach that position. Moreover, how did he accurately calculate where the ball would land? For a moment, BLTV's Barrage was discussing this matter crazily, but they didn't understand that only when the players knew each other well enough could they achieve this goal. Or, Ye Liangqiu took advantage of the self-interest mentality of everyone in the blue prison to achieve this goal. Only Caesar, an unrelated person, noticed Ye Liangqiu's actions and guessed what he wanted to do. It's a pity that when he reacted, Ye Liangqiu has already started running. Compared with speed, it is basically impossible for Caesar to win, and he can only pin his hopes on Ye Liangqiu's failed shot. However, the final result is a successful shot. Caesar stood on the grass, his fingers turned white, and his eyes were staring directly in the direction of the goal. However, he was not angry as expected, but his expression was very calm, so calm that it was scary. Ness on the side stepped forward, still thinking of a few words of comfort. But the next second he froze. Caesar's neck seemed to have veins bulging out, and his cold, malicious voice sounded. I underestimated this lunatic. He has actually figured out who is leading this game. Nas had a question mark on his face and was a little confused. On the other side, Ye Liangqiu smiled and looked at Aji, who was reviewing Nejisa Shiro, and said softly, a chick who has just emerged from the shell does not yet understand what the truth of football is. Too many theories are fed into football. But it will break him. Chapter 163 I hate trouble. That's right. Nagi Sishiro's changes are all due to the existence of England's Aji, so he can recognize his own football style. The only difference is that Nagi Sishiro has not yet realized how powerful his existence can be on the court. At this moment the score came to 1:2, the same scene. The same pattern, except that the mentors on both sides did not move. Chris just watched quietly. He knew that if he moved, Noah would naturally move too. Instead of doing this, it is better to let these players fight for themselves. Chris glanced at Noah and said nothing. On the contrary, Noah looked at the scene on the field seriously, and whispered softly, are you just thinking? Or, prejudgmental thinking? Ye Liangqiu, how many weapons have you hidden in your body that are not exposed? With a whistle, the ball came to England, and this time England's lineup once again changed to 442. Among them, Ryo, Chikuri, and Nagi Sishiro all came to the front court, and Nagi Sishiro changed from a winger to a former center. Obviously, this is the last chance of the ball. It must be taken down. Nejisa Shiro clenched his fists, looked at the opposite side calmly, and his tone seemed to fluctuate a little. Prince Ling, I feel like I'm in good shape. Very good, inspiration is running around in my mind. My body seems to be getting warm a little bit. Me too. King Ling nodded. His heart was agitated crazily at the moment. Although he clearly felt that he had become much stronger, compared with Ye Liangqiu or this group of people, it seemed that he had changed. Not worth mentioning. On the contrary, it evolves relatively slowly. Especially Ye Liangqiu's words were so vicious. Thinking about them, Prince Ling felt like a ball of fire was burning in his heart. As the kickoff sounded, King Rei passed the ball to Nagi Sishiro. Now he and Nagi Sishiro no longer have the dependent relationship they once had, but a competitive relationship. The two are both enemies and friends. Once they have a chance to shoot, they will never let it go. Nagi Sishiro received the ball and quickly broke through with the ball. The rest of England's players were covering him, especially Qinqi. In order to intercept Ness, Bing Guisheep's defense has rushed to the blind spot area of the left forward without the ball, which is to put pressure on Munich. If you don't guard me, a pass comes, and it is him who is waiting. Goal. Nagi Sishiro glanced at Reo who was running in the front court, and called out softly, Reo. The next second, the ball has been passed. It was as if King Ling had eyes on his back. He turned around and leaped high, stopped the ball with one foot, and then landed firmly. Compared to him before, his playing style is now unpredictable, even some of his skills are different. Being able to see other people's shadows. Worthy of the title chameleon. Almost as soon as he received the ball, he rushed out. In front of him, there were several more defensive players. Ness's expression was neither happy nor sad, and he intercepted in front of him, spreading his arms and exerting huge pressure. I'm sorry, this ball should belong to the king. You chameleon lizard, stop sticking out that disgusting tongue. King Ling was very focused and stuck out his tongue as if to challenge. King, are you talking about the Caesar who was crushed by Ye Liangqiu? I didn't expect that there is actually a loyal legionnaire. Ness's face turned dark, and he stretched out his arm suddenly. The moment he was about to press King Ling laughed and made a shocking operation. He turned around and used his strong back force to resist Ness. This set of actions was the back interception that Ikara and Neo like to use when playing against U20 games. But King Ling only uses this gesture for a simple and clear purpose. Nath's eyes widened. The next second, a white figure passed through him. Nagisa Shiro's eyes were shining, as if a grey flame was burning in his eyes. And the ball that was at King Ariai's feet just now actually came to Nagi Sishiro's feet. What is this? Displacement? When Ness reacted, it was already too late. King Ling pressed one hand on his body, completely restraining him and preventing him from moving. Nagi Sishiro, on the other hand, ran further and further away. Behind him, there seemed to be masses of indescribable monsters flying and surging, extremely terrifying. Ji Xiai and Ye Liangqiu have already returned to defense. The two of them double-teamed each other, one on the left and the other on the right. Suddenly, Nagi Sishiro spread his arms, stepped forward with his legs and feet, and the ball was pulled to the outside under his feet. He was a little over 1.9 meters tall. He showed perfect suppression against the two dwarfs Kiyozuchi and Kurane. Force. Ji Shi felt that the arm intercepting his chest was as powerful as the one he used to intercept Ye Liangqiu. He couldn't help but burst into tears. Both are physical monsters. A bunch of perverts. What surprised him the most was not his physical strength. But Nagi Sishiro actually learned to fight physically? You must know that in the past, Nagisa Shiro was like a puppet. Only by following his teammates could he show his strength. To put it nicely, he would become strong when he was strong and weak when he was weak. Because his ego is dependent. But now, he has learned to create his own scoring formula. Ji Shi felt bad. However, Nagi Sishiro ignored him and stared straight at the goal with a fierce look on his face. His white hair was flying. While stepping on the ball with one foot, he used his body strength to resist the defense of Kiyoichi and Kurane Ranji. In an instant, Nagi Sishiro pulled the ball towards the outside. His arms were like wings against the shoulders of the two people, and then took a step forward. This step was so big that it put a small distance between Ji Xiai and two people. Almost instantly, Nagisa Shiro's body was shot out like a cannonball, comparable to the explosive power of Chikiri. Damn, what happened to them in England? It turned out to be so terrifying. The shock in Ji Xiai's pupils did not diminish. For the first time, he felt that after more than 10 days of training, there would be such a big change. So why didn't he learn anything? However, what about sitting in jail in Munich every day? The expressions of Chikiri and Ryu were obviously calm, even a little expectant. After all, Nagisa Shiro was an untapped genius in Chris's eyes. Now, facing the correct teachings from famous teachers, Nagi Sishiro's physical potential has been perfectly developed. Now, it's time to show up. The highlight moment for Nagi Sishiro. Is he a dazzling genius, or a genius who is broken bit by bit and finally breaks out of his cocoon and turns into a butterfly? At this moment, Nagisa Shiro's figure has stepped into the restricted area. Although his expression is still lazy, the aura exuding from his body is like balls of flames burning. I hate trouble, but now I have to do something troublesome. Then the solution is to get rid of the trouble. Chapter 164 Reform. Time goes back to 20 days ago. In the training room, Chris looked at Nagi Sishiro, a little surprised, but mostly confused. Through physical contact, he clearly felt that Nagi Sishiro was a perfect player. His physique, reactions, and even various body indexes could basically be compared with some professional players. However, Nagi Sishiro only lasted half a year of his football career. It can be said that even Chris couldn't believe it. Of course, there are more surprises. When a talent joins the English team, their probability of winning will be greatly increased. Chris looked at the lazy Nagi Sishiro and asked, "What is your goal? Why England?" Nagi Sishiro nodded and thought for a few seconds before speaking. "I want to defeat someone. That man's name is Ye Liangqiu. You should have seen him in the video. As for why I wanted to join England, I heard that the training here is very simple, so I joined." Nagi Sishiro's answer can be said to directly prove his simple thoughts. "When I joined England, I felt that there would be no trouble here and there would be no intrigues from other teams, so I chose here. Of course, he also came here to improve himself." Chris touched his chin. "So your ideal and goal is to treat Ye Liangqiu as your opponent and defeat him. What happens after that?" Nagi Sishiro was stunned for a second and shook his head. He didn't know. It seemed that in his eyes, being able to defeat Ye Liangqiu was already very close to being #1 in the world. He really couldn't find a more challenging target than Ye Liangqiu. Chris probably understood what kind of state Nagi Sishiro was in now, or maybe as a beginner, Nagi Sishiro's perception had not completely changed yet. Even playing football relies on instinctive reactions. "I don't know anything else about football." Of course, Nagi Sishiro's weapons, stopping the ball, on-the-spot reaction, and some statistics are even better than Chris, the mentor. But Nagi Sishiro's biggest drawback is his creativity. On the court, an uncreative player is like a robot repeating a series of actions, which can easily be seen through by others. Just like Feng Li uses creativity to test the opponent's bottom line little by little, thereby inducing. Without creative player thinking, it is very simple, that is, shoot, shoot, shoot. All other actions and passes require the assistance of teammates. This is creativity. In other words, it is dependence. Nagi Sishiro relies too much on his partner. Without a good partner, Nagi Sishiro's strength will plummet. Chris looked at Nagisa Shiro and spoke slowly. "What you need to do is accept a reform. Give up some things that you think are troublesome but must be done. Quick through the brain. Finally form a reflection to shoot. On the court at the moment. The grey flames in Nagi Sishiro's pupils burned brightly. It's too troublesome. It's all too troublesome. It's really tiring to actively create. I still like the feeling of the ball coming to my hands by itself. Although he said this, Nagisa Shiro's body moved forward crazily and unconsciously. The so-called trouble is a passive type that has to be done. The other is when you suddenly think of something you do on your own initiative. Suddenly, Nagi Sishiro looked at the corner of the goal, but his legs and feet suddenly stopped, and the next moment he kicked the ball away. It's just that this ball is not a shot but a pass. At some point, Kinki arrived in front of the goal. His red hair was dancing wildly in the air. When he saw the ball flying towards him, his eyes flashed with astonishment and he rushed over quickly. There was a bang sound. With a sweeping kick, the ball was passed out again. The ice weaver who intercepted him was a little dumbfounded and looked at the football. What was this guy doing? Rumor has it? No. Seemingly realizing something, Hayu Ziyang suddenly looked in the direction of Nagisa Shiro, and saw that there were still people there. Nagi Sishiro had already rushed to the innermost part of the penalty area. His eyes looked at the football flying towards him, and his body subconsciously began to jump up, his legs and feet spinning like a windmill. The roar sounded the next second. There was a bang sound. From outside the blind corner, Nagi Sishiro shot a super oblique shot. Gamero also wants to intercept, but the speed of the ball is too fast. It was so fast that I didn't even have time to react, and it had already entered the network. Nagisa Shiro slowly raised his left arm. Although his whole body exuded a lazy aura, it made people feel a sense of oppression. The score now came to 2:2. England burst into cheers. Only King Ling fell into deep thought, and he frowned and looked in the direction of Ye Liangqiu and Caesar. The goal just scored was too easy. Neither Caesar nor Ye Liangqiu stopped him. Why? The strength of these two people is definitely capable of neutralizing Nagisa Shiro's offense in the penalty area, at least making them feel huge pressure. However, now, Ye Liangqiu and Caesar have been quiet since receiving a yellow card warning. Is it possible that you are ready to give up this game? Just when Prince Ling was thinking that Ye Liangqiu had been holding back some bad water, Kinki's voice interrupted his thoughts. 1 point left. As long as we score 1 point, we will defeat the strongest enemy. Prince Ling nodded, but he didn't think this last point would be so simple. On the other side, Ye Liangqiu watched Nagi Sishiro score a goal with a smile, and his eyes looked at the two mentors Noah and Chris. Even the situation on the field has become like this. They were actually able to hold on. It was enough to show that Noah and Chris had no intention of ending. Ye Liangqiu had no idea about Nagi Sishiro, the young eagle that had just emerged from the shell. Just take full interest in these teachers. Of course, the new hero war has just begun, and there will be a lot of time to fight against these mentors. The only thing that made Ye Liangqiu feel uninterested was that even though the score was reaching the final stage, Chris was really reassured that the mentality of these players would not explode. Are you really not going to end up doing this? Do you think they can win? Ye Liangqiu's eyes suddenly looked at Caesar. This guy was like a poisonous thorn. If he didn't move, he wouldn't move. All of them are really unpleasant. Thinking, Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath. It was time to end this farce. What he wanted to see had been seen. Now we just need to destroy everything and let these geniuses rethink their lives. Chapter 165 Wings. Since you are unwilling to come down, then I will personally end this farce and put an end to this ugly show. As a whistle sounded, everyone who returned to the game looked tense. Faced with a 2:2 score difference, the final battle was coming. What these players needed to do was to stabilize their mentality and win. Ji Shii was constantly reflecting on whether he had devoured the wrong person. Facing the power of Ye Liangqiu, his devouring has almost no effect and cannot allow him to reach a higher level. If this continues, he will be abandoned by others. No. To be precise, it will be self-destruction in this stadium. Superior. I need a change, I need a change, I need to devour the right person. Thinking about it, Ji Shii looked at Caesar at the other end. After several games, he seemed to have realized that Caesar also had the same spatial perception ability as him, but his ability was stronger than him, strong enough, bringing a hint of threat to Ye Liangqiu. Otherwise, Ye Liangqiu would not treat Caesar with such caution. Of course, Ji Shii's thoughts were watched by countless eyes. Careful? Ha 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 ha, Jibeo, how did you know that Kyubeo and Caesar have this kind of relationship? Let's not talk about the fierce ball grabbing between teammates during the game. Just now, the two of them fought. This is no longer a sign of caution, but will cost the other person's life. Upstairs, I think you are overstating it. So far, Kyubeo seems to have not performed at 2/3 of the level he played in the U20 game. At least we, the group of people, can clearly observe that Kyubeo seems to be calculating something. Judging from the frequency with which he looked at his mentor, I always felt that Kyubeo was deliberately dragging the score down and wanted to see Chris's stance. After all, if the mentor doesn't end up, something is missing. At this moment, on the court, as Munich kicked off, Ye Liangqiu was already running around without the ball. He no longer had any interest in continuing the game. He had already seen Nagi Sishiro, Chikari, and Ling, the growth of the king. But compared to their changes, Ye Liangqiu felt that they were too slow. Now the only player in this group of players who can threaten him is his mentor. Facing them is like beating a child with an adult. How can this arouse Ye Liangqiu's interest? Totally just treating the game as a joke. Since none of you are willing to end, then I will destroy it all. Tear apart your newly plump wings. Ye Liangqiu stared at the defense of the England team in front of him, which was rushing toward him. Countless strange red mist above his body were eroding all surrounding materials wantonly, and the two figures were always following him. Among them, Caesar frowned and looked at Ji Xiai beside him, a little speechless. Is this the player from Blue Prison? Facing an attack, even a person assigned to one of the defenders has to step forward to fight for sovereignty? Are these players educated by self-interest? It really displeased him. Caesar pouted, his pupils radiating hot flames, and he was constantly analyzing Ye Liangqiu's upcoming route. According to his speculation, Ye Liangqiu would choose a head-on confrontation, and even have a high probability of winning. If you want to grab the ball before he shoots, you must do it during the break. And when Ye Liangqiu has a flaw, only for a moment, that is when facing multiple defenses. As long as he is within his sightless range, there is an 80% probability of successfully intercepting his ball. After all, Caesar studied how to deal with Ye Liangqiu every day during training. He even watched the video of the last game no less than 100 times, and naturally found Ye Liangqiu's weakness. Of course, even he had to admit that Ye Liangqiu was the most perfect shooter in the penalty area he had ever seen. The ability of one person to compete with several players was beyond the reach of countless professional players. A contemptuous smile flashed across the corner of Caesar's mouth, as if he had completely penetrated Ye Liangqiu. While running, Ji Xiai seemed to have been hit by a bolt from the blue. For the first time, he discovered that following these top players, there were different feelings, breathing, rhythms, more of that feeling of presence. No momentum. These players all have the possibility of changing from 0 to 1 as Huixin said. Reactions, techniques, and predictions are completely different from my own. Ji Xiai felt that his brain was a little insufficient. Although he could know what Ye Liangqiu wanted to do, he who was following him could not think about which direction Ye Liangqiu would move next. This was his first move. A feeling of powerlessness felt once. In the past, he had watched Ye Liangqiu's extraordinary skills, movements, and head-on confrontations from a distance, knowing that they were amazing and wonderful. However, he was completely unable to intervene in such a high-level offensive and defensive battle now, because his level is not high enough to predict the next move. Coupled with his physical weakness, his true level is like an ugly tumor exposed to the eyes of the world. No, I don't want to be a foil. Ji Xiai's pupils trembled sharply, and he was suffering from pain while running. His eyes looked at Caesar, and countless puzzle pieces came together to form Ji Xiai's a fierce and ferocious look. Since we can't catch up head-on, then devour others step by step and defeat him bit by bit. The missing piece of the puzzle that leads to the world's #1 is you, Caesar. I want you to be the nourishment for my growth, and I want to devour you to defeat Ye Liangqiu. At this time, England's lineup had completely restricted Munich's front court. In order to deal with Ye Liangqiu and Kaiser, they would rather deploy a large number of players to defend. After all, they knew that Ye Liangqiu would not cooperate with Caesar, and this was the tearing link. Neither of them can pass the ball to each other, so there will naturally be no chemical reaction. Caesar is no threat without the ball. They just need to pay attention to Ye Liangqiu. Faced with being double-teamed, Ye Liangqiu looked calm. He glanced at Narcissa Shiro and Shikiri, who were rushing towards him, and raised the corners of his mouth. Is it the cooperation between the eldest lady and the genius? It reminds me of the Three Musketeers of Team V. Miss, why did you break your leg? Can your leg still run with the explosive power just now? As he spoke, Ye Liangqiu stretched out his arm before Qinqi could run in front of him. He pushed one arm behind him, and his palm just touched Qinqi's shoulder. The other arm quickly bent the posture. The block in front of Narcissa Shiro's eyes blocked most of his vision. Both of you, this game has been taken over by me from now on. The feast begins immediately. Chapter 166, Heavenly Punishment. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's figure shot out like a beam of light. Qinqi looked shocked, looking at the hand pressing on his chest, gritting his teeth. This guy actually used himself as a springboard? Before Nagi Shishiro could react, Ye Liangqiu's figure had already left his sight. All he could see was a scarlet figure running wildly. Many viewers of BLTV believe that Ye Liangqiu will choose to temporarily avoid the battle when facing England's heavy defense. After all, Ye Liangqiu is only one person. How can he create a perfect team when faced with double teams from countless players? What about scoring space? But for those of them who don't understand Ye Liangqiu, the so-called heavy defense is actually just a modifier to speed up Ye Liangqiu's adrenal glands. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu charged forward with a single sword. Caesar was very depressed. With every guess and prediction, he could accurately understand Ye Liangqiu's egoistic ideas and offensive route, but he could not stop it because the route Ye Liangqiu chose was the route that players were most afraid of. Even Caesar himself did not think he could survive such a siege. Therefore, once faced with this situation, his only choice is to pass the ball out, but Ye Liangqiu, ABD, doesn't know how to do that. Even if he loses the ball, he will not do anything he is not sure about, let alone pass the ball to him. This left Caesar helpless. If he took the risk to snatch Ye Liangqiu's ball, not to mention that it would be okay if he grabbed it, but if he didn't, he would completely lose Munich's sovereignty. Damn it. The veins on Caesar's cheek popped out. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart became more and more surging, especially now that there was a follower behind him who kept watching his movements. That's right, it's Ji Shiai. Ji Shiai was very depressed. He wanted to observe Caesar's movements, first understand, observe, and finally devour them. Unfortunately, his thoughts could not be communicated with Caesar at all, or his way of thinking was completely different from Caesar's. Unable to achieve resonance. This prevents his spatial perception ability from specifically increasing his strength. In this way, Ji Shiai is like a clown following Caesar to eat exhaust fumes. Both of them looked at Ye Liangqiu, and saw that Ye Liangqiu, who had entered the restricted area, was constantly looking around. He seemed to be looking for something. Although no one understood what he was doing, these words of his "the action will never be out of the blue. Something must be brewing." At this time, Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth and plunged into the encirclement with blazing eyes. He looked at the England players in front of him. High-end hunters always appear as prey. Every time I feel the pleasure of hunting, I will only enjoy intense pleasure. Pleasure is food, and food is you. The expressions of the England players were solemn. Two of them had their bodies stiffened and deformed under the huge pressure. They couldn't figure out what Ye Liangqiu was thinking in front of them. They didn't watch the ball and were even joking. Are you so confident that you can break through the encirclement? It's hard to fathom. At this time, Ling Wang and Qinqi crossed in front of Ye Liangqiu at the same time. Their expressions were extremely fierce. Qinqi was breathing heavily, and white mist leaked from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, after being ignored by Ye Liangqiu, he relied on his speed to get back on defense. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with some disdain and ridicule on his lips. Are you also afraid? Facing so many defensive players, are you prepared to pass the ball? Lord Demon King. Obviously, Qinqi's words were intended to arouse Ye Liangqiu, hoping that in this way, Ye Liangqiu would be excited and then shoot. It's a pity that his words were not strongly offensive. In other words, there is almost no aggression in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. There is a slight smile in his eyes, and the pressure on his body becomes stronger. His entire face is hidden in the red mist, only a pair of torch-like eyes are exposed. Eyes, his voice was frivolous and arrogant. Shoot. You'll be able to see it soon. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu stepped hard with his right foot, and the football bounced off the bottom. A corner of the ball was bounced directly into the air by the violent rebound, and the speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. However, in the eyes of Ling Wang and Qinqi, I saw that Ye Liangqiu had already raised his left foot and shot directly while the football was flying. When Qinqi reacted, a roar sounded in his ears, the football scratched across his cheek, and the fierce wind blew his long hair flying in the sky. Prince Ling only felt a roaring sound in his ears. Until he turned around and saw all the players in England looking towards the goal in confusion, the football rushed towards the goal with a suffocating arrogance. The goalkeeper couldn't even make a move to knock it down, he could only watching the ball fly into the net. Ye Liangqiu said softly, "Tianzu." In an instant, the entire football field fell silent. This unimaginable scene made even Noah and Chris, who were mentors, stand up. They knew very well what a strange scene had happened just now. A shooting pattern that is enough to scare all players appears. Did you see clearly? A shot comparable to Caesar's impact. No, it should be said that it is a shot that surpasses Caesar's impact. Chris was a little shocked. To be precise, he felt incredible about the scene he saw today. In Ye Liangqiu's final goal, he saw Noah, Caesar, and Lavenho. To be precise, Ye Liangqiu actually fused the weapons of these three people together. First, it was the superb ball control skills of bouncing the ball off the ball, then it was Caesar's impact shot, and finally it was Noah's two-footedness. Is it that exaggerated? I saw a hint of fanaticism in the eyes of Noah and Chris. Is this so scary? Upstairs, do you understand the gold content in this? If the fusion of these three weapons is a stable state, Kyubeo's shooting attainments can be said to have reached an unimaginable level. Direct shooting, Caesar impact, as well as controlling the ball and benefiting from both sides, as long as it is used properly. In the penalty area, Kyubeo can be said to be a mentor-level figure from now on. To be clear, the technique Kyubeo used on the last ball was to integrate these three. As long as he can control it stably, he is a walking scoring robot. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms, closed his eyes slightly, and an indescribable joy burst out in his heart. This feeling is really intoxicating. Chapter 167 The Supreme Weapon. Analysis, Constant Analysis. Ji Shiai opened his mouth slightly. What kind of scene did he see? It was also the first time he saw this scene that made people tremble with fear and violently excited his body. Even if he didn't kick it out, just witnessing it made him feel. His brain was shaking. From Ye Liangqiu's actions just now, he saw his own direct shot, but he also saw the weapons of many people since coming to the Blue Prison. It was unimaginable that Ye Liangqiu could fuse the weapons of so many people together in such a short moment. Direct shooting, coupled with speed, strength, and both feet. What should I do if I face an opponent like this? Ji Shiai's pupils were dilating, as if the whole world had turned into a virtual stadium. Standing in front of him was Ye Liangqiu, and the scene just now was upside down in front of his eyes, with countless fragments flying. Finally, after repeated calculations in his brain, he got a result. Can't stop. To be precise, it is impossible to prevent. If he wants to stop Ye Liangqiu's shot, the first step he needs to do is to judge which direction he is going to shoot. plus which foot he is going to shoot with, and he must accurately predict Ye Liangqiu's shot. Action, direction, distance. All kinds of information are mixed together. Even if you have unparalleled spatial perception, the amount of information is too large. If you can't intercept it through conditioned reflex, you will never be able to intercept it. Just like Qinqi and King Ling, it was over without even reacting. Ji Shi was speechless and stood on the grass. He gradually looked up at the ceiling. At this moment, his inner ambition was rising. Such a powerful player actually came from the same place as him. If we say before, everyone was an ordinary player. So now Ye Liangqiu has transcended classes and has completely become a world-class player from this moment on. His shining point was magnified countless times from this moment, enough to become one of the 11 elites. But Ji Shi showed a smile at this moment. He was glad that he came to the team of Boston Munich in Germany. He was feeling that he was lucky to come to the competition field this time, even if he didn't score a goal, he didn't touch the ball even once, even if he just watched the war from a distance, it was enough. He has found his way to #1 in the world. From Ye Liangqiu and Caesar, he has found a piece of the puzzle that symbolizes his entry into a new dimension. It can be said that the state that Ye Liangqiu possesses and the weapons that Caesar possesses are the ideal self of Ji Shi. He has fully explored the conditions for evolution. Not only him, Caesar was dumbfounded at the moment, the veins on his cheeks were bulging, and the uncontrollable anger was echoing in his mind. Of course he knew what happened just now. It turned out that this was the meaning of Ye Liangqiu's words. He wants to use his more powerful weapons to crush his position in Munich. After losing the impact of Caesar, he lost his status and rights will be worthless. Damn it. At this moment, Caesar was filled with anger, and his mind was thinking about how to deal with such a powerful enemy countless times. Ness stood beside him, intending to comfort him. But what greeted him was Caesar's gloomy gaze. The game is over at this point. In the monitoring room, although Huixin Shiba kept saying verbally that what happened next had nothing to do with his former chief instructor, he was always paying attention to the game. When he saw Ye Liangqiu take that step, the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be contained, and he even laughed. It just made Onli on the side feel a little psychologically uncomfortable. Mr. Huixin, is this surprising? Isn't the shot just now just an ordinary shot? Ordinary. Huixin Shiba did not turn his head, his eyes seemed to be looking at a piece of shining jade. From the last shot just now, our blue prison has finally entered a world of monsters. Middle. Although I have expected all this, but I never thought it would be so soon. Onli rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Huixin, can you explain it more clearly? I don't quite understand the reasoning. Huixin smiled, spread his fingers, and a virtual image appeared in front of him. It was the scene of Ye Liangqiu's last shot just now. The so-called ordinary will naturally have no feeling in the eyes of ordinary people like you, because you are only interested in scores, but I have said before that the short-lived ball in this world is my least favorite way to score goals. But now this short-lived ball is in the hands of Ye Liangqiu. Direct shot X double advantage X Caesar impact X predict the future. With the blessing of 4 weapons. The weird smile on Huixin Shiba's cheek became stronger and stronger. Ye Liangqiu's weapons have become an ultimate expression. I call it the supreme weapon. Every player has a supreme weapon that cannot be replicated. This weapon has become his ego and a means of fighting that they should be proud of on the court, just like FC Batch's Lave in Ho dance. Dribbling, Noah's reasonable shot with both feet, or Caesar's impact from Caesar, one of the 11 heroes of the new generation. The birth of every supreme weapon is the result of their own exploration. But most of these supreme weapons are unique. After all, it is almost impossible for players to synchronize their bodies, brains, and ways of thinking. The weapons created by Ye Liangqiu are also the first to appear in the world so far. This is Ye Liangqiu's first step into the world. With a pop sound, Huixin clapped his hands and the virtual image disappeared. He looked at Onli and said, From now on, we may be very busy. What do you mean? After finally absorbing these words, Onli was still a little confused. Huixin Shiba stood up, because in a few minutes, all the clubs will explode and the auction is about to begin. The smile on his lips was terrifying. Onli hadn't figured out the situation yet. When he saw a string of quotation data on the screen, his mind went blank. I saw that Ye Liangqiu's quotation was soaring at an extremely fast speed from the original 350 million. Can't even stop. Of course, many people see this situation. But the court was unusually quiet, and as the game ended, the quotes on the big screen reappeared. All the players looked at their ranking positions. Chapter 168, A Moment of Inspiration. The rising rankings made everyone excited. Although England lost this game, it was the first time for Nagisi's hero, Chikari, Ryo, and others to play, so their rankings will continue to rise in the blue prison. Although King Ling was a little displeased, he still showed a raised expression when he saw that his ranking was rising. He had proved that he was not a player who needed teammates, and he could also play alone. Nagisi Shiro was favored by many people because of his own changes and his shot. As for Qinqi Bayoma's physical speed and explosiveness, it is also eye-catching. Naturally, many clubs have made offers. Then came Munich. Bing Xiang, Ji Shi, Suigong Jianyu and others, because of their assists and defense on the court, although they did not have outstanding operations, their thoughts on the court, various actions, and almost no mistakes were made when holding the ball. In terms of status, the quotations given are relatively stable, but a little small. But it's better than those players on the bench. Got the offer after all. Finally, at Ye Liangqiu, I saw that his ranking had not changed, and even his quotation had not increased. Has Ye Liangqiu's quotation not changed? Everyone was a little puzzled. Ye Liangqiu, who showed himself on the field, did not increase or lower his quotation. Everyone was a little confused. Ye Liangqiu looked at his quotation with calm eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that his worth was probably undergoing drastic changes in the background at the moment. Just as he had guessed, he looked at the constantly changing quotes. Li broke out in a cold sweat and was constantly revising the quotation. However, the rising speed did not stop at all. Just as Mr. Hui Xian said, all the clubs have gone crazy. In order to snatch Ye Liangqiu's future ownership, their quotations have no longer stopped. Evaluation and discussion are in the form of quotations. Instead, make the purchase directly. Many clubs have even uploaded contracts directly. Even Li was dizzy looking at the amounts on many contracts. Mr. Huixin, aren't you going to say a few words? They've gone crazy. Totally crazy. Li was a little distressed and said helplessly. Hui Xian took a cup of coffee and took a sip. Without making any changes, Ye Liangqiu will increase his offer by 100 million, and reject all contracts directly with one sentence. It's just that the players need to consider it themselves, and our Blue Prison cannot make a decision. Now, the war of new heroes is not over yet. Let all clubs be honest, now is not the time for them to show up. Hearing this, Li opened his mouth and said, isn't this bad? These clubs have assisted Blue Prison before, so they refuse like this. Isn't it too rude? Polite. Huixin Shiba sneered, if we don't do something more forceful, then the Blue Prison players will be cannibalized by these clubs. In the end, the value of the Blue Prison will be infinitely reduced and it will be destroyed. Compared with this kind of consequences, can politeness keep the Blue Prison alive? Immediately, Li understood the meaning, his eyes became firm, and his slender fingers were tapping the keyboard quickly. On the court, Ye Liangqiu's quotation also changed the next moment, reaching an astonishing 450 million. Looking at this offer, many players took a breath of cold air. Ye Liangqiu chuckled lightly and walked towards the rest area. He knew that there might be something wrong with his quotation. In addition, the barrage in front of him was talking about Hui Xian's embarrassment. He had already guessed that it was auctioned by many clubs. These quotes are just the result of Huixin showing it to the audience. When the always noble King Caesar looked at his own quotation and then at Ye Liangqiu's quotation, his expression was a little horrified. From this moment, he knew that his dynasty was about to end just as Ye Liangqiu said. But the anger in his heart became more and more raging, like a monster venting in his heart. He wanted to tear Ye Liangqiu apart and take everything back. With the conclusion of this game, Ye Liangqiu's title has been completely spread. In the bathroom, Ye Liangqiu felt uncomfortable all over. Everyone was looking at him, as if they were examining the prisoner. Half of the Bingzi sheep's head was soaked in the water, and his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu without blinking. He was so cute. On the contrary, Ji Xiai touched his chin several times and wanted to ask the questions he wanted to know. But when he saw the eyes of others, he calmed down. He knew that many people now wanted to ask Ye Liangqiu's last story. What the hell is going on with the ball? And Ye Liangqiu looked at the people around him and pretended to lie comfortably in the hot spring. Of course he knew what these people wanted to know. To be precise, the last shot was something he had already calculated in his mind countless times. Or in other words, in the future he failed countless times before succeeding once. He needs to seize the only chance to succeed. First, the ball bounces when it touches the ball, and then he uses the devil's eye to see the trajectory of the ball and shoots directly. He also needs to control the accuracy, the strength of his legs and feet, and the impact force. Finally, he has 2 feet. All of this is an accidental opportunity for Ye Liangqiu to seize. Live inspiration. Time goes back to the end of U20. Shibuya. On the crowded street, Ye Liangqiu was wearing a black peaked cap and a mask, while Feng Eli was carrying a small blue skull bag and wearing a sweatshirt. Each of them held a cup of milk tea. Of course, they were all invited by Feng Eli. This was not forced by Ye Liangqiu. The two of them walked on the street and soon met other players from the Blue Prison. Among them, Ji Xiai, Lei Shi, and many other players looked like they were enjoying this rare and joyful entertainment break. Of course, there are also Prince Rei, Kenai Yukimiya, and others who are chatting about international events in the cafe. Isn't Itoshi Rin here? Ye Liangqiu opened a small hole deliberately cut in the mask, inserted the straw and took a sip, and asked the others. On the contrary, it aroused displeasure from Feng Eli, who muttered, Chiu, wouldn't it be nice if he doesn't come? You two can't keep fighting here, right? When reporters find out, I'm afraid tomorrow's headline news will be you and Ishirin. Ye Liangqiu smiled. He knew Feng Eli cared, but he didn't expect Feng Eli to care so much. Ji Xiai sighed. I was also contacted by others, but I heard that Itoshi Rin seemed to have gone home directly and didn't even reply to the message. At this time, Kinki touched her red hair and shook her fingers slightly. No, you made a mistake. It's not that you won't reply. Originally, I seemed to have agreed, but Itoshi Rin also asked if Ye Liangqiu had gone. Final. Chapter 169, Fight. Fight? Kinki shrugged. I don't need to say more. When Ito Shirin heard Ye Liangqiu's name, he wished he could. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt waves of murderous aura. Ito Shirin came to Chikori's side at some point, with the veins on his cheeks bulging. Do you think I'm afraid of these red eyes of chaos? Kinki paused, subconsciously took a step back, and immediately turned his head. Ito Shirin and Ye Liangqiu both wore peaked caps, but the only difference was that they were not wearing masks and were just holding a popsicle in their hands, so no one else noticed him. It was only now that he spoke that he truly recognized Ito Shirin. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Ye Liangqiu said with disdain, and took a step forward. Why, Star Rin, do you think you are famous? Do you wear a peaked cap when you go out? Why, do you think you still have fans? I'm afraid it's not those fans who want to give you a try when they see you. After all, many people on the internet have seen your ugly appearance, coupled with your arrogant attitude of snatching my ball. Your reputation is very bad. Haha. Ito Shirin sneered, glanced at Ye Liangqiu with cold eyes and turned his head. A star? How big of a star are you? With a face like a murderer, no wonder he wears a mask, out of fear of being frightened. A child. Besides, you won't be much better with the reviews on the internet. Demon King Ye Liangqiu. Pfft, that's hilarious. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu smiled, the milk tea in his hand was pinched a little bit, and he took a step forward. Kinki and Feng Eli, who were on the side, saw that something was going wrong, so they pulled them away from each other. At this moment, a nyonyo sound sounded, and Bing Xiang walked over carrying a shoulder bag and waving, but he didn't seem to notice Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shirin, he just glanced at them more conspicuously. Feng Eli and Qianqi then asked, are you discussing? Add me one. Get out. Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shirin turned their heads and said in unison. Bing Xiang froze on the spot, a little confused, and his expression looked a little puzzled and confused. After carefully comparing his body height and adding the voices of the two people just now, he understood something in an instant. You are Ye Liangqiu, and you are Ishirin. He covered his mouth in surprise, as if he had seen something shocking. Don't ask any more, come and help. Feng Eli looked bitter, put his hands around Ye Liangqiu's waist, and pulled him back hard, but Ye Liangqiu's strength was too strong, and he almost dragged him back. Chikori on the other side couldn't hold Ito Shirin back either. There was no way. Bing Xiang also joined in the fight. Fortunately, everyone who was chatting in the coffee shop saw it, but they did not come forward to disturb this warm scene. Who do you think will win today? King Ling is indeed the son of a business tycoon. He spread his hands and made a piece of cloth into a straight line, just like the midfield line of the stadium. On the left is Ye Liangqiu, and on the right is Ito Shirin. There was a pop sound. Wu Traveler pressed the coffee in his hand to Ye Liangqiu's side. With his start, everyone began to place bets. The people outside were furious when they saw the chatter and laughter in the cafe. At this moment, another voice sounded, but this voice made people shudder. Hey, you two bastards, do you want to die? The veins on Ma Lang's face are bulging, the muscles all over his body are bulging, and his head is erect. He looks like a delinquent young man who is not easy to mess with. Originally, he planned to go bowling, but he didn't expect that his friend met Ye Liangqiu here on the narrow road. Ye Liangqiu turned his head, and the moment he saw Ma Lang, the corners of his mouth raised. Hey, isn't this the king of a subjugated country? What? Come to Shibuya to show off your figure, participate in the talent show, and be a cowherd. I do think there will be many people choosing you. After all, what is king? Choose a concubine? Ha 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 ha. Ma Lang twitched the corners of his mouth, clenched his fists, and rushed into the war with one step. On the contrary, everyone in the coffee shop laughed even louder. King Ling even opened a table for Ma Lang. Wu Traveler held his stomach, slapped the table, and laughed. Sometimes I actually feel that Ye Liangqiu should sew his mouth shut even when he is outside. By the way, where did he learn these curse words? Prince Ling leaned against the table and smiled slightly. I have already investigated Ye Liangqiu's information clearly. His true identity is actually from the Xia Kingdom, but for some reasons he has lived here since he was a child. He also has a sister named Ye Yuhui. As he said that, Prince Ling opened the tablet on the side and saw a photo inside. In the photo, a woman with long black hair and eyes like rubies stood on a glamorous podium. Almost as soon as those eyes appeared, everyone's thoughts of disbelief were all dispelled. Ah, this guy has a sister. Still so beautiful. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ye Yuhui on the screen, who was full of charm of a mature woman. He was a little unbelievable. He turned his head and glanced at Ye Liangqiu, who was in the middle of the melee. He shook his head vigorously, as if a little bit. Can't accept the fact. Why does Ye Liangqiu have such a beautiful sister? Why? However, Prince Ling continued, actually, I don't know unless I check. I was shocked when I checked. Ye Liangqiu's background is not simple. His sister has risen from a lower class person in just a few years class, took the position of prosecutor. It can be said that King Ling's praise of Ye Yuhui was very pertinent. But when he looked at Ye Liangqiu, his face was full of disgust. I just don't know how this BD was born. I even doubt that his father abandoned them both because of Ye Liangqiu. The BD is an evil star. Hearing this, the Wu travelers on the side were laughing until their stomachs ached. Although he didn't know what exactly happened to these people when they were in the blue prison, he was also a player who participated in it. Naturally, he knew why King Ling and others were like this, but he didn't expect Ye Liangqiu to be in this situation. These people are actually such bastards in their hearts. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, he just wanted to watch a show. As the hats of Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shirin fell to the ground, people on the Shibuya street saw their faces and looked at the replay of the blue prison game hanging on the building. The next moment, and an amazing scream broke out. It's him! It's him! It's Ye Liangqiu! It's the Demon King's lord! I want to give you a baby! Almost in an instant, the entire street was blocked with water. It was a friendly party. At this moment, the boat not only capsized, but also caused everyone to endure undue pain. Chapter 170 The Sun and Stars. The worst thing was for Ye Liangqiu, who was almost surrounded. When he walked out of the fans, his upper body clothes were torn, and there was even a lot of attractive lipstick on his cheeks. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this embarrassed Ye Liangqiu, everyone laughed inappropriately. Even Feng Eli secretly covered his mouth while laughing. After all, it is rare to see such a situation in Ye Liangqiu in 100 years. Even Feng Eli had already picked up her mobile phone and walked up to Ye Liangqiu and made a !V to record the beautiful life. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched, and he put a hand on Feng Li's head. Do you regard me as a mascot? Feng Eli stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and was about to take back her phone. However, Ye Liangqiu put her head next to his ear and said to the camera, take a good photo of me. Feng Eli immediately showed a smile. While taking pictures, everyone came together and took a group photo. Even Ishirin and Ma Lang were dragged in reluctantly. If it weren't for Face, they wouldn't take a photo with this BD. After the filming, everyone planned to arrange a one-day trip to Shibuya. After all, the hard-earned vacation cannot be wasted, so the first stop is singing. This was also unanimously decided by everyone. After all, they are now big stars. If they are placed on the street, unless they don't want to have the tragedy of Ye Liangqiu happen again, then they can go outside to play. However, after learning from past mistakes, we chose to close the place. On the contrary, Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shirin seemed to be competing with each other. The two hit it off and went straight to the place where they were playing billiards. You're so tsundere, why don't you call the perverted man over? Are you afraid that he will MT you? Ye Liangqiu asked, holding the club in his hand. Ishirin sneered. That pervert took advantage of the vacation time to go to Spain, saying he wanted to develop a relationship with my brother. Oh, so you really contacted that pervert? Ye Liangqiu said with a sly smile. Hearing this, Ito Shirin raised the pole as if pointing a gun at Ye Liangqiu. If you say one more thing, I will kill you today. Ye Liangqiu was not afraid at all, and even joked, well, isn't this just a question? But then again, I got a little inside information. The second phase of Blue Prison will invite many powerful clubs. I just don't know what to do. Hearing this, Ito Shirin raised his eyebrows and said, club. For him who has been observing football leagues, he is not interested in the word club, especially Spain. After all, his brother is there waiting for him to challenge. Now that Blue Prison is about to connect with the club, that means one thing. Those 11 heroes called the new generation of Sakura Kingdom will probably participate in this test. Then, my brother will also come? Ishirin's eyes were stern, and his brain was thinking continuously. At this time, Ye Liangqiu continued, although I don't know what the Blue Prison wants to do, it should be to replace the U20 in participating in the World Cup. After all, there are so many players, and the score will always be high. Huixin won't let us live too peacefully. After saying that, Ye Liangqiu paused and said, on the contrary, you have grown a lot after this U20 game. That ugly destructive state can actually defeat ITO Master. Hearing that he was being compared with his brother, Ito Shirin suddenly lost his composure and spoke eagerly, in your own words. Ye Liangqiu smiled and narrowed his eyes, like an old fox, pointing out Ito Shirin's problem to the point, you may not have understood one thing yet. Dreams and ideals are your own business, not dependent on others. Something. I guess you stepped into the court because of Itoshi Sae. He even told you that he wanted to be the #1 in the world, but it was nothing in the end due to various reasons. But he saw in you the potential to become the #1 in the world. That's why you were able to get to this arena. As for why I said you don't understand at all, it's because, do you really think ITO Master doesn't care enough about you? What do you mean? Ito Shirin was like a wary cat, ready to explode at any moment, but he was also listening carefully to Ye Liangqiu's words. After all, no one had ever said these words to him like this before. Ye Liangqiu walked to the window, looked at the sun in the sky, and said slowly, your brother is caring about you. Instead of forcing you to grow, he just doesn't want you to be buried in his shadow and give up struggling. But we can't force you out. You can only climb out step by step. Everyone has different ideas, but there is only one #1 in the world. He knows that you have a strong talent and unimaginable potential. Because of this, he doesn't want to see you buried in his back. Because that would be equivalent to destroying your future with his own hands. Now, he gives up this choice just to open up the broadest road for you. On this road, I am here, they are here, and you are also there. If you always prove your existence by chasing your brother, I advise you to give up football as soon as possible. Ye Liangqiu looked back at his elongated shadow. This world is very cruel, and the road of football is even more cruel. Only one person can be the #1. If you don't want to be a star surrounding the sun, then use all your strength to do it. Fight for everything. Instead of relying on the charity of others to exist in this world. Ishirin fell into silence. At this moment, a series of noises sounded not far away. I saw that people from the U20 national team were here. Ikong was performing an emotional drama and was slapped. When he saw Ye Liangqiu, he covered his mouth and patted his stomach and laughed. Out. Hey, isn't this the Demon King who was chased all over the street just now? Did you just go through a big battle? After all, I have never experienced being chased by so many girls. The veins on Ye Liangqiu's cheeks were bulging, and he said, yes, Mr. Police, are you enforcing the law now? If the outside fans know that you are playing with girls' emotions here, isn't it a little more serious than mine? After all, we are just being chased, but you are losing your reputation and job. Hearing this, Ikong's expression suddenly became bitter. He raised his hands, shook his head and said, I'll sit in the east today, okay, I'm really afraid of you. But please don't tell anyone what happened just now. Chapter 171 Old Man. There were only 3 of them in the KTV box. The rest of the Blue Prison and the former U20 national team were singing karaoke in the next room. It was unclear how they got together. After all, they were all fighting enemies a day ago. On the contrary, it was much quieter here. Only Ikong drank. His face was red, but he was very sober, and asked, don't you have some drinks? It's rare to come to a place like this and not enjoy it. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at him. He couldn't say that he was underage, right? Besides, even if I could drink and go home smelling of alcohol, if I let my sister know, I might not be able to stay at home. Shirin raised his eyebrows and said, don't bring this thing in front of me, I can't smell it. Seeing this, Ikong could only sit down in his seat without interest. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and Shirin and shook his head. He was still a little unhappy about the failure of the competition, but after all, he used his strength to defeat this group of people, so no matter how unhappy he was, they were still useless. But it also relieved him of a lot of burdens. It was as if he was relieved. The 3 of them were silent for a while. At this time, Ikong suddenly smashed the wine bottle somewhere, as if to vent his anger. A huge sound echoed in the empty room. If it weren't for the soundproofing inside, I'm afraid the waiters outside would have rushed over. How to vent your emotions? Are you dissatisfied with the last game? Ye Liangqiu frowned slightly. Ikong waved his hand. No, I'm just a little dissatisfied with your Blue Prison, and I didn't expect the Blue Prison's ambition to be so big. It seems that he heard the meaning of the words. Shirin put it bluntly, did Exin invite you players to join the experiment? Ikong was silent for a few seconds and nodded, yes, after the game, the 4-eyed guy brought us a contract to join the Blue Prison, but we didn't agree at the time. After all, isn't this humiliating us? But you really want to join, don't you? At this time, Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. His scarlet eyes seemed to be emitting a red light. As the captain of the U20, you clearly know that now your team has nothing to do with the Blues. The S**X prison gap. If it weren't for underestimating us high school students, I'm afraid the outcome of the last game is not certain yet. But, now that the winners and losers have come out, you have understood a truth from it. It is impossible to remain unchanged. Changes must be made, otherwise you will be eliminated in the wave of the times. Even if you win the last game, what about the next time? Ikong stared at Ye Liangqiu's face and suddenly laughed. Although you are all a bunch of lunatics on the court, I didn't expect that your IQ is quite high in private. Ye Liangqiu had a black line on his head. You mean, I have no brains? Well, I'm sorry for the slip of the tongue. Ikong waved his hands quickly, but he continued, actually, you are right, but there is one thing wrong. I never underestimated you in the last game. After all, from the moment you walked onto the field and smelled the smell, I already concluded that you are a bunch of little monsters. If you're not careful, you will be dragged down into the abyss. Of course, I don't care that much about winning or losing. After all, it's over. But now I'm considering whether to join the Blue Prison. You should understand that a team cannot be without a captain. When I leave, these little brats next door will be leaderless, right? Captain. Ye Liangqiu was stunned, looked at Shirin and asked, did we have a captain in the last game? The corner of Shirin's mouth twitched. Is there any captain who doesn't know it himself? Where did the captains of their Blue Prison come from? Some of them are just egoists. They all came to the field just to score goals. As for the captain, I am afraid he can only be a 4-eyed boy outside the field. Just when Ikong was about to say something, suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang, but this push was not pushed open by hand, but because someone was eavesdropping outside. As a result, there were too many people, so the door could not be supported, and it was forced open. They all lay on the ground in a daze. Feng Eli scratched his head in embarrassment and was about to turn around and go out. Then I heard Ye Liangqiu's voice, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Come here and sit still for me. If you want to listen, listen openly. Feng Eli stuck out her tongue and sat on the sofa obediently. On the other hand, other people saw this and walked in quietly. They naturally heard the conversation just now, including the U20 players. They looked at Ikong and some words came to her lips but they couldn't say them out. On the other hand, Yinliu spoke without thinking, Captain, at worst we all join the Blue Prison. Anyway, we are not the U20 national team now. Whether you want to stay or go, the contract you signed before has been invalidated. Everyone on the side was speechless. If the contract could be voided so easily, Ikong wouldn't have run away with them long ago. Otherwise, with their current reputation, they might not even be able to show their faces, let alone stay in U20. Ikong looked at everyone and lit a cigarette. Forget it, just do whatever you want. Since Blue Prison has recruited us, naturally there will be no problem with the contract. It's just that we don't know much about the Blue Prison. As he said that, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu shrugged and said, don't look at me. Blue Prison, at best, will create excellent players, but at worst, it means going to jail. There's only one sport in it and that's football. Trash without strength will be eliminated. Of course, Hui Xian also said that as long as you have a certain value, even if you are eliminated, there will be various teams from outside to recruit you. After saying that, Ye Liangqiu paused and looked at Ikong's old appearance. Don't even think about it. He looks like an old man in his 30s with his shabby appearance. If you were on my team, you wouldn't have to look at your football skills. You would have been eliminated based on your appearance. Ikong's eyes twitched, and suddenly he became furious. What did you say? I just look a little mature. My actual age is only in my 20s. What is an old man? This is the charm of a mature man. Ye Liangqiu's face was expressionless. It was certain that this was a middle-aged man who had reached the stage of uncle-in-law, otherwise he wouldn't have broken his guard with just one word. Ikong sighed, forget it, just do whatever you want. It's not impossible to join the Blue Prison. After all, it's the only way to defeat you little bastards. Chapter 172 Death Football begins. Original plot is about to begin. As the party ends. On the way home, Ye Liangqiu looked at Feng Eli who had fallen asleep. He didn't know what he was thinking about. In the second stage of the Blue Prison, he vaguely remembered a little bit of the plot direction, but he had almost forgotten it. It can be said that what remains fresh in his memory is Caesar. If you want to break the last layer of shackles, step into that arena. You still need to keep improving your weapons. He knows that football can never surpass others by simply imitating the weapons brought by others, just like King Ling's copy. Although his copy can only perform 99%, but there are so many King Ling can copy many weapons by himself. That's why I increased my strength. And if he wants to become stronger now, what he needs to do is to upgrade a weapon to the extreme, which is the ultimate performance that Hui Xian once said, and a weapon that only he can use. Thinking of this, a shadow seemed to appear in Ye Liangqiu's mind. That was the time for analog space. He benefited a lot from playing against Bifakaya, not only in terms of arm skills, but also body skills. He learned a lot of weapons from it. Among them was an operation that he couldn't understand. At that time, the moment he shot, Bifakaya's right leg directly pushed down the ball at his feet, and the ball bounced off the bottom, followed by his heavy shot. Ye Liangqiu saw it very clearly at that time. Bifakaya's skills were much stronger than his, but this series of actions were very harmonious. Unlike him, every time he used a weapon, he could only use one weapon, such as when shooting. Subconsciously using the Demon King's eye to see the future and shoot the ball, there is not enough time to think and make other actions. So my current shortcoming is actually that the weapons cannot blend with each other. Or maybe it's a chemical reaction. Dribbling, shooting, and eyes are all indispensable. What if I merged all the weapons together? Ye Liangqiu's pupils shone with a strange light. He thought of a place where he had grown up, where he might be able to further improve himself. The next day, many familiar people came here next to an abandoned stadium. Lei Shi looked at the surrounding environment and complained, "Are you sure the venue here is enough for us to play football?" "That's enough." Ido Shirin glanced at him. After all, in the Blue Prison, sometimes their training ground only had a restricted area, but looking at the surroundings, it shouldn't be too small, just a bit dilapidated. Ye Liangqiu walked at the front, his eyes calm. "Stop complaining, I can bring you here, it will only be good for you. Remember, this is also a place where the weak will prey on the strong." As he spoke, he walked at the front. Although this is an abandoned stadium, there are a lot of people there, but the environment is a bit harsh, or it could be said that there is a frightening smell of destruction everywhere. Ye Liangqiu walked to the window of a renovated bus and knocked on the broken window. A man wearing a black scarf came out of it, and his left eye was wearing an eye patch like a pirate. He seemed to have seen an acquaintance, and he grinned. "Kid, didn't I hear that you went to play national football? Why do you still have time to come to my place now? Aren't you afraid that other people will find out that a famous star actually comes to gamble on football?" Ye Liangqiu's tone was cold. "Stop talking nonsense and organize a competition for me. No matter the intensity, I took it." "Oh." The man with the eye patch showed a smile, which was just a little scary. "Are you sure?" Ye Liangqiu nodded, seeming to see a little bit of the eye patch man's little thoughts. "You can add the bets yourself. My team is already here, so I won't say more about who it is. Just follow the nameless team." The man with the eye patch beamed. "That's it. I'll arrange a game for you right now." As he said that, he looked back and paused. "However, I advise you not to show your face. After all, many people are staring at your big fat." The U20 defeat a few days ago made many people here lost a lot of money. Ye Liangqiu turned around and said, "I understand." There was nothing sloppy about the conversation between the two. On the contrary, Lei Shi was a little confused. "Gambling? So isn't this an illegal venue?" Ye Liangqiu looked at everyone, pulled file over, took out 11 masks from his blue backpack, and explained, "As you guessed, this is an illegal venue, and a group of football fanatics gathered here. They make a living by gambling and devote all their money to football. The football here is different from what you usually play. All the dirty tricks that can be used are likely to be repeated here. Here the race is called deathmatch. Feng Eli was very familiar with this place, and echoed from the side, actually, it's not as exaggerated as I said. The injury rate is just higher when playing here. As he said that, Ye Liangqiu took out a piece of black and red with carved patterns from the mask and put it on his face. He said calmly, there are 11 masks in total. If you want to participate, just wear them. I don't force it either. After all, you may have never experienced this kind of competition. Ito Shireen snorted coldly, stepped forward, and took out a jet black mask. Lei Shi and Qianqi were not to be outdone and took a yellow and red mask. Prince Ling, on the other hand, shrugged. These masks were custom made by him. Before coming here, he thought Ye Liangqiu simply liked masks, but he didn't expect that they were actually prepared for this place. Then he and Nagi Cease Hero each chose a purple and white mask. Wu Traveler, Bing Gui Sheep, and Ma Lang each chose masks of their favorite colors. Finally, Ji Xiai arrived. He looked at the mask in his hand and was a little confused. He didn't expect that he would actually participate in such a thing. You must know that he is a flower who has been in a greenhouse since he was a child. How could he know these things? However, his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu. Could it be that he is so strong just because he became stronger here? At this time, many people have noticed their figures. Mainly because each of them wears a mask on their face. They look very tiger-like and full of aura. Ye Liangqiu looked at the people in front of him who had all put on masks, and grinned. Our game will most likely start at night, because there are the most people at that time. Now I will take you to see what the competition here is like. Let you see what football is. Football through my eyes. Chapter 173 Death Stadium. Ye Liangqiu walked at the front and was very familiar with the environment here. Under his leadership, everyone passed through the noisy spectator seats and sat down on some platforms built from abandoned cars. It's just that the masks everyone wears are too eye-catching. So much so that when they sat down, many eyes looked at them. Ji Shi swallowed his saliva unconsciously and looked at the group of people around him with some fear. Compared with the audience at the regular stadium, the audience here were dressed in strange and weird clothes. They were called bad boys or rampant. Clan is not surprising. Ye Liangqiu sat on the front of a car very skillfully, looked at everyone, and explained, the full name of this place is also called Death Stadium. A death-defying football sport filled with blood and violence. As he said that, he looked at Prince Ling. I believe you should have investigated my background information. That's right. I have had no father or mother since I was a child. I only have one sister. You must all want to know how I got to where I am today. After all, I don't have as good a family environment as you. My sister, who is a little older than me, also couldn't find a job because of her age. She basically went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. It's pretty good if she can eat enough. And this is the only way I can make money. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu. They had discussed Ye Liangqiu at the previous gathering, but they didn't expect that he had lived such a miserable life. Looking at the strange looks from everyone, Ye Liangqiu has long been used to it. After all, he came to this world and can be said to be the worst time traveler. He has no father and mother, and a sister who is not much older than him. It can be said that people live in this world in an ignoble way. If he hadn't seen BLE one day, he still wouldn't know that this world is a blue prison. Nothing will happen next. Everyone was silent and could only continue to listen to what Ye Liangqiu kept saying. Actually, I sometimes envy you people. After all, a good family environment is so beautiful, but this is not the reason for me to be cowardly. So I came to Death Stadium, an institution built by various forces, a stadium that only exists for money. Ye Liangqiu looked down at the stadium where the game was being played. Compared to the green football field that Huixin spent a lot of money to build, the football field here looked much wilder, and there were even some tattered and broken small ones in some places. The players here are also different from this group of players. Almost all the players even wear some protective gear. These protective gears are not there to avoid falling and getting injured. I saw an Afro holding the ball on the court. He looked left and right and sprinted towards the penalty area. But the next second, a strong figure appeared from his side. There was a bang sound. There was a visible impact sound, and the Afro's whole body seemed to be pressed over, and his body fell directly to the side. If it were on a regular competition field, this series of actions would undoubtedly be a foul. But the referee standing below did not blow the whistle. Instead, he calmly watched this scene unmoved. Why is that? Isn't this a foul? Qinqi looked at this scene and asked in disbelief. Ye Liangqiu shook his head. No, the rules of Death Stadium are that you cannot use handball, knees, or elbows to block players. There is also a clear rule here that it is not allowed to endanger the lives of players on the court. Otherwise, a team will be directly awarded a loss. Even the tickets for the competition and the prize money will be confiscated. It was also the first time for Ma Lang to come to such a place, and he was a little surprised. You mean, if I maim someone on the court, it won't be considered a foul? Ha! Ye Liangqiu sneered. Yes, that's why the players here wear protective gear on the field, because these protective gear are not to protect those who fall, but to prevent others from maliciously targeting them. Ever played rugby? This group of people actually plays football as rugby, but because of these regulations, everyone on the field is restricted and can only play with their feet. Ji Xiai was speechless, questioning this way of playing football and strongly resisting. Isn't that just a brawl? What does it have to do with football? At this time, Feng Eli smiled and said, why doesn't it matter? People here only come here for money, and even some of the team members are not regular players, and even just a novice dares to play. Of course, those teams are just insignificant ants here. Really strong teams disdain this way of fighting. Ye Liangqiu also continued to explain, the fighting method in Death Stadium is actually the same as ours in Blue Prison. The only difference is that in Blue Prison you can only talk, but here, you can really use football come and teach whoever you want to teach. As long as no lives are lost, it will be fine. Ji Xiai looked at Ye Liangqiu's extremely indifferent red eyes and swallowed. After all, he didn't understand Ye Liangqiu or some places in the world. He didn't expect that there are so many competitions in football. Wei. At this time, Ido Shirin spoke. His tone was calm, as if he was not shocked at all by what happened here. So the real purpose of taking us to participate in this kind of golf course is to train us. Or maybe you want us to see the world. This isn't your style, is it? Ye Liangqiu grinned. To be precise, I didn't plan to bring you here, but I couldn't help but be curious. I want to meet you guys who were discovered in the blue prison in the world. What kind of self will a genius show if he comes to a place like this? After all, don't everyone think they are strong? And Death Stadium is the place where technology and strength are most tested. Besides, here, maybe you can gain a lot of insights, the place where you can explore yourself and find your truest self. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with burning arrogance, and the adrenal glands in their bodies were soaring. After all, such a place is really exciting. Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, like a smiling fox, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He knew that the next game would be enough for these flowers in the greenhouse to experience a cruel storm. Those who could survive this storm and not fall would achieve even greater achievements in the future. Then we'll see. Geniuses, the time has come to break out of the cocoon. Chapter 174, Little Doubting. As night gradually falls, there are more and more people here in Death Stadium, and various characters are wandering here. Of course, those wearing masks are also more conspicuous. Hey, are you here for the show? Are you here to participate in AS*X exhibition? There were many sarcastic remarks, most of which were mocking Ye Liangqiu and others. After all, they were dressed too ostentatiously, and the clothes they wore did not look like people who came here often. A colorfully dyed yellow-haired woman walked up to Ye Liangqiu with a cigarette in her mouth and a gorgeous woman in her arms. He looked disdainfully and spat on the ground casually. Idiot, do you know that this position belongs to me? Exclusive seats, get out of the way if you know what's going on. Otherwise, you will have to walk around without food today. His arrogant face almost hit Ye Liangqiu's face, and everyone on the side, except for a few Ji Xiai, Bing Xiang and others who had never seen the world, retreated in fear. On the contrary, Feng Eli walked forward skillfully carrying a small bag, and his tone was full of laughter. It seems that your name is not written here, right? Why is it yours? Huang Mao raised his eyebrows. Why, do you want to die? I said this position is mine, and it is mine. Do I still need to let you know? Feng Eli still wanted to say a few words to him. At this time, a hand was put on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that Ye Liangqiu's face was neither happy nor sad, and his red eyes were revealed in the shadow. The mask exudes murderous aura. Huang Mao seemed to feel like he was falling into an ice cave when he met Ye Liangqiu's eyes. He couldn't stop the chills all over his body. He subconsciously took a step back, but his words were unforgiving. What, do you want to fight? Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Liangqiu had already raised his right leg, bursting out with astonishing power almost instantly. There was a bang sound. I saw that Ye Liangqiu kicked Huang Mao firmly in the stomach with his whip leg. Huang Mao's whole face was distorted. If there wasn't someone around him holding him down, he might have had to kneel on the ground on the spot. However, after receiving such a kick, Huang Mao staggered and fell to his knees, retching. It is terrifying enough to know that the explosive power of the legs and feet of a football player who has been exercising all year round. What's more, if someone like Ye Liangqiu, who is famous for his powerful shooting, kicks him, normal people will fall down. Huang Mao was in relatively good health, but he just knelt down and retched. If it were the woman next to him, he would have had to call an ambulance. Trash. Ye Liangqiu looked at him and said coldly, then looked at everyone, our competition should be almost here. Let's go. He also knew that he and others were too conspicuous. Sitting in the spectator seats, it was inevitable that such idiots would come up to them and ask for face. He might as well go directly to the preparation seats, which would allow him to watch the battle at a closer distance. However, everyone couldn't help but shrugged when they saw Huang Mao's miserable state. Everyone knew that Ye Liangqiu dared to fight with other players in front of the whole world, let alone outside. However, the somewhat introverted ice weaver, wearing an aqua blue fox mask, suddenly asked, don't we need to know our opponent in advance? Although this is not a formal competition. But I still think we need to discuss, for a while. After speaking, Bing Xiang's voice became quieter because he saw the strange looks from everyone. As if discussing this word is a contraband. Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you. How about? Ji Xiai was about to speak. Ma Lang interrupted him and said, stop talking nonsense, just use me as the core to kick. What's the use of so much cooperation? As long as you put the ball in front of me, you're guaranteed to win. Go away, you should let me do it. The veins on Lei Shi's cheeks bulged. Let me use my sexy football to defeat these bastards. As they said that, The two of them were not giving in to each other and their foreheads were already at each other's throats, with fierce looks on their faces. Shut up. At this time, Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly, his eyes indifferent. The ball is a dead thing, if you can, just do it on the court. There is no need to make a fuss here. There are no rules here. It's natural to grab the ball. What you should be praying for is, not to be laughed at by these people on the field. After all, we are the focus now. At this time, a mixed mechanical sound sounded. The bloody team vs the nameless team, the game is about to start, please enter the stadium immediately. Otherwise, we will automatically abstain. The nameless team is naturally what Ye Liangqiu said when he signed up, and it is also their team. Hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the noisy passage not far away, as if they had returned to the U20 game a few days ago, when they also walked out of this passage. But now it's different. It was Ye Liangqiu who still walked to the front, Ishirin followed with indifferent eyes, and Feng Eli walked in with his hands on the back of his head and a nonchalant look on his face, facing the noisy noise. The rest of the people seemed to hesitate for a second, then followed them firmly. As they entered the competition field, the entire Death Stadium seemed to be quiet. Countless people looked at their group of masked figures in confusion, but the next second they burst into shocking laughter. Ha ha ha, it's actually this group of people? I saw them before. I thought they were just here to pose for a cosplay, but I didn't expect that they were actually players. Are you sure you're not here for a catwalk? You're wearing a mask, can't you see the road clearly? And the little bee wearing a bee on the side is also here to participate in the competition? Aren't you afraid that others will kick you to death? Although Xiao Doubting didn't know who he was talking about, it seemed that the average height of their team was over 1.74 meters. Even Feng Eli has 178. But the little bee mask. Needless to say who it is, Feng Eli twitched the corner of his mouth. That person was the one he was talking about just now. Little Doubting. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but laugh, and immediately met Feng Li's resentful eyes. A bunch of idiots. Hearing the jeers around him, Ma Lang snorted, who is the prey and who is the hunter? Haha. At this time, one player after another came out of the preparation channel on the opposite side. Even to shine a little brighter, you can see many fireworks lighting up in rows inside. At this moment, Ma Lang suddenly stuttered and spoke. Ye Liangqiu, are there any women coming to this competition? Chapter 175 Location. That's right, the person who made Ma Lang freeze in place was that there was actually a woman in the opposite team? Ye Liangqiu nodded. I forgot to tell you, in the football matches here, as long as people from the same team participate and sign up, they can participate in the competition. There is no discrimination between men and women. Even in some games, everyone can watch the game. It's a team made up of girls. Ma Lang was dumbfounded, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Maybe he was thinking about whether it was really a competition? On the opposite side, the team called Blood has a very intimidating lineup, consisting of 8 men and 3 women. Walking at the front was a young man with a very arrogant appearance. He seemed to be the captain. When he saw the team he was about to compete against, he couldn't help laughing. After all, this was the first time he saw a team wearing masks participating in the game. Hey, you're not really here for a catwalk, are you? This is a competition. Isn't this the place where you come to do cosplay? Listen, his sarcastic words are no longer strange to everyone in the blue prison, or, in the blue prison, compared to the swear words during the previous game, these people's words were even more offensive. Not so irritating as what came out of Ye Liangqiu's mouth, and even a little comforting. Ye Liangqiu took a step forward, the red eyes under the mask revealed an indifferent look. Cos. I hope you won't be defeated by our group of cosplayers. After all, there are always some people on the court who feel they are superior before they even start. For a moment, everyone in the blue prison had already chosen their positions. Even if Hui Xian was not present and there was no tactical allocation, the fact that they walked out of the blue prison naturally represented the face of the blue prison. I know that they defeated the former national team a few days ago. If they lose here now, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Dafa? Ji Xiai silently walked to the rear guard. He looked at the people at the front and unconsciously thought that he could only stay in the rear guard. It's as if I have acquiesced in my position. Ji Xiai looked up at the stars in the sky and murmured in a low voice, subconsciously, I think that I am not as strong as them, so I cannot compete with them for the forward position. This is the cowardly me now. But the fire in his heart grew stronger. He wants to surpass this group of people. He wants to step on these people and rise to the top. Become number 1 in the world? At this time, a voice came from the ice weaver sheep on the side. Are you here too? Ji Xiai's fire was extinguished in an instant. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Rather than fighting with them for positions, I think this place is more suitable for me. Ha 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 ha. Bing Xiang laughed, looking at the figures in the midfield with his big cute eyes. Actually, I think so too. Actually, I discovered very early that there is a position more suitable for me than forward. Central controller, commonly known as midfield commander. Ji Shi understood the meaning in an instant. He looked at Bing Xiang blankly. He didn't expect this guy to say it like that. You know, a few months ago everyone was a player fighting for the forward position. Now this guy has actually thought about leaving this position? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Bing Xiang's mouth. Sometimes it is a good thing to give in time. After all, I have found someone who is stronger than me and more suitable as a forward than me, so my choice is to help him become the number 1 in the world. And before he becomes number 1 in the world, I can just be a shadow. You. Ji Shi was speechless. While they were chatting here, the other side was already having a fuss over the allocation of positions. Lei Shi, Ma Lang, Ye Liangqiu, Ishirin, Feng Eli. I want to be a striker. Lei Shi shouted angrily, I have been sitting on the bench when I was in the blue prison. Now that I am out, I have to play as a striker no matter what. Everyone get out of here. Wu Traveler spoke without mercy, a person who has always been on the bench, what qualifications does he have to be a striker? Can't you just keep guarding the goal and be a defender? Mortal. Ito Shirin was also driven to death by their noise, his eyes exuding murderous intent. Shut up, you losers, get out of here. The blue prison is a bunch of trash. Are you going to be embarrassed now that you're out? What did you say? Ma Lang had veins on his face and took a step forward, rubbing his fists constantly. At this time, Ye Liangqiu slowly said, didn't I say it? There are no decent rules here, it's just about assigning a position. Even if you are a goalkeeper, you can still play football. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a second. The one who understood the fastest was Otoi Kejida. You mean, even if I become the goalkeeper, as long as the game starts, I can rush towards the front court? I don't have to worry about the goalkeeper. Ye Liangqiu was silent for a few seconds, then touched his chin and responded, I remember it was possible a few years ago. As he said that, he looked at the referee who was slowly walking onto the stage not far away and asked this question loudly. The referee had a question mark on his face, twitched his mouth, and said with a dark face, all players are allowed to run on the court, but the goalkeeper cannot leave the penalty area. Ye Liangqiu smiled awkwardly. He remembered that the rules here were okay before. I didn't expect it to change now. So now a huge question arises, who will be the goalkeeper? I, Yamura, am still playing with monkeys in the mountains. They are all forwards here, and finding a goalkeeper is even harder than climbing to the sky. At this time, Feng Eli raised his hand, how about I guard the door? Are you guarding? Ye Liangqiu looked at Feng Eli in surprise. You must know that many people were mocking Feng Eli just now, but now he is actually willing to be the goalkeeper. He definitely has some bad ideas hidden in his heart. Feng Eli chuckled, I'll guard it. After all, goalkeepers are so interesting. Just stay in the restricted area. However, at this time, Wu Traveler sighed and waved helplessly, forget it, I'll give you mortals a chance. I will be the goalkeeper, but if you let the ball fly into my face, consciously give up your position. As he said that, he glanced at Feng Eli and said, if you, a little kid, are the goalkeeper, I'm afraid these bastards outside the field will think that our team doesn't even have a decent appearance. Just go ahead and kick your winger. Although the entire team consists of 11 people, it is not the case, the goalkeeper position is the most important. After all, within the goal range, without a goalkeeper, some players can shoot unscrupulously. Chapter 176, You are the happiest. Once one person stepped forward, almost instantly, the others were too embarrassed to compete for positions. In the end, the team from the Blue Prison faced the Scarlet team with a lineup of 442. The only defenders were Bing Xiang and Jieshi. On the other hand, the Bloody team almost died laughing when they saw that everyone in the Blue Prison only assigned positions at the beginning of the game. After all, is it so weird? Come here to compete without even assigning positions? But he soon regretted it. As the referee's whistle sounded, Ye Liangqiu twisted his neck, glanced at the football on the ground, and sighed, it's been a long time since I've been here to play football. In the past, you couldn't play football against each other on the court. People are kicking, and now, it's just a good time to vent the anger that is piled up in the Blue Prison. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu had already rushed out with the ball. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a blood-red mist, like a roaring blood tiger rushing towards the opposite team. The speed is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. And everyone outside the venue who was joking just now was also confused. This speed is a bit fast. Although there was a bit of dispute when the positions were allocated, now that the game has begun and the positions have been assigned, everyone on the Blue Prison side has entered the state. Quickly moved towards the opposite side. Looking at the dazed young man in front of him, Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth and came to him almost provocatively, and looked at the young man with his red eyes. The young man came back to his senses immediately, his eyes shaking violently. The person in front of him gave him a huge sense of oppression. This feeling was something he had experienced many times before. After all, he was a regular at Death Stadium and he had seen many powerful players. But now, he was trembling all over, as if he was frustrated when facing an invincible opponent. My body is actually shaking. The young man never imagined that this man wearing a mask would actually show such great strength. The indifference emanating from Ye Liangqiu's eyes seemed to be real, and he even regarded the young man in front of him as if he were air, and slowly said, I'm sorry, the person standing in front of you is the starting striker of the new era. He is also the person who will make this era surrender. Enjoy failure with peace of mind. It's not painful, because this is what the weak should suffer. There was no emotion in his calm tone. Almost in an instant, Ye Liangqiu hit the ball with his right foot and made a rainbow pass. The young man didn't even react. When he looked back, it was already too late. Ye Liangqiu turned into a phantom and passed through him. This scene is like teasing a child. The young man opened his mouth. The arrogant and sarcastic posture just now showed his loneliness at this moment. He was completely confused. This series of actions had perfectly explained that the masked man in front of him was far more terrifying than he imagined. Thinking about it, his eyes suddenly looked in other directions. All the people wearing masks in his field of vision seemed to have circles of red mist wrapped around their backs. In the mist, there were all kinds of unspeakable things. Monsters circled inside. The young man finally understood the situation and said bitterly, "Monsters, these people are all monsters. Are you confused? Ha ha ha." Although Death Stadium is said to be terrible by Kyubeo, the players standing in front of them at this moment are all top players who have experienced countless massacres from Blue Lock. No matter what, it is impossible to lose to these amateur players. What if the rules change? Death Stadium is just like Kyubeo said, everyone is equal, you can use weapons born from the rules, of course, everyone in the blue prison can also use them. When everyone in the spectator seats saw Ye Liangqiu's superb skills and the explosive speed just now, they couldn't help but burst into astonishing cheers. Unexpectedly, these masked people actually have considerable strength. On the contrary, at this moment, after Ye Liangqiu passed someone immediately stepped forward to defend him. One of them was a girl with short hair, one on the left and one on the right. She looked at Ye Liangqiu with very disdainful eyes, as if she was saying that it was just too much. If you lose someone, now let's see how you get past her? Xiao Na, guard him. The man who also stepped forward even wanted to hit Ye Liangqiu directly with his body, causing him to lose his balance and have a chance to grab the ball. But facing this kind of robbery, Ye Liangqiu just chuckled. Or, it's too crude. The woman known as Ziona snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stretched out her right leg to steal the ball directly. However, when she thought she was going to succeed, Ye Liangqiu burst out laughing, ugly. It's so ugly. You're a player who doesn't even have basic movements. You said you came to this court just for entertainment and to show off your beauty. Captivate these fans. Listen to my honest words, go home and practice your skills first. Ziona was stunned when she looked in the direction where she stretched out her right leg. The ball that was so close just now had actually flown in front of her, and was only a few centimeters away before hitting her pretty face. The moment the ball was about to hit her face, she closed her eyes subconsciously. Suddenly, a roar sounded in her ears. The moment she realized that the ball had not hit her, she opened her eyes again and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. She saw Ye Liangqiu standing in the air, with his left leg in a posture that had already been shot. It's extremely dazzling under the light. The ball that was so close before had actually rushed towards his own goal. Boom sound. The football traced a perfect trajectory, passed through all the people returning to defense, and successfully shot directly. The goalkeepers on Bloody's side had their eyes widened. I just felt that the goal just now was extremely outrageous. This is close to 35 meters? Just shoot if you say you want to? Do you really not treat players as human beings? However, Ye Liangqiu has landed on the ground at this moment and is walking towards his home. He seems to have no feeling at all about the goal he scored, or perhaps no sense of joy. After all, if bullying these amateur players can generate excitement, then he still has the chance. No professionalism? When Ziona came back to her senses, she looked at Ye Liangqiu's back, still immersed in the scene. After all, in her memory, she had never seen such a terrifying enemy. Xiu, if you play like this, you will scare them. Feng Eli came to Ye Liangqiu with a smile. Although he said this, his joyful tone could be clearly heard. After all, he had been beaten a lot just now. People taunted, and the entry of this ball not only kicked the taunt back, it also proves that their team is not as fragile as these BD viewers thought. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Eli. I think you are the happiest. Chapter 177, No Threat. An Invincible Existence. Just when Ziona was still immersed in the scene just now, the young man who was the leader walked up to her and slowly said, from the skills that guy just displayed, we can't victory. Captain, didn't you mean? Ziona wanted to say something else, but the young man smiled bitterly. He was not an idiot. When he saw such a powerful opponent, he certainly had a bit of resistance. Unfortunately, under the huge pressure, he even lost the courage to fight, because he saw a group of monsters running wildly on this field, as if they were prey. Forget it, let's hold on for a while, maybe. The young man seemed to be hesitating whether to surrender directly, but thinking that it was already here, he couldn't leave in despair, and he even had a trace of luck in his heart. Maybe the person's attitude was just a little stronger. Everyone else is weak. Thinking about it, he regained his confidence. As the whistle sounded, the bloody side kicked off. The young man took a deep breath, looked at the unknown team on the opposite side, with fierce eyes, and rushed out with the ball in an instant. Just his movements seemed to be noticed by countless eyes. The moment he stepped into the midfield, several figures had already arrived in front of him. Ishirin's eyes were cold and his tone was without warmth. I thought the team here would be something special, but it turns out it's just like this. They are all a group of amateur players. The young man looked into his eyes, his whole body was cold, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The same feeling was very similar to the oppression of the red-eyed masked man just now, but it was different. The person in front of him gave him the feeling of a black python wrapped tightly around his body, crushing it bit by bit. Damn, are they all monsters? A drop of cold sweat broke out on his cheek, and his legs kept dribbling, trying to dazzle Idoshirin's eyes with what he thought was a good dribbling technique. However, in Idoshirin's eyes, this kind of action is like a child constantly playing with a big knife in front of him. Almost in an instant, without giving the young man a chance to react, Idoshirin stretched out his legs to snatch it. The speed was so fast that only a trace of the afterimage could be seen. When the young man reacted, Ito Shirin had already ran behind him. He lowered his head and saw that the ball that was at his feet just now had disappeared and went to Ito Shirin's feet. Just when Ito Shirin rushed towards the restricted area without any hindrance, a figure appeared next to him. The horse wolf was wrapped with black and red lightning, and his face was extremely arrogant. The prey is not just the opponent. I want this ball. Almost instantly, Ma Lang quickly moved forward and directly intercepted Ito Shirin. But who is Ishirin? He has experienced countless ball grabbing in the blue prison. Of course, he also foresees the threat from his opponent in this game, which may not be as strong as the threat from his teammates. So I always guarded against Ye Liangqiu and others grabbing the ball. Or maybe this is the unique quality of blue prisons. At this moment, Ito Shirin was extremely calm. He stopped when Ma Lang pressed him, and kept looking at the people around him, as well as the shooting route not far away. Idiot, don't you know we are teammates? Teammates. Ma Lang sneered, I've long been unhappy with you. They don't pass the ball, and they don't want to cooperate. To put it nicely, they are all fighting on their own. Where can my teammates talk to me? Do you want me to watch you having fun on the court? And I'm drowning in the crowd. No, I don't agree. The next second, Ma Lang rushed forward, barely giving Ito Shirin a chance. After all, the rules are here, and it is not a regular game. Ma Lang cleverly used the rules here to grab the ball. Ishirin said something broken, he has not adapted to the rules here yet. Forgot, direct collision interception is allowed. However, Ito Shirin snorted coldly, you want the ball? Even if I don't get it, I can't give it to a dictator like you. Disgusting idiot. Almost at the moment when Ma Lang was about to hit Ito Shirin looked at the person running on the sideline and sent the ball directly with a high pass. Seeing this, Ma Lang turned his head and could only watch the ball fly away. Damn it. Are you a fool? Even the bloody team did not expect that although this masked team has such strong personal strength, it seems that they are not harmonious internally. They are all fighting for themselves, and they are even fighting for the ball with their teammates. Ziona was stunned for a moment, unable to imagine how such a team came together. Actually stole the ball from his own teammate? But something that surprised him even more was about to happen. It was Kinki who was running on the sidelines. He looked at the football flying towards him, raised the corners of his mouth, and kept rushing towards the ball's landing point. However, an unexpected scene happened when he was about to touch the ball. Only then did I realize that the ball bounced back when it hit the concrete floor. Kinki's eyes widened, and he understood everything immediately. When they played in the blue prison before, the reason why they played on grass was to reduce the impact of the ball when it hit the ground, so that the ball could be caught better and more steadily. Ball, dribble, kick. But the cement floor here is hard, and the impact of the football falling will change the trajectory of the football. I knew you wouldn't know this. Suddenly a figure jumped up high, with a hint of smile in Feng Li's tone. The whole person hovered in the air, while his legs held the ball in a Z-shaped posture. On the calf. This is not a green course, and observing the terrain is also very important. Kinki gritted his teeth. If it wasn't his first time coming to this kind of stadium and he was still a little uncomfortable with it, how could he have given this ball away? But reality doesn't give that many chances. After receiving the ball, File rushed directly to the penalty area. The Scarlet side realized that their tactics were very monotonous, or they had never received formal coaching training, and they were just imitating the left and right double teams in the game. Seeing such a loophole-filled defense, Feng Li just smiled contemptuously. Figures were moving around them like ghosts. The moment Feng Li was about to shoot, a figure suddenly jumped out. It was a tall and strong man in black. His whole body completely blocked Feng Li's vision. Little one, are you planning to shoot? Then you have to ask me if I agree. Feng Li raised his head with disdain and raised the corners of his mouth. At this moment, it seemed as if a monster was gathering behind him. He looked at the person in front of him with his teeth and claws bared. Big guy, you don't look threatening at all. Chapter 178, Plan to Build a Paradise. Feng Li's extremely arrogant voice ignited the anger of the big man in front of him, and he rushed directly towards Feng Li with almost the same attitude. However, he saw all this. Feng Li moved the ball behind him with his right leg, and moved the ball behind him. He made a sharp turn and then lightly kicked the ball with his left foot. The ball actually passed directly through the crotch of the big man in front of him. It can be said that in the eyes of the audience, Feng Li's movements were frivolous and arrogant, as if he could easily pierce through with just 2 movements, and the defense of the big man in front of him was just as he imagined. You are too weak. Size is not the criterion for judging strength. Feng Li showed a weird smile. After passing through his crotch and passing over the bulky man, his vision was wide open. His right leg was already bent, as if wrapped in a surging black arrogance. There was a bang sound. A heavy volley directly brought the game back to silence. What followed was unparalleled cheers. Feng Li opened his arms and made a celebratory gesture, with a contemptuous smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Game over. 2 consecutive goals have completely made Bloody realize the reality. The audience has also fully understood that the level of this masked team has completely crushed the Bloody team. It is also the first time for them to see such superb skills, whether it is Ye Liangqiu's volley or now Feng Li's play everyone's dribbling skills. A conclusion has been completely reached. The strength level of this masked team is ridiculously high, and this game was just as they thought. Almost before the game was over, the Scarlet team chose to surrender when the score reached 6:0. You must know that this is only the first half, if you play the second half. I'm afraid the score is even more outrageous. When the game was over, Ye Liangqiu walked to the previous bus and knocked on the window. He saw the one-eyed dragon inside immediately walked out. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with a smile on his face. He was obviously here. Earn a lot of money in every game. He even took out a wad of money from his pocket. It's just that Ye Liangqiu didn't accept it. It wasn't that he didn't look down on the money. Ye Liangqiu looked at him with cold eyes and asked in a calm tone, "Old puppet, have you made enough?" The old puppet was a one-eyed dragon. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I made a lot of money." Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly, "Since you have made a lot of money, arrange a stronger team for me. Don't think that I don't know the tricks behind your back." The old man sighed, "Do you think it's that easy to find a strong team? Death Stadium is originally a place for a bunch of BD fans. Stronger teams have no interest in this bonus. Besides, didn't a blue prison appear recently? A lot of players are very interested there. So there are fewer and fewer people here, and the quality of the team has naturally dropped a lot." As he said that, the old man looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, "Zez, if my guess is correct, your team should be the team that competed with the U20 national team on TV before, right? Even if I find a strong team, can I beat the national team? Isn't this a joke?" Ye Liangqiu touched his chin, and realized that this was indeed the case. The overall level of their team was too high. Even if they tried to steal the ball from their teammates on the court, their personal skills alone were enough to crush some ordinary players. Team, college team. If you really want to improve yourself, finding a strong team is indeed too difficult. At this time, the old man slowly said, "I have a suggestion. You come here to compete every day. As long as you continue to win, I believe your fame will spread soon. You also know that winning streaks don't last long at Death Stadium. After all, it affects the opening. Someone will definitely come to snipe you by then." As he said this, the old man chuckled. Prey often appear in unusual ways, but who knows whether it is the prey or the hunter? You think so? Ye Liangqiu understood what he meant, that is, they should continue to win continuously. As long as they continue to win, their reputation will continue to expand. To a certain extent, many powerful teams will naturally come to challenge. It's also a good method. After understanding what he meant, Ye Liangqiu turned and left. The old puppet shouted, "Do you want me to make arrangements for tomorrow's game?" Ye Liangqiu paused for a second, looked back and said, "I only have 10 days. Within these 10 days, all competition arrangements will be left to you. I don't care how much money you can make. But the quality of the team must be high. We accept everyone who comes." The old man made an okay gesture with a smile on his face. He had already imagined the scene where he would be full of money in the next 10 days. After all, a team that defeated a professional team was now in a place like this. Competition, only he knows about it. This shouldn't make a lot of money. Prince Ling sat on a shabby sofa with his legs crossed. In other words, if we want to attract strong teams, we need to keep competing and winning. Then why not just hold a competition? I can provide some support in terms of funding. Everyone knew that Prince Ling's family was rich, but they didn't expect that this guy's brain circuit did move very fast sometimes, but everything would be linked to money. No need. Ye Liangqiu shook his head, there is absolutely no need to pay. Besides, if you hold a competition, then the TV station people will know the identities of our group of people, and our vacation will be completely ruined. After all, the whole world now knows that the Blue Prison defeated the U20 national team. If you show up to the game in a swaggering manner, I'm afraid it won't be a game by then, but will become a mini World Cup. Kinki also nodded. After a hard vacation, although he played for a few days, he came out to participate in this kind of competition this time to find better training methods and become stronger. It would be too troublesome to hold a competition. Moreover, Hui Xian also deliberately told this group of people not to run around during the 2-week vacation if they couldn't find anyone. Disqualification from the U20 national team. Ito Shirin leaned against the wall and slowly opened his eyes. "So what do you mean? Are you going to turn this place into our paradise in these 10 days? Ye Liangqiu nodded. "Yes, in 10 days, Death Stadium will completely become our paradise. All those who come to challenge our team can only get one result. That's losing team leaves." Chapter 179 Night is coming. Just as planned. In the following days, and even a week, the nameless team led by Ye Liangqiu in Death Stadium won 16 consecutive games, and was even given the resounding title King's team by others. Just because they haven't lost a single game since they appeared at Death Stadium. In almost every game, they crushed all the teams that challenged them to the point of losing their confidence. The probability of even keeping an opponent clean was over 95%. Some colleges and universities or well-known teams have also received some gossip. They began to investigate one after another. However, so far, as the physical characteristics of some players have been exposed, their true identities have begun to be revealed. As I said, your hair color is too conspicuous. It's only a matter of time before you are discovered. Leishi bit a chicken leg to replenish his energy and complained about Kinki's hair color. Kinki sneered. "Conspicuous? If you say conspicuous, wouldn't theirs be more conspicuous?" As he said that, he pointed at the Ice Weaver sheep, Nagi Sishiro, Prince Rei. Leishi's mouth twitched. Ji Shiai touched his chin. "It's only a matter of time before we are discovered. Now that our reputation has spread, many people must be investigating us, or, our identity has long been exposed. After all, for 8 consecutive days of games, although there were lights at night and masks, their physical features were too conspicuous. In the game against the U20s, some of them had not played. Unfortunately, almost all of them had not played here. It's the players who have played. As long as you take the video of the U20 game and compare the information, you can know that they are the people in the blue prison. Then what should we do? Feng Eli ate a lollipop and shook his head. Being discovered is not a bad thing for our group of players. I think it's a good thing. At least it can prove our strength, right? Bing Xiang on the side whispered, strength shouldn't be proven like this. After all, we are also the players who defeated the U20 national team and replaced the U20 players. Are we bullying the weak by coming here now? If some media find out, I'm afraid they will label us as top players actually play black football just to make money. Suddenly, a black line appeared on everyone's head. At this time, Ye Liangqiu walked in from the outside. His expression was quite solemn, and he looked around at everyone. There is good news, and there is bad news. Which one do you want to listen to? Ma Lang said in a broken voice, bad news first. Ye Liangqiu sighed, Hui Xin already knew about us playing at Death Stadium. He sent me a message asking us to cancel the next game because our identities have been exposed. Many star players, even the top teams want to test our quality in this way. What Huixin means is that we are now out of the blue prison, but with the blue prison flag on his face. Try not to cause trouble out there. As for the good news, Death Stadium formed an Avengers tonight, or in other words, the eliminated ones in the blue prison, after discovering us, formed a team to face us head-on. A team. Hearing this, everyone became interested. Back then, the eliminated people in the blue prison actually recognized them and chose the path of revenge? Ye Liangqiu nodded and showed a smile. From the news I got, because their Avengers team is quite large in number, they even conducted a selection somewhere, and the top 11 were selected as the team to challenge us. Lei Shi burst out laughing. In other words, Cheng Zhao, Zhu Yuan, they all participated. Ha ha ha, I've wanted to compete with them for a long time. Others also became excited. Compared with competing against those weak teams, they knew that there were still many powerful players in the blue prison, but these players had become the ghosts at their feet. Now the dead souls are back in the game. How powerful can a team of Avengers be? Ye Liangqiu also showed a smile. The players he had wiped out and defeated with his own hands now regained their confidence and stood in front of him. Although it was not clear how much courage he had mustered, it was worthy of praise. After all, not everyone has the courage to constantly try to challenge how strong their confidence is. He knew a long time ago that even a genius needs to be polished over and over again before he can shine. But enjoying breaking the confidence of these geniuses and letting them challenge themselves again is the greatest pleasure. As night falls, Death Stadium has already been filled with people sitting in circles. Ever since someone mentioned that Ye Liangqiu and his team are composed of players who previously defeated the U20 team, the number of people here is even greater than that of some college games. The competition, countless people were already heading here before it even started, but everyone was tacitly aware of it and did not pierce the last layer of paper. Although it is unclear why this group of players came to Death Stadium to play, but they must have their own reasons for hiding their identities. So, many people just watched quietly. Many college coaches even bring their players here to watch games. Obviously, Death Stadium is no longer called a place of death football, but has become a place where football players accept it. At the preparation table, Feng Eli squinted in one direction and saw a shining flag hanging high there. I am raising the banner for Caillou. Feng Eli poked at Ye Liangqiu, who was recharging his energy. There seem to be more and more people. But why are there people holding Qiu, your flag? They seem to have recognized you. Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. In fact, he had discovered it a long time ago. Since the video of the game was leaked a few days ago, many of his fans have been chasing him here. He even suspected that he was too conspicuous. Was immediately recognized. It's not that I recognized him, I just recognized him a long time ago. Ito Shirin on the side said in a cold tone, after all, this red-eyed BD looks like a lunatic as soon as he comes on stage. Do you think others can't recognize him? Is it possible to find another him in this world? Haha, unless you are a fool. Ye Liangqiu stood up after a while. What did you say? Are you so arrogant? Chapter 180, One general accomplishes the task of destroying thousands of bones. They have long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Everyone tried to persuade them to make peace, but they all sat in their seats and watched the show. Fortunately, at this time, the game announcement sounded. Feng Eli stood next to Ye Liangqiu and asked, by the way, after this game, we will all go back to the blue prison, right? Ye Liangqiu said yeah, and there was a stream of red light in his eyes. Although the rest time of these 10 days passed very quickly, he has gradually become familiar with the weapon that fuses with himself in this kind of competition. Method. After all, it wasn't some sudden inspiration. It's a weapon that comes from trying step by step and testing bit by bit. Facing the spotlight, people wearing masks walked out of the passage. As challengers, the Avengers team was already waiting for them on the court. There are many familiar faces among them. Brothers Gadorama, Kuan, Narahaya, Yudei Mamura, and some other players are almost all faces that everyone has seen. Although Ye Liangqiu was wearing a mask, unfortunately, the aura on their bodies could not be concealed for a long time. Standing at the front of the Avengers team was Zhu Yuan. He looked at the people coming out with a smile and said slowly, your acting skills are really as bad as ever. You think you can deceive others by wearing a mask? Ye Liangqiu's team was dead silent. To be precise, they had always thought that a mask was enough, but in fact it was not the case. It seemed to be of no use. Ye Liangqiu raised his hand and slowly took off his mask, revealing his original appearance. Compared to the taunting words, I haven't deteriorated. I don't know if the level of you eliminated has improved. After all, I heard that when you left the blue prison, you all cried like mothers. Did I hear wrongly? At this moment, the mask is no longer needed, or in other words, the mask is just for yourself, so why not just let go? A trace of black line appeared on Zhu forehead, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It looked so familiar. However, when he looked at the group of people opposite who entered the blue prison at the same time as him, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, even though he had only been away for a few months, he never expected that this group of people could actually defeat the U20 national team. Thinking of this, he still felt a little regretful that he was eliminated from the blue prison. Otherwise, maybe stand on that stage like them. Of course, when thinking about these things, a smile appeared on the corner of Zhu mouth. Although I was eliminated, I am actually very glad that I did not stand on that stage with you monsters. After all, that would only show my weakness to the world. In front of you, the crocodile brothers on the side had questions on their faces. Hey, the game hasn't even started yet, and you're already declaring failure. Zhu scratched his head in embarrassment, but quickly recovered. What he said was true. In fact, in this competition, they just wanted to see how big the gap between the eliminated ones and those who advanced in such a short period of time was. With that, the chatting time is over. As a whistle sounded, the revenge team kicked off first. Zhu stepped on the ball and looked to Chinzeo aside. Before the game started, they had already noticed through the recent route that Ye Liangqiu and his team still followed the blue prison style of self-interest, and the friendship between teammates stealing the ball has made them very strong in personal skills. But the shortcomings are obvious, that is arrogance and confidence. In the final analysis, football is still a team game. They compete for the ball with each other. In the final analysis, it is because the opponents are too weak that they keep scoring. So what they need to do is to open up the score as much as possible before the Kings realize the seriousness of the problem. This is their tactic. A tactic that was implemented long before the game started. Chinzeo nodded and immediately understood what Zhu meant, and the two of them rushed towards the front court. Zhu is as cunning as a fox. After all, he was the one who formulated the tactics of Team Z in Blue Prison. At this moment, he seems to have returned to that time. Although I failed, I still want to succeed once. If I defeat you here, then, maybe the world will shine because of me. Yes, there are a lot of people paying attention here now. Ye Liangqiu's victory over U20 shows that they are very strong, but if they defeat Ye Liangqiu's team, will it prove that they are stronger than U20? This is like the U20 national team versus Blue Prison. Ye Liangqiu's team cannot lose and is not allowed to lose. In fact, this is why Hui Xian reminded Ye Liangqiu not to participate in any competition, because there are many people who are targeting them now, and they may use some conspiracy to make them lose. Once they lose, all the previous matches with U20 will be in vain. Ye Liangqiu, who was in the front court, showed a smile. He didn't know what Hui Xian meant. From the beginning at Death Stadium, he knew that once his identity was exposed, the game would become a battlefield where all the enemies were fighting for glory, fame, and money come. But only in this way can this group of militants rush towards themselves regardless of the cost. Just like a brave man going back to defeat the devil and become famous. Now they are the demon kings who hang over everyone's heads. Countless brave men come one after another to kill them and obtain the wealth and reputation they have accumulated. Ye Liangqiu took a step forward, and all the cells in his body seemed to be restless. One general will succeed and 10,000 bones will wither. I know the consequences of my failure will be serious, so I don't allow myself to fail. Even if I die, I have to die on the court. Then, the brave man who challenged me, do you really have the belief that you would rather die than die? In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's figure had moved. His speed was outrageous, and he was in front of Zhu Yuan in an instant, and his long-lost frightened eyes met his calm ones. The way I treat my enemies is never gentle. Zhu Yuan subconsciously wanted to pass the ball, but his movements slowed down countless times in Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eyes. Just as Zhu Yuan had guessed, if the gap between them was once just a chasm, now this chasm has become an unreachable place. The cliff at the end. At the moment when Zhu Yuan's left leg wanted to pass the ball, Ye Liangqiu's calf accurately intercepted the ball that flew a short distance in the air. The most important thing is that the ball did not bounce out. Instead, it just stopped where it was. Quan's eyes widened. He was very familiar with this technique, Nagi Sei Shiro's stopping ball. Chapter 181, Creation and Evolution. Ye Liangqiu was like a ruthless robot. The next second he performed such a difficult move, he quickly reversed the movement. It wasn't until the moment Zhu Yuan reacted that he subconsciously wanted to step forward and take possession of the ball. Snatch it back. It seems that you didn't pay attention to what you learned in the Blue Prison, where we are struggling to survive, where we are constantly evolving. Those who stand still will only die. Ye Liangqiu's voice echoed in Zhu Yuan's ears. At this moment, everything is too late. The moment Ye Liangqiu got the ball, it meant that the point was firmly in his hands. The crocodile brothers quickly stepped forward. The two wanted to use their original cooperation to block Ye Liangqiu's speed, but at the moment of the confrontation, a huge pressure made the two of them almost unable to lift their heads. Just for a moment, the two of them raised their heads at the same time. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu had already broken through with the ball, his eyes glowed with a strange light, as if he could sense the restlessness of his body, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. I am no longer satisfied with goals that exceed the limit. I want to be a physical always able to maintain the highest level of shooting under the limit. Let you see it. With my understanding, I created a new way to score goals. After passing the two brothers, the pitch was a little smaller than normal. Ye Liangqiu's speed was ridiculously fast. Almost at the moment he entered the penalty area, he lightly touched the corner of the ball with his right foot. Under the force of the recoil, the ball began to fly upward. Everyone thought Ye Liangqiu had made a huge mistake. After all, when dribbling, the ball breaks away from one's feet, which happens to many players on the court. However, there was no surprise on Ye Liangqiu's face, and he was even calm. His eyes seemed to be wrapped in a red color, and the flight path of the ball slowed down in his eyes. His left leg was raised like an afterimage, and his voice was soft at this moment. Rang out, I'll take this ultimate shot. It's called Tianqiu. You will be the first to witness the coming of my time. Be excited. There was a bang sound. When everyone's attention was on the ball, the next moment, Ye Liangqiu's left leg was like a long knife slashing directly on the football, and a violent roar sounded. The football was wrapped in a surging momentum and passed directly through several players. By the time they reacted, the shot had been successful. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms, raised the corners of his mouth, and made a perfect curtain call. In an instant, the entire Death Stadium burst into amazing cheers. Heroine gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. So this is your purpose? No wonder you asked me some weird questions. A few days ago, Ye Liangqiu suddenly came to Shirin and asked how to train spatial perception ability. Shirin didn't understand the meaning at the time, but he knew that Ye Liangqiu was definitely up to no good in finding him, and he didn't plan to tell this idiot. But he couldn't bear it, and the red-eyed BD kept following him. In the end, he compromised and gave some training methods. In fact, it means telling Ye Liangqiu that he needs to constantly observe various information when he is on the court. After the first time, there will naturally be countless others. Although Ye Liangqiu knows that Jixi and Bingxiang all have spatial perception ability, in the final analysis, Shirin has the most understanding of spatial perception ability. This guy uses his eyes very thoroughly, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with his brother in the U20 game. As for Ye Liangqiu, he did not come here just for the ability to perceive space, but to experience the ability of space perception. Can he learn it? In the end, he still failed. Ye Liangqiu couldn't understand at all whether there was a high-speed robot in these brains and how they could have spatial perception capabilities. However, he still found a glimmer of inspiration from it. In every shot he takes, he relies on using the devil's eye to predict the direction of the ball. This time he changed this idea and instead used the devil's eye to predict everyone's movements and find the most accurate shooting route. Therefore, during the game, he did not rush around like before, but instead consciously looked left and right. This is to record all the information about teammates and players in the mind, and use the eye of the Demon King to predict their movements. In short, it is a low-end version of Beyond Horizon. But this is enough. After all, Ye Liangqiu's physical fitness, shooting, and technical reasons, only by eradicating some unknown factors can he be able to let go. When the shot was taken, Ye Liangqiu's body movements were all driven by instinct, which was the reflex arc. As for his eyes, he was always staring at the goal, just for the accuracy of the shot. In the end, the weapon Tianqiu was born. The most critical point is that when performing Tianqiu, Ye Liangqiu's vision cannot stay on the ball. This is why he has to predict everyone's movements in advance. Only in this way can he have the ball in his hands 100%. At this moment, Shirin was about to explode. Unexpectedly, this guy actually created such a weapon. Only he can understand the gold content of that scene just now. However, Death Stadium did not have a live video, so many players did not witness the scene just now. For example, Jixi and Bingxiang, who were at the back, would have been shocked if they had seen it. But at the moment the game continues. However, the moment Quan and Qinjiao saw their tactics being crushed so easily, they actually knew the outcome of this game clearly. Zhuyuan felt helpless and shrugged. Sure enough, it's still the same. It has changed, but the sense of destruction still makes me tremble. Cheng Zhao on the side twitched the corner of his mouth, then surrender. But isn't it too early to surrender now? Silence for a long time. Time returned to the blue prison and now he was lying in the hot spring. Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes. Since discovering this new theory, he knew that the next path he took should not be to challenge this group of trash. Instead, look for the fastest route to #1 in the world. Whether it was Caesar's weapons or other people's weapons, he no longer cared about those miscellaneous things at this moment. He only enjoys one truth. Destroy, create, evolve. Only those who constantly cater to themselves and the world can reach the end. I have broken out of my cocoon and been reborn. Then you ants, are you still going to stay where you are? Chapter 182 Status. After the game between England and Germany, there is naturally a 10-day rest period. But most of the rest time is used by the players as training time. Of course, there is another place that is filled with an unspeakable dangerous atmosphere. In front of the big screen, Caesar was sitting on a chair wearing a plush coat, his eyes fixed on the video in front of him, and it was the final appearance of Ye Liangqiu's last actual weapon Tianqiu. When he clearly saw this in the first scene, he already knew that his position in Munich was being squeezed out. Therefore, in the next game, Ye Liangqiu must be destroyed with his own hands. Otherwise, he would be crushed bit by Ye Liangqiu. At this time, Ness came over and handed over a pair of glasses, and said with some concern, "It's a good thing to study the game, but don't overuse your eyes. After all, you've been watching the video all night. You have to continue training. If this continues, your body will also." Without waiting for Ness to continue, Caesar interrupted, "Thanks, I like that about you, Neth." As he spoke, his tone deepened, "But you don't need to worry about how I take care of my body. Besides, I'm studying how to crush someone. If there's nothing wrong, just step back." Ness opened his mouth, but he was still a little happy in his heart. After all, a few days ago, he could even hear the sound of things being smashed outside the door. He would be kicked out if he wanted to come in, but now it seems that Caesar's mood has obviously improved. This put him at ease. On the other hand, Caesar stared at the screen, his expression a little absent-minded. The weapons created by Ye Liangqiu were beyond his ability to swallow. In other words, he could swallow them, but it was almost impossible to use them in competitions because the probability of failure was too high. He even suspected for a time that Ye Liangqiu's last ball wouldn't be a lucky ball, right? Is it a gold that cannot be replicated? But, what if his ball could be replicated? Thinking of this, Caesar couldn't help but feel a little angry. This damn BD. After all, almost all the people he wanted to defeat before were defeated by him, but now he sees this BD Ye Liangqiu, but he has no way to start. Basically he has already used all the means at his disposal. Resist the urge to smash things. Caesar took a sip of coffee and destroyed other people's lives, which was the source of his happiness. This time he came to the Blue Prison not only to get to know these babies in the prison, but also to get a better offer and leave. Boston Munich. After all, this has become Noah's home court. If you want to be number one in the world, there is only one person you must defeat, and that is Noah. But now, even Ye Liangqiu has caught up from behind. What can I do if I leave Munich? The veins on Caesar's cheeks bulged, but they quickly calmed down. He looked at the screen. So Ye Liangqiu, your target was never me from the beginning. But Noah, right? When you said you wanted to destroy the Munich team, you didn't say it to me, but to Noah who has been watching us. As if he had figured it out, Caesar raised his head and sneered. The smile on his lips was perverse and arrogant. Dem BD, you want to devour me? Destroy me, it's not over yet. No one can tell who will have the last laugh. I will tear your life apart. Ness, standing next to him, was like a lost doll at the moment, slowly walking into the shadows, but his ferocious face could be seen from a glimmer of light. Why can you threaten my position? Damn. As time continues to pass, in the blink of an eye, the break time has passed. In the German training building, Noah is standing at the front with a language translator in his hand, obviously preparing to announce something. For the first two victories, the distribution of players in the entire Munich team has been completely disrupted. Noah looked at everyone with cold eyes and began to assign the starting lineup for the next game against Italian Ubers. The first is the goalkeeper, and there is no doubt that Wo Yuan does his part. As for the lineup, it followed England's 442 from the previous game. Only 2 defenders are needed. But this time the lineup is completely different from before. The lineups in the first 2 games were for 2 testing purposes. For example, in the first game almost all the players were from Munich, while in the second game the players were from Blue Prison. And this time, the number of pairs was even. Among them, the Blue Prison center forward Ye Liangqiu, the midfielder Qiushan, the right front midfielder Ji Xiai, the left forward Yukimiya Kenayo, and the right forward Hinaranshi. The 5 selected by Munich are forward Kaiser, midfielder Ness, left midfielder Green. The defenders are 2 people from Munich. It can be said that the per capita distribution in this game is very balanced. Although it is not clear what Noah wants to do, we can also guess from the allocated positions that this guy wants to experiment again. With 2 different strengths, which side can have the advantage under equal strength? There were 3 experiments in total. If you can suppress the opponent in this game, you will survive in Munich until the end. Caesar's eyes were cold. He knew that this would be his last chance, otherwise he would be completely useless in subsequent games. Ye Liangqiu also slowly opened his eyes. This game will be the most critical game in judging Caesar. The atmosphere in the team was a bit depressing even before it started. The above is the starting lineup for the game against Italy. Players whose names are not read will still be available as substitutes at any time. Noah looked at the crowd and continued, as for the enemy you will face, it will be the Italian Uber team. Steel Wall team. They will carefully observe your previous videos to find a starting point to defeat you. How to break them will test your personal ability. With that said, Noah looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Caesar. As for you two, don't stare at each other on the court. The previous 2 games are used as a reference. If I appear in the next game, considered unreasonable. The bench will be where you end up. Obviously, in order to perfectly test the strength of the 2 of them in this competition, Noah finally spoke. Caesar snorted coldly, but he was very happy to get this result. After all, Ye Liangqiu had stolen the ball from him several times. This time, it's time to look at personal strength. Whoever loses, goes. Chapter 183 Prison. As the admission announcement rang, a group of players have already come to the court. There are many old faces in the Italian starting team. Among them, Ma Lang, Erzi, Ikong, and Yishan have almost all become Uber's starting players. Is it finally here? I thought you were going to be a coward. Ma Lang couldn't help but ridicule the moment he saw Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu also responded politely, speaking of which, there is also a guy called a king in my team, but that guy is almost the same as you now, and he will become the king of a subjugated country. Little wolf cub, are you qualified to stand in front of me now? I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing this, Ma Lang snorted coldly, we'll find out on the court. I will step on your body and go to the world's #1. Ikong on the side couldn't help but joked, your relationship is really good. We're saying hello to each other before the game even starts. Why is this a parent-child interactive program? As he spoke, he also put up a pose, looked at the camera hanging in the center, and blew a kiss. Obviously, after everyone knew that the game would be broadcast in the eyes of fans around the world at any time, they had begun to let themselves go and show themselves as much as possible. At this time, the commentator was also in place. He is constantly announcing the lineups for both sides this time. As for the lineup of Boston Munich in Germany, it is still the same as before. Ye Liangqiu, who is ranked #1 in the blue prison, and Kaiser, one of the 11 outstanding players of the new generation, are the starting forwards. In terms of lineup configuration, they formed a super offensive system of 4-4-2. On the other side is Italy's Ubers, who staged a 334 steel defense lineup. Obviously, in order to deal with Germany's offensive system, they maintained a defensive posture and tried to completely neutralize Germany's attack on the court. The most shocking thing about this was the eye-catching one is Ma Lang Terahe, who scored a hat-trick with consecutive shots in the last game. What kind of dazzling shooting will he show in this game? Everyone was already used to hearing the commentator's passionate voice. At this moment, with the ticking countdown, the players from both sides are already in place. Ye Liangqiu, who was in the front court, stepped on the ball and took a deep breath. Hot arrogance spread from the corners of his mouth, and he slowly opened his eyes. The whistle sounded soon after. In an instant, he rushed out. As always, it explodes right after the kickoff. Ikong couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. After watching the video countless times, he gradually figured out Ye Liangqiu's habitual movements, that is, at the moment of kickoff, he would try his best to the speed is increased to the extreme. This allows the enemy's attention to be focused on him as much as possible, providing cover for the teammates behind him. This is the devil effect unique to Ye Liangqiu. With the pressure he creates, any team has to intercept him as a last resort. Only in this way will the lineup not be dispersed in an instant. But facing Ye Liangqiu's offensive style, Yabasi had already thought of a countermeasure. Almost in an instant, 6 players in the front court and midfield had rushed forward to intercept. Ye Liangqiu, who was at the front, was directly surrounded by 3 people. It seems that you have already figured out how to deal with me, right? Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but smile. Being able to be targeted by such a powerful team showed that his strength scared them, but he also said that football can be it's not a one-man game. After thoroughly mastering the Demon King's eye, he can already observe the movements of all teammates and enemies in front of him, left and right, and even the next move at any time. Xiaoxiai, I'll give you a chance. Don't let me down. Almost instantly, Ye Liangqiu picked up the ball, directly predicted the direction of Ji Shiai's movement without the ball, and passed it high. Seeing this perfect pass, Ji Shiai's pupils flashed with surprise. After all, he did not expect that he would be the lucky one to receive Ye Liangqiu's pass. In previous games, Ye Liangqiu would only pass the ball. The ball is passed to a player he thinks has value. Now that I can catch his pass, does it mean that my strength has been recognized by Ye Liangqiu? Thinking of this, Ji Shiai was just about to move to the direction of the ball's weak point. A light voice sounded, "Good boy, this ball is not for you." In an instant, a huge sense of oppression made Ji Shiai's pupils dull, and he gradually became emptier, only to see Caesar, covered in a faint black mist, reaching the direction of the ball's landing point faster than him. "Why are you here?" Ji Shiai asked from his soul. Caesar smiled contemptuously, "A player who can't even use his eyes, I really don't know what that guy Noah thinks, to let you play. Be a bait, or a clown actor. This game is just for you to watch from the sidelines." Ji Shi was stunned, eyes again. He remembered that when they were challenging for the U20 selection, both Idoshi Rin and Idoshi Sei said these words, eyes. The moment Caesar touched the ball, Ness also appeared in Ji Shiai's field of vision. The perfect cooperation between the two almost made the entire court stand out. The moment the 3 people in the front court saw Ye Liangqiu passing the ball, they immediately returned to defense. However, Ness and Caesar's 2-on-1 cooperation was extremely flexible, and could even be said to be a 100% tacit understanding of the combination, easily tearing apart Uber's defense. In the previous games, the war between Ye Liangqiu and Caesar has been infinitely amplified with Noah's acquiescence. Now without Noah's acquiescence, the two do not interfere with each other, and Caesar's true strength has finally emerged. Extremely flexible dribbling, broad vision, and the proud Caesar impact. It's enough to put many players out of reach. Every time Caesar made a pass, he showed his exaggerated movement skills, which can be said to be teasing. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu's position and snorted coldly, "Toy puppet. At the next moment, two people suddenly appeared in front of him, Erzi and Ikong. Ikong smiled and said, I heard that you are the king who was almost kicked to pieces by Ye Liangqiu. I see you are indeed more well-behaved than in the video, but the forward is a bit sharp. As he spoke, Ikong's tone gradually darkened. A thief must be a thief. I don't care what kind of king you are. The 11 heroes of the new generation have entered my domain. There are only 2 words waiting for you. Prison. For a moment, Caesar felt that the ground in front of him was cracking. The smell of the previous goal had completely disappeared. At this moment, it was as if another layer of invisible iron fences were restraining him. Chapter 184 Zombie Lorenzo. Caesar's eyes were frivolous, and he couldn't help but whisper in his heart, thief? Is this guy bringing himself into the police? Thinking about it, Ness suddenly rushed out from the side. In an instant, the cage that sealed Caesar began to break bit by bit. Nath's eyes seemed to be emitting a strange light, as if he were saying use me. In an instant, when everyone reacted, Caesar had already passed the ball, and his figure disappeared from Ikong's sight at an extremely fast speed. Ness quickly sprinted forward after receiving the ball. Erzi, who was on guard for a long time, quickly intercepted and reached out to directly hold down Ness's body. Despite this, Ness's speed did not slow down, but continued to accelerate with brute force. What? Yukimiya Kenayo, who was waiting for the return pass not far away, was dumbfounded. This guy was obviously a midfielder, but he was dribbling the ball into the penalty area at this moment? Are you preparing to shoot? Don't make any mistake. The king is the protagonist. Ness showed a big smile. His eyes were so crazy. He paused suddenly, and Erzi almost didn't stop. Unfortunately, when he stabilized his body, the ball had already traced a trajectory. It just flew over him. In the penalty area, Caesar's figure was like a ghost. His eyes did not look at the landing point of the ball at all, as if he knew that the ball would reach the place he expected. Unfortunately, suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him at the same time. Caesar's eyes widened, and there was a sense of frustration in his body. Hey, isn't this Caesar? Came a sharp and slender voice, which sounded very uncomfortable. Looking closely, this man's figure was strange and ghostly, with his 2 arms hanging behind his back and swinging from side to side. A flame tattoo with an open mouth is exposed on the back of the slender neck, and even the twisted body makes people feel extremely weird. And the moment he touched the ball, his voice came like the god of death. I seem to remember that you are not Munich's ace now, right? A shoddy ace with an annual salary of 200 million. Caesar's eyes were burning with blazing flames, and he gritted his teeth and stared at the ghostly figure in front of him as if he had a weak kidney. That's right, he is the zombie Lorenzo, who is equally famous as the core defender of the 11 heroes of the new era, the protagonist devourer. Lorenzo looked like a weak patient who was about to collapse at any time. There were thick dark circles around his eyes, a look of overindulgence on his slender cheeks, and his body kept twisting. It really looked like a zombie. Not a zombie is hard, should be called a zombie. However, he did not wait until he continued to taunt Caesar. Another voice sounded, is it so lively? Mr. Zombie, I can smell a rotten smell on you that makes me vomit. In Lorenzo's surprised eyes, a leg suddenly caught the ball that he had intercepted firmly and hooked it back at a very fast speed. When he turned his head and saw Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes, he revealed a weird smile. Oh, you are Munich's ace, right? The Demon King Ye Liangqiu worth 400 million? Or should I call you the Stadium Terminator? An extremely powerful aura seemed to form around the 3 of them, and the condensed wind formed a tornado that surrounded the 3 of them. Seeing this, everyone outside could only keep circling outside. So strong. Cold sweat broke out on Ji Xiai's cheeks. He could clearly see Lorenzo's movements. Although they seemed to be extremely elegant, they were actually very coherent, and the interception speed was too fast. But even in this situation, Ye Liangqiu was actually able to seize the moment when his body was in a stalemate and rob him. Damn, what a powerful prediction ability and physical ability. Is this the world of monsters? Ji Xiai gritted his teeth and looked at this scene unwillingly. How could he intervene in this kind of battle? Thinking about it, his brain is running rapidly. Eyes, how are eyes used? On the other side, the 3 people in the tornado seemed to be trapped in a mutual restriction. Or are you making fun of the other person? Lorenzo showed his mouth full of gold teeth and looked at Ye Liangqiu with piercing eyes. As long as I defeat you, does that mean my value is higher than 400 million? Then you come and give it a try. Ye Liangqiu responded mercilessly, zombies with gold teeth. This is the first time I have seen such a weird human being. Oh no, calling you a human seems a bit too much. After all, humans cannot give birth to twisted creations like you. Lorenzo seemed unmoved, his body was extremely flexible, and he showed a big smile. As long as I defeat you, my worth will be higher than yours. It was as if all he could think about was money. However, the moment Ye Liangqiu touched the ball, he was already observing the situation around him. It was worse than he imagined. The main offensive methods of Italy were actually focused on defense, which meant that in their penalty area fighting in a range is more dangerous than fighting in one's own restricted area. A swish sound. Lorenzo launched the offensive first, and the zombie arrogance all over his body seemed to distort the surrounding air. The 2 arms stretched out to an astonishing length. He actually wanted to directly block Ye Liangqiu's field of vision, preventing him from seeing his surroundings clearly and shooting. And his legs made a leaping motion at that moment. It was as if he was predicting that Ye Liangqiu would use his tactics in the last game to crush England's Tianzhou. However, all his imagination failed. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth raised, and his body suddenly bent down. His eyes really kept the figures of everyone around him in his mind. Suddenly, Lorenzo also saw Ye Liangqiu's legs exerting force due to his fall, obviously trying to jump through the time difference. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out. Ma Lang was wrapped with black and red thunder and lightning, with a ferocious face. Bunch of dem bastards, have you all forgotten about me? Ye Liangqiu suddenly stepped on the ball with his left foot, almost leaping up with great force. At this moment, his voice gradually sounded in Ma Lang's ears. I've been waiting for you for a long time. After all, it's part of the plan. The next moment, under Ma Lang's furious gaze, Ye Liangqiu had already jumped up, his right leg showing a bend. At this moment, the ball just hit the bottom and rebounded and flew into the air, like a high-speed running ball. The machine is also very inconsistent. There was a bang sound. The football rushed towards the goal. The goalkeeper was just stunned for a second because Ma Lang's body was unable to notice the series of actions just now. The ball had already scratched his face and entered the net. The commentator's passionate voice echoed on the court. The first goal of the game has arrived. Chapter 185 is so bad, I like it so much. Under the siege of Italy, Ye Liangqiu forcibly tore up a perfect goal line. Through his precise prediction of the opponent's next move, he fooled everyone. Most importantly, his shooting speed was even faster than ours. The high-definition camera slowed it down several times to see it clearly. The commentator's impassioned voice echoed throughout the stadium. Ye Liangqiu exhaled a breath, looked at the ferocious Ma Lang in front of him, and said softly, sure enough, as long as I use you as bait, this game will suddenly become easier. Little wolf cub. The horse wolf's teeth were rubbing together wildly, making bursts of harsh noises, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. But Ye Liangqiu didn't give him a chance to take action and walked past him. A hole. Damn it, you BD. Ma Lang cursed fiercely. How could he have imagined that all his actions were actually seen by Ye Liangqiu? In the final scene of the shot, this guy took advantage of his mentality of grabbing the ball and predicted it in advance, using himself as a blocker to cover the goalkeeper. Field of view for a direct shot. This damn BD actually has such a shrewd side. Lorenzo on the side showed a strange smile. The value of this goal does not seem to be as terrible as in the video. It is not the terrible 400 million goal in the last game. If I were to rate it, the level of surprise would be only 100 million. It's really interesting. He can still be so calm in the face of my heavy defense. No wonder he will crush you, Caesar. It's not unreasonable to see it this way. Caesar's expression on the side was gloomy. Listening to his words, he didn't realize that this guy was naming him by name. Kidney deficiency man, do you think you are strong? Didn't we still lose at the hands of this BD? Lorenzo shrugged. Come on, although I am one of the core defenders, but when my teammates send the ball into the penalty area, I am not a god. How can I be flawless every time I defend? How is it like you? We have been in the same team for nearly 20 days and participated in 2 games. What's the result? Not only has their status been suppressed, but their own value has been eroded bit by bit. As he spoke, Lorenzo paused, staring directly at Caesar with his dead fish eyes, and whispered softly, it won't take long before you will be completely destroyed on this court and become an irrelevant player. I'm looking forward to that day. After all, I think the title of 11 heroes of the new generation should be given to someone stronger. Caesar snorted coldly, shut up, you are not qualified to talk to me here. Your own status is constantly being compressed by others. Really? Lorenzo was not angry and turned towards the penalty area. Then I will just wait and see. Returning to his home court, Ye Liangqiu was not as excited about this goal as he expected. After all, it was just the first goal in the game, and it was completely unable to stimulate his highest state. In other words, he is now just like the original Itoshi Sae same. For this kind of competition, it's completely based on your heart. There is no pressure and no full motivation. That was a beautiful kick just now. Ji Shiai walked up and praised, then said apologetically, you passed the ball to me just now. I'm sorry, that ball was taken away by Ness. But, how did you think that Lorenzo would directly engage in anticipatory defense? Yes, he came not only to chat with Ye Liangqiu, but also to seek inspiration from Ye Liangqiu, but more importantly, he was apologizing for the ball just now. After all, it was rare to receive a pass from Ye Liangqiu, and as a result, that ball it was actually snatched away by Ness. Ji Shiai's mind was full of self-blame, because the moment he saw the pass, he had already imagined countless equations flying in front of his eyes. As long as he could catch the ball, it would be possible to complete an attack with Ye Liangqiu. Moreover, you can also find the puzzle pieces for your own evolution. Obviously, he missed this opportunity. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ji Shiai, who was looking a little sluggish, and frowned, but still explained, playing football requires more than just eyes. Your body, your imagination, and what you see all need to come together in a split second. Xiao Shiai, I know why you are troubled. Do you think that your spatial perception ability is useless after entering this kind of competition? Ji Shi was dumbfounded. He had no idea that Ye Liangqiu would actually express his current doubts to the point. Indeed, as he said, he was already confused about weapons, such as Ito Shirine's spatial perception ability, or the current situation on the court. Players who also have spatial awareness ability, why can they always reach the position they see first? All this, he didn't believe was a coincidence. Shirin's words always echoed in his ears, so Ji Shiai thought, there must be a piece of the puzzle that he hadn't noticed, and that would be a key element in his evolution. At this time, Ye Liangqiu slowly spoke, sometimes eyes are indeed very important, but the prerequisite is whether what you see can keep up with your own thoughts. Or, in an illusory world presented before your eyes, you put yourself in that position. Be it a goal scorer, a passer, or just a spectator. Hearing this, Ji Shiai's mind went blank, as if countless puzzle pieces were flying around his body at this moment. Seeing this guy in this state, Ye Liangqiu knew that this guy was beginning to have an epiphany. To be precise, he told Ji Shi these principles not just for teaching purposes, but to help him understand what he was doing on the court. Position. After all, to make a game more interesting. Then not only does the opponent need to be strong, but teammates also need to become strong. Only then can a high-intensity game be staged, thus activating the ambition in his heart to destroy everything. Ye Liangqiu chuckled. He always felt that he was becoming more and more perverted because of the blue prison, but that was his purpose. Become stronger. After becoming stronger, try to defeat yourself. Finally left in despair. Because he likes to see the faces of these losers. So bad, I like it so much. I just transferred from Jibao to Kyubao, and I heard such bad thoughts. I felt uncomfortable all over, and I didn't have Heijenzi to comfort me. My address is XXXXX. Upstairs, you have crossed the line. Warning, be careful if a strong man comes to you at night with a urea bag. Chapter 186, Are You Humans and Machines? As the whistle sounded, everyone returned to their positions. This time the kickoff was from Italy's side. Compared to Germany, which has Ye Liangqiu's explosive sprint, their operations were in an orderly manner. At the moment of kickoff, several people in the front court directly cooperated with dribbling. And the commentators kept explaining, yes, what you are seeing is the classic operation of Italy's Ubers. They do not use a super offensive system like Germany, but advocate stability, so it seems very inconsistent and has no offensive power. It's just that what we can see is different from what the players on the court can see, because although the operating rhythm of Uber seems to be inconsistent, it has hidden secrets and is also very fast. On the court at the moment, it was Ertzi who was running with the ball. Since he received the guidance of a famous teacher, his weapons have been continuously strengthened in this environment. He always feels that he can see something that ordinary people cannot see, or in other words, Ertzi for the first time, I felt that I could have a hearty head-on battle with the 11 heroes of the new generation. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. As an old rival, Ji Shiai knew that Ertzi had the same weapon as himself, so he stepped forward to stop him without hesitation. It turns out it's you. Ertzi looked at Ji Shiai coldly with his eyes under his bangs, but looking at you like this, I can't help but feel sad and pitiful for you. After all, if a weak insect wants to survive in a world full of monsters like Germany, he may not succeed even if he tries his best. Poor, sad. Shut up. Ji Shiai said coldly, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. He knew that in addition to getting decent physical training when he came to Germany, his weapons and thinking methods were not improved, but now he can play. Has already demonstrated its own value. Now, he was devalued as worthless in Ertzi's mouth. This made the anger in his heart burn infinitely. While Ertzi was dribbling the ball, he used his body to resist Ji Shiai's legs and feet that wanted to snatch the ball. He was still whispering, isn't it? You went to Germany and are able to play now because of Ye Liangqiu's existence. Just like when your team competed with our team, you were able to get here. If it weren't for him, you would have been eliminated long ago. What else are you talking about becoming stronger, ideals, and dreams? If you ask me, you are just a humble insect. I'm just deceiving myself. Ji Shiai gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fire. What about you? Aren't you a weak person? Weak. Ertzi raised the corner of his mouth. I don't deny that I am weak, that's why I want to become strong enough to defeat the enemy in front of me. That's why I chose the right path. And you, did you make the right choice? Under Ji Shiai's surprised gaze, Ertzi suddenly picked up the ball and sent it out with a high pass. And there seems to be a twisted monster moving forward in that direction. Lorenzo. Ertzi then looked back at Ji Shiai. Our starting line is different. I am better than you now. But his words didn't hit Ji Shiai, and his eyes became more and more fierce. On the other side, Lorenzo received the ball from a high pass and couldn't help but exclaimed, it seems that a man with an annual salary of 18 million can still pass a good ball. As he spoke, he took the ball and ran away, but his movements seemed extremely uncoordinated, as if he were about to fall down at any moment. The moment he was about to enter the restricted area, the god of the nation came out fiercely. Lorenzo narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled strangely, hey, here comes someone worth 30 million. But it's not enough. You can't guard against me at this price. The god of country was also a little dissatisfied with this guy's attitude. You are the ugliest one I have ever seen. The kappa next door dances many times better than you. Lorenzo hooked the ball, seemingly provocative. Really? Then how did he get past you? At the moment when the god of country was about to answer, Lorenzo activated his formula. His head stretched to the right, but his legs and feet moved to the left. Yes, this is Lorenzo's weapon, the zombie dance. The extremely uncoordinated body makes him perform completely different movements on the upper and lower sides to induce short-term judgment errors in the player's defense, but it only takes a moment of judgment. Mistakes. Lorenzo, who is excellent at dribbling, can already seize the opportunity. The moment the god of country reacted and reached out, Lorenzo had already rushed to the left with the ball, his mouth opened wide, looking like a roaring zombie, causing many people discomfort, and he chuckled. The sound travels far. The god of the country tisk, as if he was very disdainful of this kind of trick. At this time, a figure hurriedly stepped forward to cover up the defense. Ye Liangqiu looked calm. When he came to cover up the defense just now, he had already clearly seen Lorenzo's tricks. He would not be like the god of the country. Way to get through. Seeing Ye Liangqiu appearing in front of him, Lorenzo looked listless. Oh, so it turns out that someone worth less than 10 million came to make up for the defense. I thought it was going to be some kind of highlight. It makes me happy for nothing. Ye frowned. Why did this guy keep talking about the quotes from the star players? Is this guy in the eyes of money? Although Lorenzo said this, his movements with his feet were extremely strange. His ball path seemed to be swaying but actually knocked the ball, which made people feel dangerous, as if he would kick it out at any time, as if he had drunk fake wine. Yukimiya's eyes were not always staring at Lorenzo like the god of the country, but at the movements of his feet and the ball, so that he would not be fooled by the zombie dance steps. However, Lorenzo's voice kept disturbing his thoughts. The next second, Suigong's eyes became fierce, as if he had caught Lorenzo's intention to attack. Unfortunately, a voice sounded, "You don't think I'm a bunch of lunatics like you in Germany, do you?" In Suigong's surprised eyes, at some point, a figure came to his side. Lorenzo passed the ball directly, and the person who caught the ball was Erzi, who was sweating profusely. His hair had fallen back while running, and his eyes appeared completely on his face. Yukimiya didn't expect that Erzi would come to the midfield again after a short pass. In an instant, the two of them easily passed the Snow Palace in a perfect 1-2. Suigong looked around in disbelief. Why did this guy come here without anyone watching? But when he turned to look at his other teammates, he realized that the German formation had been completely broken up. In other words, when Erzi was dribbling the ball, he attracted most of the attention to himself, resulting in the German lineup being unable to quickly return to defense due to the speed of the high pass. Plus Lorenzo has beaten 2 people in a row. Suigong couldn't help but cursed, "Are you humans and machines?" Chapter 187 Bugs and Toys. No one expected Erzi's offensive rhythm to be so fast. It seems that after receiving better training in Italy, he has improved in all aspects. After Lorenzo and Erzi passed the Snow Palace with force, he also officially entered Germany's restricted area. Lorenzo's zombie dance steps faced defenses one by one, and combined with the two sons, it was almost easy to completely tear apart the German defense line. What on earth has he experienced? Jishiai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this moment, the middle part of his eyes seemed to overlap with some people. This sense of oppression made him suffocated. Was he really unable to follow them as they said? Suddenly, the world in his eyes seemed to be shattered into pieces. Thinking back to Ye Liangqiu's words before, he always felt that he had understood something, but it was just not clear enough and he couldn't grasp it. Eyes. What is the difference between my own eyes looking down at the audience and theirs? He suddenly remembered that sentence. Everyone on the court has their own unique opinions and what they want. They are all pursuing a goal, and that goal will infinitely amplify their own selfish desires. This selfish desire is called self. Or maybe it's the sense of being a hero. Jishi's eyes gradually glowed. Yes. He seemed to have been trapped in self-doubt. Every time he scored a goal, every time he stepped onto the court, he would subconsciously think that he was the foil for this game. Or the airman. Just like when I was at Death Stadium, I subconsciously found my place. But in fact, in my heart, I desperately want to compete with those monsters for the vanguard position. It's just that I'm afraid in my heart, because I've seen how powerful they are. But this is not a manifestation of selfish desires, it is because his sense of protagonist has completely disappeared, being swallowed up by these monsters, and he is personally giving up on the idea of becoming the #1 in the world. If you want to defeat these monsters, you must first break your own weakness. Recognizing himself clearly. At this moment, the fragments on Jishiai's body were flying crazily, his brain was running at high speed, and countless puzzle pieces of the world in his eyes were flying. His eyes were looking at Caesar and Ye Liang, who were running not far away. Autumn. Ye Liangqiu is an extremist. He only has himself in the world. Caesar is also an extremist, but he is better than Ye Liangqiu. At least in his world, the king still has Ness as his subordinate. Although the two are completely different, they have one thing in common, and that is the selfish desire to score goals. And if I want to devour one of the two, then the only one is Caesar. Because his playing style suits me better. The most important thing, I am not an extremist. The rapid operation of Jishiai's brain made his body move involuntarily. At this moment, his eyes seemed to have a puzzle made of countless fragments, and Italy the real means of attack has never been Erzi and Lorenzo. Bastards, is this what the world in your eyes looks like? I'm so excited that I want to drag you all into my own world in the darkness. At this moment, no one knew that Jishiai's running position had changed abnormally. While the confrontation in the penalty area continued, Caesar and Ye Liangqiu came to Erzi and Lorenzo at the same time. Caesar said with some disdain, "It's really disgusting. Could you please stop opening that stinky mouth when you play football? Do you think you don't have bad breath?" Cackle. Lorenzo smiled with a smile on his face, and his dance steps became more and more weird. "Caesar, when I get past this shoddy trump card like you, I hope you still have such a spirit of ridicule. I'm so happy now. In an instant, Lorenzo passed the ball at his feet. But Caesar already knew that he would be like this, and rushed out with the ball in the next second. On the other side, facing Ye Liangqiu's interception, Erzi was under great pressure. Seeing that the ball was not passed to him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that if he faced Ye Liangqiu head-on, his probability of victory was less than 10%. When Ye Liangqiu saw the ball passing toward an unknown landing point, he figured out Italy's main offensive method. You are not placing your hopes in the hands of a dead king, are you? In fact, he had already observed the movements of the Maldives. After all, the reason why the Maldives, who scored a hat trick in the last game, was so outstanding was because he was the only offensive option in the Italian team, and Malang did not let Italy down. Successfully completed the hat trick with 3 goals. Erzi smiled slightly. So are you scared? Are you afraid that this darkened king will rush out to kill the gods? Ye Liangqiu smiled. Of course not. I'm looking forward to it very much. After all, this little wolf cub is a beast I trained. How could I not know that his fangs have been revealed? At this moment, Lorenzo's eyes were also looking in the direction of his message. I saw a lion covered in flames already standing there. Ye Liangqiu's guess was not wrong. In the end, all Italy's offensive methods were to bring the horse wolf into its range. The ball determines the outcome. Erzi looked at Ye Liangqiu, who didn't make any move, somewhat dumbfounded. Since you know, why don't you stop it? Do you think he doesn't have the ability to shoot? Of course not. I just find it a bit boring. Ye Liangqiu responded casually. You who are struggling on the court can't understand my current state at all. Rather than scoring goals myself, I want to see how far you bugs have evolved to devour those behemoths. And how hard should I use to crush you to death after you evolve? Erzi's running body seemed to pause. It's still a bad taste. However, he asked very seriously, so until now, you have always thought that we people in the blue prison are all bugs, a toy to pass the time. Ye Liangqiu did not respond to his words, but only showed a gradually rising corner of his mouth. The silence may have proved everything. Malang, who was about to touch the ball, had cold eyes and spat out a few words. Good pass, Lorenzo. I will reward you after the game. Caesar, who followed the ball, showed a disdainful expression and intercepted it in front of Malang. The two stretched out their legs and feet at the same time. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly came out. Ji Xiai was full of momentum and slid directly into the field. His movements were very standard. The moment the two of them were about to touch the ball, he actually shoveled the ball out. If he had been slower for a second, he might have lost his head. Got kicked by 2 people. Chapter 188 The Broken Puzzle. Both Caesar and Malang expressed surprise. How dare this guy steal the ball like this? The moment Ji Xiai grabbed the ball, he quickly stabilized his body and started running in a half squat. His movements were so skillful that it was heartbreaking, but his body's ability to move told everyone that he was the one holding the ball at this moment. He spoke slowly. Is this all you need to score a hat trick? The two sons and Lorenzo sent the ball into the penalty area, but it was you who scored in the end. Malang. I evolved your plan over and over again in my mind before I found the opportunity. Thank you for your hard work. You are a new king who has just emerged from a subjugated country, but now, this ball is mine. Hearing this, the veins on Malang's cheeks popped up at this moment. He didn't expect that the meat in his mouth would actually fly away at this moment, and it would be snatched away by the person he least expected. Even Caesar is a little confused. His attention has always been on the ball, and he has never noticed that anyone in his team can notice this. Or, in other words, he has never taken the clown Ji Xiai seriously. At this moment, this guy took advantage of the opportunity. However, before everyone could react, Ji Xiai was already dribbling the ball towards the front court, and Ye Liangqiu followed directly. As teammates during training, the two's tacit understanding of setter can be said to be perfect. However, Italy also reacted very quickly and quickly returned to defense. When Lorenzo saw that the ball would be robbed, he looked at Ji Xiai in surprise. A player worth less than 5 million actually reacted like this. It's really surprising. Surprised, but he returned to defense very quickly. It was like a wild beast chasing behind Ji Xiai. In an instant, the situation was reversed because of Ji Xiai. Erzi was running fast when Ye Liangqiu's voice suddenly sounded beside him. This is why I don't like you players, because you only need to rely on simulation in your mind to feel that you can reach the goal point. Do you really think you are a god who can predict the future? The next moment, under the surprised eyes of Erzi, Ye Liangqiu's speed continued to increase, so fast that he could only see his back moving away from him. Even if he wanted to stretch out his arm to stop him, a huge force instantly caused his arm to be slapped open. Damn, what is this guy going to do? Erzi felt that cold sweat was breaking out all over his body, and a voice seemed to appear in his heart, asking him to stop Ye Liangqiu from moving forward, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, because of Lorenzo's charge with the ball just now, the rhythm of the Italian team was completely chaotic because of this ball, and the formation of the returning team was also scattered. Fortunately, the left half of Ji Xiai's only stadium was on the side, so even if he wanted to shoot, it was almost impossible. However, with the cooperation of Ye Liangqiu, he entered the restricted area almost instantly. In Ji Xiai's eyes, the entire stadium seemed to have turned into an illusory battlefield, with countless fragments flying, and abyss and ravines emerging under his feet. Every time he took a step, those ravines seemed to surround him, bit by bit. his was devoured. But a strange huge eyeball appeared in the sky above the stadium. His brain was working rapidly at the moment. All information is available to everyone. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Ji Xi. It was not an Italian player, but Ness, a German player. He smiled and said softly, "Give me the ball." Almost as soon as he said these words, Ness stepped forward and stretched out his right leg to snatch the ball from Ji Xi. However, Ji Xi had expected it early on. He had been observing why the king's servant was always in a quiet state. When he saw Ness moving towards him, he also saw Caesar running towards the goal without the ball. At this time, I realized that this guy was not well intentioned. He must have intended to snatch the ball from under his feet, but instead passed it to Caesar who was running without the ball. So after realizing it, Ji Xi deliberately made a mistake. It was this flaw that allowed Ness to rush forward unprepared. At this time, the Italian players also wanted to step forward to snatch the ball. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the German players actually started to snatch the ball from their teammates. However, Ji Xi suddenly stopped and swung his body quickly to the left, taking advantage of Ness' body to block the Italian player in front of him after grabbing the ball. Before Ness could react, he had already collided with the Italian player. Ji Xi had the last laugh, and then quickly passed the ball to Ye Liangqiu. At this moment, he just felt that his condition was better than ever, as if everything was under his control. Whether it is Ye Liangqiu, Caesar, or the Italian players, they are all drowning in their evolved weapons. However, there was a moment of pride in his heart. Suddenly, a chill emerged from his heart, as if there were several pairs of eyes watching him from behind. The illusory puzzle pieces were shattering crazily, and the ravines of the abyss were approaching him bit by bit. Ji Xi couldn't understand what happened, until three figures suddenly appeared next to him. Caesar, Ye Liangqiu, and Lorenzo surrounded him. The four of them were positioned as if they were lined up, running side by side. However, Ji Xi's speed was completely unable to compare with these three. An invisible aura completely changed Ji Xi's illusory world. Four huge eyeballs appeared on the court, constantly scanning the players on the entire court. Ji Xi was extremely frightened. What he could see, could this group of people see now? Caesar's expression was indifferent. "If you fail, you will fail. Ness, you really disappoint me." With that said, he had already moved closer to Ji Xi. On the other side, Ye Liangqiu was holding the ball and saw Ji Xi being surrounded by people, and couldn't help but think about how to pass the ball. Suddenly, his eyes turned to a figure running without the ball. "I'm sorry, Ji Xi, although I know it's not good to do this. But this is the way this stadium is, scoring goals is the only goal." The next moment, Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball out, and this spinning pass drew an arc and rushed to a certain direction in the penalty area. And there, the god of the country looked indifferent, but his legs and feet were ready to go. At this moment, a figure jumped up high. "You guys are really too wet." Chapter 189 Special Skills. Yushin jumped out of nowhere, leaped high into the air, and used his special skill, headbutt. The national god under him had a calm expression like a robot, and his body reacted quickly and rushed towards the point where the ball landed. But at this moment, he was not the only one who noticed this crucial goal. Ji Xi, who was surrounded by three people, had radiance in his eyes. Yes, they can all see such a scene, which means that they have reached this kind of realm, and what they see can also be seen by them. You can see it, but what if you don't see it? Just when his brain was racing, Caesar on the side had already rushed out. His eyes were frivolous and arrogant, as if he was saying that the ball was destined to be his. And Lorenzo was also running, quickly moving in the direction he saw. Suddenly, Ji Xi felt a chill, and his whole body seemed to be held back by something indescribable. His eyes glanced at a figure. Why didn't he move? I saw Ye Liangqiu, who was obviously coming forward with Caesar. At this moment, he was heading in another direction, which was right in front of the goal. Is this guy preparing to help Italy block the door? No. Ji Xi shook his head. He didn't believe that an extremist would do this. Ye Liangqiu's movement definitely had its own reason, but he couldn't understand this reason. In other words, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, here, this world is different from what he saw. At this time, due to the unexpected appearance of Yushin, the ball's landing point was replanned to a new route. There was even a weird situation on the pitch. 4 people compete for a football at the same time. At this moment, a small figure rushed out, the black name Liangqiu. After passing the ball, he actually discovered the ants, so he deliberately passed the ball in that direction in order to clear the chaotic stadium. Create a world that he can constantly travel through. He was originally extremely fast, but when no one was blocking him, he effortlessly rushed into the battle for the ball. The moment everyone will touch the ball. Black name Liangqiu looked at Ji Xi and said slowly, "I'm sorry for telling you so early. Now, let me see your strength. With this ball, let me ascend the throne for you." Ji Xi's eyes widened. There was a bang sound. Black name Liangqiu completely ignored the bodies of everyone in front of him. Under constant acceleration, he actually ran in front of the ball, directly passed the ball high, and sent the ball out again. This time, because of the incident just now, the entire formation was pulled and torn apart. The left half of the pitch is completely empty. In other words, the probability that I can score this goal is as high as 90%. The illusory world in Ji Xi's pupils is giving him the information to shoot. As long as he makes no mistakes and maintains his current state, reach your own shooting area. Then he can successfully shoot. However, is it really that simple? There is more than one player on this court who can achieve the level of being the best in the world. Caesar suddenly showed a smile. Have you been fooled? A fool who has just learned how to use his eyes has not yet figured out who the prey and the hunter are. Just when Ji Shii had planned his next shot in his mind, the figure he had passed before appeared in front of him. Nas smiled all over his face. It seems that I underestimated you as a clown, but now you have no chance. As he said that, the moment Ness raised his leg, he stretched out his arm, his palm directly touched Ji Shii's shoulder, and his legs and feet also stretched out in the direction of the ball in an instant. Damn BD. The veins on Ji Shii's cheek popped out. Why did this guy stick to him like a bullshit plaster? And he was obviously a teammate, but he actually came to stop him from shooting. This BD is exactly what Ye Liangqiu said. He is Caesar's dog. A dog who would rather sacrifice himself to bring Caesar to the throne? As a last resort, Ji Shi was able to slow down his speed and peel the ball to the right. But that's why, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. A figure wrapped in blue rose vines had already arrived behind him. Caesar's frivolous eyes looked into Ji Shii's astonished eyes. Why are you here? Follow the script in Ji Shii's mind. Shouldn't Caesar in front of us still be grabbing the ball in the left half? How come it appears here? But Caesar showed a smile. That's why I said you will be the most important character in my script, clown. Only by performing with all your strength can you attract everyone's attention. But sometimes looks are not a good thing. Ji Shi was speechless and still wanted to protect the ball. However, Caesar and Ness were already on the left and right, completely denying him a chance to dribble. You two damn bastards. The black flames in Ji Shii's pupils wanted to burn the two people in front of him to death right now. He bared his teeth and his extreme anger made him come up with a new idea. This idea was extremely crazy, but it is also his only way out. He looked at Ye Liangqiu who was running towards the penalty area without the ball. At this moment, there is no other way. If you can't score a goal, you can only give your expectations to the person you least want to give them to. After all, facing Italy's defense, I am afraid that only that person can do whatever he wants in the penalty area. The moment Caesar grabbed the ball, Ji Shii sneered. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and was passed out by Ji Shii. Caesar also tried to block it with his legs and feet. It's a pity that the speed was too fast. He didn't expect that Ji Shii would fight for this ball and kick the ball directly to the strongest defense of Italy. Caesar's expression suddenly darkened. You don't know what to do. Ji Shii sarcastically said, at least it's better than an unscrupulous person like you. While the two were still greeting each other, the ball has already rushed into the small penalty area, which is empty. Lorenzo and several others have already been in place, including Ye Liangqiu, who ran into the penalty area without the ball. Both he and Lorenzo seem to know clearly that in the end, the decisive battle will begin here. So I waited here early. Now, the opportunity has arrived. This ball was passed very badly by Ji Shi. To be precise, anyone could catch the ball. That's why Caesar was so angry. Wouldn't it be bad to give the ball to him obviously? To insist on kicking the ball like this, the so-called rationality has been completely abandoned. Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath, and bursts of air flowed from the corner of his mouth into his body. It was obvious that he had accomplished this, a high-intensity confrontation. Chapter 190 Heavenly Punishment. The moment the ball reaches the top of the penalty area, Ikong couldn't help it anymore, and used his special skill, head chasing, as if an abyssal python appeared behind him, trying to bite the ball off. However, at this time, Ye Liangqiu also took off on the same spot. The height of the jump was the same as that of Ikong, but the movements were different. It was seen that Ye Liangqiu's body was horizontal. In order to better stretch out his legs and feet, his entire body people are like hanging upside down from a golden hook, but only half of it is completed. The moment Ikong was about to touch the ball, Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eyes perfectly predicted the direction in which this guy was about to chase. At close range, Ikong reacted and wanted to change direction, but his head lost control and hit the ball. There was a bang sound. From everyone's perspective, the ball flew directly in the direction of Ye Liangqiu's legs and feet as if it had eyes. The huge impact seemed to disappear in an instant. Ye Liangqiu's ankle forcefully stopped the spinning ball, and then he stabilized his body and began to land, while his eyes looked at Ikong's shocked eyes. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Policeman. Ye Liangqiu responded with a wicked smile. Even Ikong couldn't help but secretly cursed monster. It was unimaginable that Ye Liangqiu's movements in the air were not to grab the ball, but to catch the ball directly after chasing him with his head. This guy's heart is not ordinary. If I were myself, I would never dare to do this. Just when Ikong was thinking like this, he suddenly realized something. The height of the two people's jumps, after grabbing the ball, would lead to a space below, and this space would give the fallen player a buffer opportunity. But what if Ye Liangqiu didn't fall to the ground? When he realized this, it was already too late. After landing, Ikong tried his best to keep his center of gravity stable, but the Yobara Qiu Mingming in front of him was still able to firmly protect the ball at his feet after going through such a difficult grab for the ball just now. At this time, a figure flashed in front of Ye Liangqiu. Lorenzo licked his lips, obviously super excited. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and couldn't help but said, "You are indeed the ace of 400 million. It seems that the weapons are quite comprehensive." Lorenzo also discovered for the first time that the surprises given to him by Ye Liangqiu in front of him continued to increase. Whether it was those eyes or the weapons that Ye Liangqiu kept using in the competition, Lorenzo felt a little curious. He was curious about how many weapons Ye Liangqiu had hidden. Could it be that the person in front of me is truly omniscient and omnipotent? Same position, same angle. Lorenzo once again faced off against Ye Liangqiu, and the arrogance of the two seemed to ignite the surrounding grass, forming a ring of fire. Ye Liangqiu did not speak, his concentration had already risen. From the eyes of the devil, he could see Lorenzo just standing in front of him and blocking several offensive routes. The taste of scoring seemed to be coming. Points dissipate. The guy in front of him was also anticipating his own actions and using his inhuman reactions to directly intercept his own goal. This guy has more ideas than Caesar. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu moved. He stepped on the ball and rushed out in an instant. Lorenzo was stunned for a second. Didn't he want to shoot? Do you want to defeat yourself in a head-on confrontation first? But at this moment, the distance between the two of them was very close. Lorenzo also smiled and opened his arms like a hug, wanting to take Ye Liangqiu into his arms. However, the next second Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, "You don't think that I can't shoot at close range, do you? And your hug is really disgusting and crazy." Lorenzo's expression was stiff and his eyes were fixed on Ye Liangqiu's movements. What on earth is he going to do? How is it possible to shoot at this distance and in this situation? But the fact is that Ye Liangqiu is about to shoot in front of him. I saw that the moment Ye Liangqiu increased his speed, he kicked the ball up with his toes, and the force was not too big or too small, just enough to fly past Luo, the distance above Renzo's head. But Ye Liangqiu's speed did not slow down. A rainbow? The moment the idea appeared in Lorenzo's mind, his body had already reflected the action, and he quickly turned around and retreated, trying to rush to the ball's landing point before Ye Liangqiu. However, at this moment, a figure jumped up high. Ye Liangqiu's whole body seemed to be wrapped with lightning, and he looked down in the direction of the goal. The inspiration in his mind was exploding crazily. The world reflected in his pupils made him softly say, "Since I came to this stadium, I have discovered that it seems that there are still many weapons that can be developed in football. It's just that those weapons require physical fitness that the players can't imagine, as well as their own rare weapons. Just like the current heavenly punishment. In the eyes of everyone, Ye Liangqiu's acceleration just now was just for this moment. At the moment when the football flew out due to the power of his toes, due to the impact of the speed, at the moment of jumping, his body was almost the same as the one he was in. The flying footballs lined up in a straight line. At that moment, Ye Liangqiu's right leg burst out with amazing power. There was a bang sound. Before the goalkeeper could react, the volley hit the ground from his crotch and bounced directly into the net. At the exact moment Lorenzo turned around, he saw the football entering the net, and a question mark appeared on his head. "Isn't it a rainbow? Why did you shoot?" At this moment, the score directly came to 2:0. No one thought that the ball would be violently scored by Ye Liangqiu in this way. Even if they wanted to stop it, there was nothing they could do, and even Italy immediately called a timeout. As for the situation in Germany, the situation is not so good. Caesar stared at Ji Xi and then at Ye Liangqiu. He was calming down his mind. He never thought that his perfect plan would be terminated because of the clown Ji Xi. How dare he pass the ball anywhere? Do you think 100% that this ball will definitely be snatched by Ye Liangqiu? As for Ji Xi, he was also a little shocked. In fact, he had no choice but to give the ball to Caesar. He didn't want to give the ball to Caesar, and there was no way to pass the ball to either side. He could only make a dead end, or at worst, give the ball to Italy. But who could have imagined that this monster, Ye Liangqiu, could tear apart his own scoring path under the heavy defense of the opponent? At this moment, because of the big score, we are lagging behind. Italy quickly adjusted its lineup, and its mentor also joined the war. Chapter 191 Defeat the Impossible. Italy's coach is Schnaffi. From the beginning of the game to the present, his expression has always had a smile on his face. He seems to have a unique perspective on this game, or in other words, his focus is only on whether the players can. There was a new chemistry in this game. It's just that now that the score is behind, Snuffy has to leave the game. Of course, he is also a little eager to try. The most important thing is that he saw Ye Liangqiu's wonderful goal. "Are you planning to leave the game?" Noah, who was sitting on the coaching bench, glanced at Snuffy. The relationship between the two seemed to be much better than the previous coaches. Snuffy smiled and said, "If I don't play in this game to enter the most critical stage, it will be very difficult for Italy." He seemed to see Noah's thoughts, even if he was about to play. Noah was still sitting in his position as steady as a rock. He nodded calmly. "Maybe this game will be different from what you imagined." Snuffy took off his coat, tied the hairband around his forehead and walked towards the court. His fighting eyes looked back at Noah. "I will equalize the game in 3 minutes. I hope that within these 3 minutes, the mentality of your German players will not explode." Noah's expression was calm. "Then you can try it." With the mentor entering the stadium, Italy's newly depressed atmosphere was rekindled. Sometimes, players with strong strength can make a team shine again when they enter the stadium. In front of the midfield white line, Ye Liangqiu stood at the front, and opposite him was Snuffy, who looked at each other. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth raised. "You really can't help but play. Are you afraid that I will completely crush your carefully built team?" Snuffy crossed his hands on his chest. "Your weapons are very gorgeous and exciting. They even made me see something unusual. In the first 2 games, you have already fought against that group of people, right? The group of people he spoke of were naturally the mentors from the first 2 games. Ye Liangqiu nodded undeniably. I swallowed up a little bit of their skills, and now I'm going to swallow you again. Hearing this, Snuffy grinned and said, you can give it a try. Undoubtedly, the presence of the mentor will elevate the entire game to a higher level, and the pace of the game will quickly accelerate within 3 minutes. But the current atmosphere in Germany is not as good as expected. The king combination of Caesar and Ness. The sudden awakening of Ji Xiai's black name Lanchi, coupled with the national god, a robot who has lost himself, makes the direction of this game even more confusing. Finally, Ye Liangqiu, an extremist, evolved from the original 2 factions into a melee in the German system, and everyone's egoism has exploded to the extreme. At this moment, the appearance of Snafi, Italy's true core, makes Italy's cooperation more stable. With a whistle, the game is about to start, and the kickoff party comes to Italy. In the last game, Ye Liangqiu used an unusual aerial shot, a difficult action. Italy came to a conclusion in this kind of shot. This kind of shot can be copied, but it requires sufficient space and perfect timing. For example, in the penalty area just now, it was because of Ikong's headbutt that a large part of the space below was vacant, allowing Ye Liangqiu to have enough time to run. However, in reality, it is still very simple to prevent such a ball. All it takes is one person to predict Ye Liangqiu's movement in advance to intercept it. But, this also involves a key issue. That is another weapon of Ye Liangqiu, the ultimate shooting tensho. This kind of shot is difficult to guard against because of the 2-legged advantage, and it is difficult to intercept. It can be said, Italy has already strangled Ye Liangqiu in order to limit it. No matter how hard I try, there is no way around this. Because Ye Liangqiu is so flexible, not only is he fast, but he can always find the best angle to shoot in a head-on confrontation. According to official data, Ye Liangqiu's shooting success rate is as high as 80%, of which 20. The Italian players have all watched the video, and it can be seen that he was testing his weapons, which resulted in a missed shot. Facing a player who is almost as good as a mentor, there is no shame in conceding 2 goals in the first half, but if Italy, known as the Steel Wall, can't defend it, then do they still need to lose face? In the end, the Italian plan also came to a conclusion during the discussion. That is to guard Ye Liangqiu heavily. As long as he wants to shoot, just stick him with a dogskin plaster to limit this rising star to the greatest extent. At this moment, Caesar has also fallen into boundless delusion. A whisper is echoing in his mind, as if countless vines are wrapping his body. As a king who has been suppressed from beginning to end, every attack and every ball lost makes him fall into anger, but his heart was beating abnormally at this moment, and his blood seemed to be flowing faster. This was a feeling he hadn't found in a long time. Or, this boiling excitement reminded him of why he wanted to play football in the first place. Caesar's eyes slowly opened, succumb to the impossible, but what I want to do is defeat the impossible. And now, re-examining everything. It seems like another existence has appeared that makes me feel sick and physically uncomfortable. His eyes were dark, and the arrogance all over his body began to agitate, and blue roses withered in the shadow behind him. As if sensing something, Ye Liangqiu looked back, and Caesar happened to meet his eyes. What? Kick me to wake up one more person. Ye Liangqiu always feels that he has some magic that can make people awaken. As long as he plays a few games with him, he will either guard against arrogance or impetuosity, or he will quickly awaken to an incredible state. Sometimes he is a little suspicious. These people have difficult brains. Isn't it possible that there is a darkened version of myself living there? At this time, he suddenly felt something looking at him again and turned around to look. I saw Ji Xiai in midfield cast a pair of penetrating eyes. Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. The classic life of doubt. Kaiubeo's expression is so funny. Let's just say who is a good guy who is kicking, and his teammates don't even think about their enemies, but focus on their own teammates. Kaiubeo, you guessed it right, in Caesar's live broadcast room next door, all the dogs are barking. There are also the idiots on Ji Xiai's side who thought that Ji Xiai had grown up a little, so they all started setting off fireworks to celebrate Ji Xiai's upcoming enthronement. Let's just say, why are we viewers starting to be divided into factions? Sigma. Chapter 192 Abyss Arena. At this time, Italy's formation changed to 451 because of Snuffy's appearance. Ma Lang was charging at the front, and it was not difficult to see his expression, the madness and rage in his pupils. After all, several consecutive defenses and lost balls made the new king's mentality almost explode, and he was even more eager to pass the current situation. One goal turned the situation around. Snuffy and Lorenzo in midfield. The cooperation between the two is quite tacit in the Italian lineup. Ye Liangqiu's devil's eye naturally saw that as Italy's lineup changed, even the offensive pace accelerated a lot, and players who had not participated in the offense before began to show their fangs. Obviously, everyone must be prepared to fight to the end. And he also noticed that Lorenzo would look at him from time to time, and he would try his best to keep his running direction slowed down, or change direction due to his obstruction. The opponent's strategy seems to be to restrict himself. But faced with this level of conspiracy, Ye Liangqiu has experienced a lot, and he is constantly looking for opportunities to see if he can touch the ball. It's just that Italy doesn't give this chance at all. Ötzi and Snuffy's dribbling and passing were quite fast, causing Germany's already chaotic system to quickly begin to show flaws and tear apart. Ji Shi sighed while running. The style of the Italian team is really unpredictable. From the original super defensive lineup, it quickly transformed into a super offensive lineup the moment it touched the ball. This rapid transformation is like a magic. The first second the teacher had a knife in his hand, it turned out to be a gun. The fatal threat caused the German team to retreat towards the midfield. Now on the court, there seem to be 4 eyeball-shaped observers looking down at the entire court. The 4 players who have stepped beyond the horizon are constantly filling their heads with information about the stadium, just waiting for the next blow to shatter the enemy's illusions. Ji Shi quickly identified the key to Italy's offense. He couldn't imagine why the Italian players' desire to attack would become so strong even though it was just their mentor. Want to come? Suddenly there seemed to be a whisper in his ear. Not far away, Ye Liangqiu looked at him with burning eyes, as if he was asking whether he wanted to start a fight. Because the current game is no longer just about playing football, but fight for your own ideas. If they cannot get out of this fight, then they are likely to become victims of this war and can only watch others ascend to the throne. The black named Liangqiu risked everything to put Ji Shi first. Of course, Ji Shi also has to respond to his ambition. In an instant, Ji Shi rushed to the position that was most beneficial to him. Almost the moment Italy entered the German half, the 4 factions on Germany's side were already kings of their own, maximizing the use of the surrounding space. Ötzi curled his lips when he saw this scene. It's such a chaotic team. Even their teammates can't be trusted. It's hard to imagine how this group of players can endure the environment in Germany. After all, Hui Xian emphasized at the beginning of this new hero war that he must adapt to his team. But from Ötzi's point of view, the atmosphere in Germany is like an arena of constant competition in the abyss. Those who can stand on it are a group of demons. The devil that devours everything. At this time, a figure passed by him. As a mentor, Snuffy's expression was arrogant and disdainful. Facing Germany's situation, he had already expected it when he was watching the battle, although this situation was scary. But this is also Germany's weakness. A team has 1 core and 1 king is enough. Too many kings will cause the entire team to collapse as time goes by. This is why some professional teams will not sign ace players at high prices when selecting their players, because doing so will do the opposite and lower the original level of the entire team. Snuffy has experienced this and naturally understands this truth. His eyes were locked on the goal, and he showed a contemptuous smile. The method of defeating you is a bit too simple, but it makes me a little disappointed. The next moment, Ötzi passed the ball directly to Snuffy. But the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Caesar's body was wrapped with weird twisted vines. His eyes were cold and slightly arrogant. He stretched out his legs to directly intercept the quick pass. But who is Snuffy? He has experienced a more cruel game than this. He has long noticed that this new generation of the 11th hero, Caesar, is trying to make a move behind his back. At the moment Caesar was about to touch the ball, Snuffy stepped forward with 1 foot and extended his right arm. Under Caesar's strange gaze, he actually lowered his movements with the movement of his right arm, causing his legs and feet to barely touch the ball. However, Snuffy did not suffer any deceleration due to this series of actions. He was even further ahead than Caesar and directly caught the ball firmly with 1 foot. He looked back at Caesar, his eyes like eagle eyes, and that high nose makes him look extremely fierce. It seems that your transcendence vision has not been exercised to the extreme yet. Caesar's expression was indifferent. He did not disrupt his thoughts because of these words. Instead, he fought further and stretched out his hand to directly touch Snuffy's stomach. The fierce collision between the 2 made Ötzi, who was running aside, confused. Do these 2 people see the world differently from themselves? The moment he snatched it from Caesar, he panicked, because he had never noticed that a person had bypassed his field of vision. Not only his field of vision, but also the imagination in his brain had reached an unpredictable position. Caesar's eyes could see further than he could. But what surprised the 2 sons the most was not Caesar, but the fact that mentor Snuffy actually remained calm in this situation and forced Caesar back from his robbery. The dimensions of these 2 people are higher than mine. Ötzi couldn't help but murmur. Because of Caesar, the fierce fight between the 2 slowed down a bit, and the surrounding Italian and German players quickly stepped forward. Double team him. At this time, Ness's voice came. His movements were very standard. In order to create an opportunity for Caesar to grab the ball, he directly stepped forward to press him, which was very similar to how he used to deal with Ji Shi. But this time, Caesar looked at him fiercely and uttered 1 word coldly, "Get out." Ness was dumbfounded, a little confused. He was helping Caesar. Why was he being scolded? However, he couldn't see the situation. It is emerging quietly at this moment. Snuffy grinned, and the eagle eyes in his pupils were rapidly dilating. Chapter 193 Fierce Battle. In an instant, Snuffy picked the ball with his right foot, put his left hand on Ness's shoulder, stabilized his body behind him, and then flicked the ball with his right leg. There was a bang sound. It was passed on directly. Damn. Caesar's eyes were filled with surging flames, and he looked at Ness with a murderous gaze. When Ness realized why he was being scolded, he realized that Snuffy had been waiting for him to come forward with this flaw. Yes, Caesar's scramble only put pressure on Snuffy. But Ness's step forward allowed Snuffy to find a flaw. As long as he passed the ball, the 2 men on the side could continue to rush towards the goal without any scruples. Without Ness blocking the second Sun, he quickly dribbled the ball forward. At this time, Lorenzo had also taken over Snuffy's position, and the two of them quickly dribbled the ball through 1-2, tearing apart Germany's defensive formation in an instant. At this moment, he turned from offense to defense. Snuffy's arm flexibility could be said to be painfully skillful. He spread his arms and blocked Caesar and Ness, who wanted to step forward. Then a voice sounded, "There is a time to attack. It's the best defense. But your team, which has a super offensive system, obviously has huge flaws in defense. None of this can escape my eyes. Obviously, for the sake of the team, this mentor is using his body to open up the most spacious offensive route for his players." Just when Ertzi and Lorenzo dribbled the ball into the penalty area, Erzi felt chills all over his body, as if he could feel a pair of eyes staring at his every move. He looked back and looked around, trying to find who those eyes hidden in the darkness were. This feeling made him very unhappy, and he even had the illusion that he was about to lose. "Are you looking for me?" Just when Lorenzo suddenly made a cross, a calm voice rang in his ears. Ji Shii rushed out with the black flame wrapped around his body. This scene was very similar to just now. It was not exactly the same, in the same position. Last time it was the second Son who passed the ball to Snuffy, but now it is Lorenzo who passes the ball to the second Son. Ji Shii imitated Caesar and suddenly appeared to intercept the ball. At this moment, Ertzi's brain was running at high speed. He tried to imitate Snuffy's movement skills to block this attack. However, his arm movements were not mastered at all. The moment he was about to touch Ji Shii, he didn't notice that the ball had flown to the center point of the two people. Ji Shi's eyes were as bright as fire, and his pupils were like eyeballs made up of countless puzzle pieces. He erupted from the corner of his mouth with passionate arrogance and stretched out his legs to snatch directly. Damn! Ertzi gritted his teeth. He couldn't imitate his mentor's movements. After all, it was too difficult. Now he could only fight. The next moment, the two of them stretched out their legs at the same time to snatch the ball. "You don't think I passed it to you, do you?" Suddenly, another sarcastic voice sounded, and Lorenzo started running forward without the ball in a zombie dance step. Ji Shii was disturbed by this voice for a moment, but his movements did not stop. Hearing this, Ertzi seemed to realize. Suddenly he understood something, and he showed a smile. "Oh, so it turns out that he wants to clear the way for the ace. I almost forgot, we are all victims." Under Ji Shii's shocked eyes, Ertzi changed from hooking the ball back to kicking the ball. Was he going to pass the ball? Damn it, how is it possible to pass the ball in this situation? Suddenly, he felt bursts of blazing flames coming from his right side. A figure rushed out. Behind Ma Lang, who carried the aura of a king, there seemed to be a roaring lion. He looked at Ji Shii with disdain. "Don't block the way, you scumbag." There was a bang sound. Ertzi was the first to touch the ball. After his toes touched the ball, he quickly kicked it in front of Ji Shii. The Ma Lang quickly received the pass and immediately rushed to his golden area to prepare for a shot. This series of actions seemed to have been rehearsed. Germany seems to be controlled by a big hand. At this moment, a figure rushed out again. The black name Liangqiu had already come to Ji Shii's side when he was fighting for it. Seeing that Ji Shii failed to grab it, his eyes had already noticed what was going on. The charging horse wolf, relying on its own speed advantage, quickly arrived in front of the horse wolf. Ma Lang glanced at Heiming Liangqiu with disdain, and still rushed towards his best shooting area. Suddenly, black name Liangqiu's eyes locked on the direction of the ball. He slid straight up. Ma Lang seemed to be wrapped around by lightning, making a harsh sound. His dominant foot was his right foot. Almost at the moment when black name Liangqiu snatched it, his toes directly touched the ball, causing the ball to fly up, and his left foot also moved towards. He stepped on the ground and jumped up quickly. The corners of his mouth raised. This time, who else can stop him? Suddenly, the moment he landed on the ground, the muscles of his right leg bulged. A direct shot with a heavy cannon. The goalkeeper Gagamaru in front of the goal was watching the scene with concentration, his body tense. To be precise, Ma Lang's heavy shot was too urgent, which resulted in him having no cover in front of him when he shot. As a result, Gagamaru had an excellent field of vision. He saw the moment the ball came across an arc. "A few words have already appeared in my mind, I can stop it." The moment the ball was about to enter the net, Gamaru rushed over and held the ball with both hands, but due to the recoil, the ball flew out again. Seeing that the shot failed, veins popped up on Ma Lang's cheeks, and then he continued to sprint. There was room for another shot with this goal. However, at this moment, a figure appeared at the place where the ball landed. Ye Liangqiu, who had been disappearing from the audience, suddenly appeared at this moment where everyone was unaware. He looked at the fierce battlefield and revealed a happy smile. "I know what you're thinking. I also saw your mentality of trying to shoot regardless of everything. Malang, you are still too impatient. From the beginning to now, I have completely figured out the entire Italian system. After all, Italy's offensive intentions are too obvious. In addition, Marang, a heavy-handed player, has never participated in the attack. It is not difficult to see that Italy's system wants Maral to attack suddenly. However, Ye Liangqiu appeared in front of the goal. This means that he saw Ma Lang's shot just now, and he could even step forward to intercept the heavy shot, but he did not stop it, obviously not thinking that Ma Lang could successfully shoot. Ma Lang stopped running and rushed towards Ye Liangqiu. He knew that he only had this chance. If he could not snatch the ball away in the penalty area, Ye Liangqiu would bring the ball and give their team a heavy blow. Damn, why did you let UBD get the ball? Chapter 194 Designed Competition. It can be said that all of Italy's tactical layout is to let a person who shouldn't get the ball touch the ball, and now the person who shouldn't get the ball has already got the ball. In an instant, all previous tactics fell apart. At the same time, there were already a lot of players on the Italian side participating in the attack, but no one retreated to the midfield. In other words, they studied the extremist Ye Liangqiu. After getting the ball, there is almost a high probability that he will hold the ball in a head-on confrontation instead of passing the ball. After understanding Ye Liangqiu's character, they still had a bit of luck in their hearts. For example, it is predicted that Ye Liangqiu will not think about making a high pass to put the entire team into a counter-attack rhythm. But the sharp-eyed Snuffy retreated quickly. He knew that the goal was not scored and the next counter-attack would be extremely fierce, so he retreated. He retreated to the midfield without hesitation, his eyes constantly scanning the whole scene. Whoever is the lucky one on the court will receive a gift from Ye Liangqiu. At this time, Ye Liangqiu, who received the ball, looked at the Italian player rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth rose. As expected, these people spent a lot of time studying themselves, and even guessed his psychological thoughts. Do you know you can't give the ball away? So I stepped forward decisively to press. But the next second, Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his right foot, looked in one direction, and said softly, I don't like to owe favors, so just treat this ball as something I gave back to you. There was a bang sound. In the astonished eyes of the Italian players, Ye Liangqiu made a super long-distance pass. Ji Xiai, who was running, seemed to suddenly feel the sight and turned back suddenly, and the ball was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Is this a gift from the Demon King? He had no idea that the ball would fly towards him in this way, and it was Ye Liangqiu who kicked him over. At this moment, his brain was in a state of confusion, as if he had won the lottery, but then he quickly recovered his thoughts. After receiving this precise pass, Ji Xiai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Ye Liangqiu, his passing really surprised me and made me excited. That's right, Italy's eyes are all on Ye Liangqiu at this moment. In addition to the previous super attack, Italy's half-court players were very sparse. In addition, no one expected that the ball would be delivered to Ji Xiai, leaving his position unmarked. The real full-scale counterattack came. Ye Liangqiu, who was in front of the ball, closed his eyes slightly. He didn't like to owe favors, especially favors on the court. Even if Ji Xiai had to pass the ball to him in the last game, he still had countless choices to pass it to him. The ball was given to others, but he still kicked it to himself. It shows that Ji Xiai trusts Ye Liangqiu more than himself and can break out of the siege in this situation. Now, Ye Liangqiu also gave Yu Jiaxi a chance to end the game with his own pass. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire competition field changed. As soon as Ji Xi charged with the ball, Black Name Lanchi was covering the side as if he was his bodyguard. The two of them penetrated Italy's already weak defensive midfielder almost instantly, and quickly reached the penalty area. And here, Ikong has already been waiting. He did not expect that the sudden counterattack would be so swift, nor did he expect that Italy would eventually face a counterattack against their mentor. The bullseye in Ikong's pupils is constantly judging the threat of Ji Xiai in front of him. What he needs to do is to guard Ji Xiai, otherwise Italy will be finished in this game. With Ji Xiai's brain running rapidly, he was also frantically judging the situation at this moment. He had to use the vacant time before Italy could defend to tear apart the current defensive formation, and he needed a few elites to launch the fastest counterattack. Otherwise, wait for Italy to return to defense, then with his current state. I'm afraid I'll be blocked in front of the goal? Thinking about it, Ji Xi passed the ball to Kuraming Lanchi, hoping to perform a 1-2. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The Italian mentor Snaffy suddenly appeared. A pair of huge wings seemed to appear on his back, like a phoenix hovering in the sky. He looked at him with a stern expression and his legs and feet had been stretched out. He put one hand on Ji Xiai's shoulder, and the moment his lower body stabilized, he stretched out his right foot to steal. Ji Xi's eyes widened. Even the black man on the side was dumbfounded. He predicted Ji Xiai's pass. There was a hint of shock in the eyes of Bing Xiang off the court. They were outside the court and they knew best what happened just now. The moment Ye Liangqiu passed the ball, Snuffy, who was in the midfield, had already realized that the ball would most likely be passed. With his unique analysis, he observed the people on the entire court and finally focused on Ji Xiai, who was running without the ball. Like a predator, he trusts his instincts. So when Ji Xiai received the ball, the hunter had been hiding in the darkness. The opportunity he was waiting for was that Ji Xiai did not notice him and directly grabbed the ball at the keynote. Iceweaver Sheep was a little shocked. If Ji Xiai were himself, would he realize this? No, not at all aware of it, because this game is so urgent. The purpose of fighting for the ball is too ordinary. The side holding the ball faces too much pressure, which leads to a rapid decline in physical strength, shooting, and accuracy. This aspect is very unfriendly to players with strong spatial awareness, because the huge amount of information cannot be processed all in an instant. Complete. Ji Xiai gritted his teeth. It was like this every time. He thought he could succeed, but there would be a roadblock halfway. Dembd, I'm going to kill you. Snuffy chuckled. So, you are still a little too young. His eyes suddenly looked in the direction of the German goal. At that position, Ma Lang was running, and suddenly he seemed to feel a strange feeling. No, it was the feeling of scoring a goal. Someone wanted to pass the ball to me, someone wanted me to shoot. Their movements were almost in sync. Ma Lang turned around directly, and Snuffy, who stole the pass, passed the ball high in less than a minute and passed it high again. The ball landed exactly in the 30-meter penalty area in front of the German goal, which was the golden shooting area for the Maldives. And because the horn of a full-scale counterattack sounded, no one in Germany expected that the counterattack would be cut off in a short moment, leaving no time to return to defense. Everything seems to be designed. Ma Lang clenched his fists and looked fiercely. A game designed in this way makes me unable to find any pleasure at all. I can't help it anymore. I can't help but want to tear everyone apart. Chapter 195, Demon King's Crusade. Suddenly a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ma Lang. Caesar's expression was calm, exuding an aura that could be ignored. Do you want to play tricks on me under my nose? A crazy puppy. Ma Lang's pupils erupted with strong murderous intent, and his body instincts exploded in an instant. Under Caesar's surprised gaze, the moment he touched the ball with one foot, he rushed towards Caesar with the ball, and there were constant and disturbing words coming from his mouth. The ultimate words of hate. The so-called work, the so-called competition in design, allowed me to be played and targeted again and again. That's not what I want. I want to crush someone. What I want is not this kind of game played between applause. Everyone, get out of here, get away from me, no one can stop me this time. I'm going to tear this stadium apart. Ma Lang was furious to the extreme. In order to let the game proceed smoothly, Snuffy arranged everything and made all the players indulge in the carefully designed game, just like tools. This is not what Ma Lang wants, because if this continues, he will not be able to improve, let alone defeat the people he has always wanted to defeat. At the moment, everyone is making continuous progress and moving forward, but he is like a trail in the dark. The wolf licked its wounds and watched quietly as these monsters grew stronger. He was unwilling to continue to surrender to this beautiful illusion. This time, he wants to regain the feeling he had before. In an instant, Ma Lang's figure swayed in front of Caesar's eyes. The moment he lifted the ball with his right foot, his eyes were already locked on the goal. He stepped forward to directly block Caesar, and quickly kicked the ball with his back heel, directly coming. A rainbow pass. Caesar's reaction was also very quick, but the moment his body was about to turn around. However, Ma Lang used his arm to hold his shoulder, and he spurted hot arrogance from the corner of his mouth. This time, he did not want to play according to the game designed by his mentor Snuffy, but played according to his own ideas, even if this ball would kill the final advantage, so he wouldn't regret it either. At this moment, the Italian players were dumbfounded. Because according to the design, no matter what happens, Snuffy's recovery of this ball is an excellent offensive opportunity, but now the Ma Lang can no longer listen to anything, and even the teammates on the side who are calling for the pass are like nothingness. Snuffy's eyes also widened. His brain was sluggish for a moment, but a smile kept appearing on the corner of his mouth. His eyes, which had always been calm, changed dramatically at this moment, and the blazing flames rose little by little. It's so cool. Ma Lang, you are really a boy who refuses to admit defeat. But at this moment, I am inspired by your spirit. The heart seemed to be beating violently. Then let's give it a try. Brand new design. How far can your ambitions take our team? Snuffy certainly knows that the team he built is a sophisticated machine that cannot tolerate any mistakes. This is the same as Noah's super rationality, but different. Noah's rationality only depends on the cooperation between the players on the court, whether the shot can be successful, and whether the goal is reasonable. And his team has to instill a concept from the beginning, which is to deliver the ball to people who can score goals. To put it nicely, it is a procedure. The end of this program is a person. The mastermind is Snuffy. Now the first person to break the program is Ma Lang, who is also the terminal. Steady goals could not make the Ma Lang improve further. The team's previous lagging behind, coupled with the mentor's appearance, still did not waver the result of this game. This sense of despair prompted the Ma Lang to move up step by step. Climb. The Italian players had started shouting wildly. Are you kidding me? Will everything that has been carefully prepared be destroyed by one person? It's a pity that Ma Lang is now dribbling the ball and rushing towards the goal. There are figures in his field of vision, which are so indelible that he has been wanting to tear them apart since he entered the blue prison. Only by putting despair on the scale and paying the price of despair can I continue to improve myself. Ye Liangqiu, what you can do, I can do too. I want to surpass you, and I want to devour you bit by bit. Finally, I'll eat you up like a meal on my plate. Seemingly noticing that Ma Lang had returned to his former crazy state, Ye Liangqiu showed a long-lost smile. He stood in front of his goal and took a stance. Right, don't suppress your selfish desires, and don't be like a dog. Follow other people's orders. Only the one who shows his ambition first can survive in this cruel world. Now you are really exciting me. Ma Lang's goal seemed to have always been clear. The moment he saw Ye Liangqiu, he had already rushed forward with the ball. The goal he had always wanted to crush was right in front of him. This moment seems like going back to that day when Team Z versus Team X. Ma Lang tried his best to stop Ye Liangqiu's shot. At this moment, the roles were reversed. Behind the two of them, there seemed to be unspeakable monsters that were hostile to each other. Do you want to shoot? As the first person to shoot in the penalty area, Ye Liangqiu's devil's eyes understood all Ma Lang's thoughts. He kept tapping the ball with his right foot trying to find a chance to shoot. However, the suffocating smell prevented Ma Lang from deciding what to do next. Facing Ye Liangqiu, he only felt as if his whole body was wrapped in countless dead bones. Any small mistake would lead to his death here. The veins on Ma Lang's cheeks popped out. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the side of Ye Liangqiu. It was Lorenzo. He seemed to know that Ma Lang couldn't make a choice. He grinned widely and said, "Idiot, your fear is reflected on your face. That's appropriate. Give yourself a chance to buffer. After all, I also really want to participate in this battle against the Demon King." Ma Lang broke his teeth, but he still passed the ball by knocking the ball quickly based on his instinct. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth and took a step forward, trying to intercept him directly. At this moment, another figure rushed out. It was Ikong. The moment Snuffy sent the ball back, he had already decided that he had to shoot the ball, and at this moment because of Ma Lang's deafening roaring, Ikong rarely resonated with this group of monsters. "Add me one more. Remember to write my name on your family tree when you defeat the devil." The moment Ye Liangqiu took the shot, Ikong also stretched out his legs and feet simultaneously, but he was not here to grab the ball, but to pass the ball further. Chapter 196, Rats in the Sewer. Their legs and feet touched the ball almost at the same time. But Ikong was well prepared, unlike Ye Liangqiu's interception which was based on physical reaction to steal the ball. In terms of strength, Ikong is even better. There was a bang sound. As the football flew out along Ye Liangqiu's ankle, Lorenzo quickly rushed towards the direction of the ball's landing point. At this time, Ma Lang had already passed Ye Liangqiu. At this moment, the commentator couldn't help but be infected by this momentum. He roared passionately, "Beautiful, really beautiful." Ma Lang's decisive passing, and in order to ensure that the ball was not intercepted, Ikong actually sacrificed his life to engage in a head-on confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, just to pass the ball. But the most surprising thing is that it is obviously just one person. Ye Liangqiu, who has become famous recently, actually made the entire Italian team fearful. Even just standing there, he put huge pressure on him. Ye Liangqiu never thought that in order to pass his level, Italy formed a brave team, all trying to kill him. Engaged in the battle between the three heroes and Lubuletin, even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but yelled, looking back at Lorenzo who had already touched the ball, "Damn a bunch of rats, what a dirty trick." The moment Lorenzo touched the ball, he quickly passed the ball back to the werewolf. At this moment, Ma Lang in the golden area was staring at the goal and just raised his foot to shoot. Two figures suddenly jumped out. Ji Xiai and Caesar looked fierce. They were like eyes in the dark, they had been staring at everything on the field. According to their judgment, Ma Lang could not defeat Ye Liangqiu, but because of Lorenzo and Ikong, he actually succeeded. Then their dark duo will naturally have to climb out. In an instant, Ma Lang's shooting route was blocked, but Ma Lang was not afraid. He only felt as if his body was screaming. In an instant, he dribbled the ball at extremely fast speeds to bypass the two defenders. Ji Shi instantly stretched out his right arm to block Ma Lang's advancing body, but the huge force barely gave him any chance to breathe and knocked him to the ground. "This goal was created by me for my new life. If this ball can't be shot, then I don't want to be the best in the world." The murderous intent in Ma Lang's pupils has been completely filled, and countless twisted monsters seem to be transformed around him. Those monsters grinned and made bursts of noise. His eyes fell on a corner of the goal. There was a bang sound. Ji Xiai, who had just gotten up, still wanted to block, and Caesar also stepped forward and stretched out his legs and feet to block, but he happened to fall into Ma Lang's plan. Everything he shot predicted the next blocking action of the two men. The football rushed out from under their crotches. Their bodies not only blocked goalkeeper Gamera's view, but also caused the football to rush towards the goal with a ghostly arrogance. With a whistle, the football entered the net and the score came to 1-2. Ma Lang's evil ways successfully brought Italy back to life. At this moment, the horse wolf roared on the court, and the Italian players quickly stepped forward to celebrate. What a trick! Ji Xiai gritted his teeth. He had never expected that this goal could actually allow Ma Lang to score. Ikong looked at the cheering teammates and reminded, hey, the game is not over yet. Besides, you only succeeded once, why should you be so happy? Aren't you also participating in the crusade against the Demon King? Aren't you excited? Lorenzo looked overly excited, and coupled with his kidney-deficient face, it was hard not to think that this guy would faint in the next second. Ikong shrugged, but has the Demon King fallen? Following his gaze, I saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at them all. Lorenzo felt a chill all over his body, but he returned to his smile instantly. So what? If you can defeat it once, it means you can defeat it a second time. The head of the Demon King is worth 400 million. I think it is very valuable, as long as he is completely defeated. Hey. His smile made Ikong speechless for a while. If it was that simple, they wouldn't have played so hard. At this time, Snuffy walked towards Ma Lang slowly, with a strange brilliance in his eyes. Your ego really surprises me. It even aroused a desire to fight in me. Ma Lang came back to his senses and looked at Snuffy with blazing eyes. Can you wait until the game is over to do this kind of hindsight performance? It has just begun now. I will not follow your trajectory or the game you designed to continue participating in the battle. Isn't your wish to be prepared to retire after winning the championship this season with the vision of your dead teammates? But I want to tell you to take back what you said before. Only a fool would retire in such a prosperous era that is about to begin. Besides, I haven't had a showdown with you yet. It seems that Ma Lang seems to have a hint of comfort in his tone, but the words coming out of his mouth are always so arrogant and domineering, and can even arouse people's anger. Snuffy was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that Ma Lang would say such words, but then he smiled, as if thinking of his dead friend. He was indeed exactly what Ma Lang said. To be precise, he was going to the Blue Prison is to make the Italian team stronger, and he needs to lead this team to win the championship in the next league. But at this moment, teams with great potential appear in front of us one after another. The passion that arose in his heart seemed to be extinguished over time. Snuffy couldn't help but think of the words of his best friend back then. In any era, the beginning of every change that brings changes to the world is often a joke from a brat. Suddenly, he smiled. Snuffy looked at Ma Lang, and seemed to have rekindled the bright and passionate passion. He slowly walked towards Ma Lang, and a phoenix monster appeared behind him. Bad boy, you succeeded. Next, I will be number one in the world. His words were calm, but there was an undercurrent. Ma Lang turned his head and grinned. I should be number one in the world. Compared to the passionate dialogue on their side. On the other side, the atmosphere in Germany became increasingly awkward. This so-called torn system has made Noah, who was sitting in the spectator seats, stand up. He looked at the divided German team with cold eyes and uttered a few words, consciously. Point. In an instant, several people in the German team gritted their teeth. At this time, several people in the Munich team announced substitutions. The main reason was that the amount of exercise in the last game was too great, and many players were exhausted. Even Ji Xiai felt like his brain was in a trance. Are I overusing my brain? Chapter 198, The Self-Born in Anticipation. But all three of them are masters of prediction. Even if Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye could predict the future 3 seconds later, he still found that the bodies of these two people were sticking to him like bullshit plasters, without giving them any chance to breathe. At this time, Lorenzo smiled and said, I have long heard that your eyes can see the future. But any future action requires us to move first before you can see it. And relies too much on the vision of the eyes. That's right. Lorenzo pointed out the shortcomings of Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eyes, which is that the eyes need to see things in order to predict the future. If the eyes are covered, or in places where Ye Liangqiu cannot see, then Ye Liangqiu cannot predict the future. To put it simply, if you were made blind, would you still be able to predict the world? Or do you have the ability to predict the next move of all players directly in your head like beyond vision? Obviously, Ye Liangqiu did not. All he has is a pair of special eyes and extremely exaggerated physical conditions. In this case, Lorenzo's arm movements were very exaggerated, while he pressed hard against Ye Liangqiu's body, and used his arms to block the world that Ye Liangqiu could see with his eyes. Just when Ikong stretched out his foot to intercept the ball, Ye Liangqiu suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. You guys have really worked hard to study me. I didn't expect Snuffy to be able to do this. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball aside fiercely. His voice sounded softly, I feel it, I feel that my own believers are resonating with me behind my back. Believer. Lorenzo was stunned. When he looked back, a pair of aqua blue eyes were staring at him. I swear sheep? Damn it, how could he help Ye Liangqiu? Suddenly, the whole situation seemed to be in chaos. Throughout the whole game, no one helped Ye Liangqiu. In other words, the German team was almost synonymous with self-interest. Every player had his own beliefs and goals to pursue. And under this split, Caesar, Qiushan, Ji Xiai, and various players are more or less hostile to each other. But the only ones who are willing to live in the shadow of others are Ness and Black Name Lanchi. But those two people were the recipients of help from others. And now, Ye Liangqiu, a follower of the extremist, appears. Bing Xiang received the ball accurately. His gaze was like a torch, and the world in his eyes seemed to turn into an illusory battlefield in an instant because of this exciting and tense game. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was playing the game, from the perspective of God, looking down at the entire stadium. There are also some things that are constantly being recalled in his brain. Those things make him confused and make him continue to search for himself. I have always believed that as long as I work hard, I can keep my parents' expectations alive, so it doesn't matter if my life is controlled by them, because they allowed me to be born into this world. It's just that I can't feel any warmth from them. In their eyes, they only see the number one in the world. They ask me to realize all the regrets and setbacks in their athletes' lives on their behalf. I just feel more and more suffocated. And I am also constantly sprinting forward to be the number one in the world, because only if I become the number one in the world, my family will not be separated. Then, I came to the Blue Prison. This is a world of egoists. I originally planned to take a look here, and I was even prepared to be eliminated at any time, but because of my parents, I had to move forward. First Wu told me that my feelings are the most important, but what am I doing? I am still immersed in that hypocritical family. I still haven't changed anything. Until I met a being who almost made me unable to hold back my curiosity and wanted to explore him. His power allowed me to see what it means to be a genius. It was just the threshold for me to meet him. I thought my skills were pretty good. But in that person's eyes, not in his world, we are just dispensable NPCs. This is very similar to those games I once played in which brave men challenge the devil, and he is the final boss. I thought about beating him in a competition, but it was too difficult. Finally, I tried to get to know him, and I discovered that he was not that kind of person, or in other words, he was two people off the court and on the court. Off the court, he would comfort his teammates and even tell them about his shortcomings and strengths. Whereas the weakness, of course, there will also be fights because of friendly exchanges between some people. However, in this relationship, I found an interesting thing about them, that is, their strength is constantly getting stronger, so strong that, now I am already beyond their reach. Until death stadiumed, he found me. He said, life is about living for oneself and imposing desires on others. Only fools will be puppets and let others manipulate them. If even one's own freedom to play football, desires, and ideals are imposed by others, then you should question why you are playing football. I know you may not understand these things, but Ice Weaver Sheep, I can tell you this, in the entire team, countless people are looking forward to pulling me down from the altar. When you truly realize what you want, only then can you show yourself. Don't tie yourself up because of your family. Everyone is the protagonist in his own life. At that moment, my mind seemed to go blank, because no one had ever said these words to me. I did, as he thought, leave my life to my parents. But now, he is teaching me to resist. Be yourself. I seemed to be beginning to look forward to my future, and I was beginning to have the intention of resisting. Until, now, the moment Bing Xiang received the ball, countless expectations surged in his mind. He no longer wanted to give up his life because of his parents. He also wanted to play football on this court with this group of people. I also want to enjoy the cheers from all over the world. I want you, the devil, to be number one in the world, live for your own expectations. A whole. Icon couldn't help but cursed. At this time, Ye Liangqiu quickly distanced himself from them and started running without the ball. His scarlet eyes seemed to be flashing. Although Bing Xiang has never played before, his cooperation with Ye Liangqiu is extremely tacit. No, it can't be said to be a tacit understanding, and Ye Liangqiu uses the Ice Weaver as a tool, so it seems like a tacit understanding. Because no matter who comes to cooperate with Ye Liangqiu, the cooperation will be like this. Controlling others is Ye Liangqiu's unique way of playing. Chapter 199 Resonance. I know clearly that Ye Liangqiu's playing style will give people the illusion that they are getting stronger, and they will even be immersed in this wonderful feeling. But often only in this way can the horror of this devil be reflected. I can feel the gap between myself and him even more. After Ice Weaver quickly bypassed the early players, the ball had already flown to his feet. His eyes were calm. From his illusory world, the ball was bound to come to this position. He knew that, of course, Ye Liangqiu also knew, so everything was perfect. It's so perfect that Bing Gui Sheep can't help but immerse himself in it. But it only took a moment for him to wake up. Dark flames appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but whisper in his heart. As long as he could reach the position predicted by Ye Liangqiu in advance, it would mean that he had become stronger. No, if it's just like this, I will never be able to become stronger. You can't think in this direction. I should observe with my own eyes and resonate with this devil. The world he saw overlapped with the world I saw, and I have to react the moment I see it, and predict in advance how far the world in Ye Liangqiu's eyes can go. Only in this way can we achieve synchronization and resonance with him. Thinking about it, Bing Xiang passed the ball out with one kick, but it did not pass to Ye Liangqiu's feet. Instead, he predicted Ye Liangqiu's next move and passed the ball to him in advance, just like Bing Xiang was being beaten by Ye Liangqiu at that time. Controlled like that. At this moment, Bing Xiang felt that his condition was improving rapidly. As long as they continue like this and further resonate with Ye Liangqiu's thoughts, then, the two of them alone will be enough for this goal. Seeing this scene, Ye Liangqiu took a step forward, caught the flying ball with one foot, and raised the corner of his mouth. Little sheep, it seems that your heart is still forcing yourself to keep moving forward. Good, really good. Because it's been a long time since anyone has been willing to accompany me crazy like this. Then let your ambition drive you. Enjoy this exciting moment. Almost the moment the two stepped into the penalty area, the two idiots Ikong and Lorenzo stuck up again. The threat of Ye Liangqiu in the penalty area was enough to make the entire Italian team tremble. After all, his shooting skills were almost no one is watching. Ikong and Lorenzo blocked Ye Liangqiu's field of vision as much as possible. Lorenzo even opened his arms and used the same method as before to force Ye Liangqiu to pass the ball. However, Ye Liangqiu's expression was calm, but the aura on his body became more and more surging. When his feet stepped on the ball, a circle of thin red silk threads seemed to emerge from the ground, wrapping him in a circle. Those eyes were already completely turned red, with only the dark pupils dancing in the eyes. Go crazy, let this game fall into the craziest moment. Caesar, stop hiding. You've been discovered by me. Get out. Caesar, who was running without the ball not far away, had his pupils widened slightly. He looked back at the figure that was exuding a very evil aura, and was a little confused. This guy actually had time to pay attention to him? Ikong and Lorenzo seemed to be a little uncomfortable. The two seemed to know that they couldn't be suppressed like this. In an instant, they took action directly, stretching their legs to grab the ball. However, Ye Liangqiu never looked directly at them. He stepped on the ball hard with the sole of his foot and the football bottomed out. Such a long distance? Are you planning to shoot? Lorenzo's eyes widened. Of course he remembered this move, but at this moment he was at least 35 meters away from the goal, or even further. No. Could it be? Is it a fake move? While Ikong stretched his legs, he also noticed this scene. He kicked his legs on the ground hard and jumped up instantly, trying to block the shooting route. The next second, both of them were dumbfounded. The moment the ball flew into the air, Ye Liangqiu stretched out his left foot and passed the football directly, and he bent down and rushed out quickly. Feint? Lorenzo never expected that this guy would actually use a fake move. After all, the way he shot just now was too intimidating. If it were Caesar who shot from such a distance, he would not make any move, because he knew that Caesar's impact was in it is impossible to successfully shoot from such a distance. But if it were Ye Liangqiu, then he wouldn't dare to gamble. So, that's what it ended up like. Damn it, I was tricked. Lorenzo quickly adjusted his body and rushed out. Ikong jumped up and almost fell to the ground, but he quickly returned to defense without running the ball. As for the direction in which Ye Liangqiu passed the ball, it was Bing Xiang who was running without the ball. It was obviously Ye Liangqiu who was playing tricks on others, but at the moment Bing Xiang received the ball, an imperceptible pleasure was felt. My heart burst out. Is this playing football? Real football? In the face of absolute strength, I just need to release all the things I can and cannot do. All the so-called enemies were crushed on this road, and at the end, quietly watched the fireworks explode. So, is this the world in your eyes? Bing Xiang's concentration has increased to a level he couldn't imagine. What if I shoot? What if I devour this demon king here? The wonderful ideas in his brain are being inspired by the burst of adrenaline and pleasure. It's this kind of greedy thinking, this kind of self-interested thinking. Bing Xiang couldn't stop at all. You said that people are born free, and their own lives are in their own hands. Now the world seems to be spinning around me. I can't stop. What I want, what I expect. He suddenly turned his head to look at Ye Liangqiu, who was running without the ball. The two people's eyes happened to meet. Those extremely red pupils, exuding bursts of murderous aura, looked at his clear blue eyes. Violence and calmness collide, and the auras of the two seem to be constantly blending. Bing Xiang was stunned, and that thought suddenly disappeared without a trace. Two nightmare-like figures hovered over his body, which were his parents. No, I can't do it if I am alone. What I should do is bring this demon king who has fallen into madness back to his senses. And the key to sanity is shooting. Just when he wanted to pass the ball, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, and the cold tone made Bing Xiang come back to his senses instantly. Shoot for yourself. Since it is your own expectation, don't put your expectations on anyone else. If you really think you can't do it, then go ahead, put all your expectations on me, and I will give you a perfect answer. End of chapter 200, Germany vs Italy. At this moment, Bing Xiang's stagnant curiosity had been completely aroused. He looked at the football at his feet and asked, "Want to try it once?" Suddenly, the fire in his pupils began to burn again. "Then try it once. Looking forward to my first time." In the next second, Ertzi rushed in front of him, forcing him to pass the ball. On the other side, Ikong and Lorenzo had returned to the defense line. Caesar had also run without the ball to the front of Ye Liangqiu's shot. Prepare to intercept the perfect shooting opportunity that the two of them have worked so hard to create. The entire restricted area has completely collapsed into a chaotic battlefield. The national god also ran to Bing Xiang's side, as if to say, "Pass the ball to him." Everyone thought that Bing Guiyang's ball would definitely be passed on. However, in the next second, there was a bang sound. The football was entangled with full arrogance and went straight through Ertzi's cheek and rushed towards the goal. The icy blue hair was flying wildly, and the aura shown in the pupils was completely released. If he shoots. No one expected it to be like this at this moment. Lorenzo couldn't help but cursed, "Are all the blue prisons lunatics?" Just at the moment when the football was about to be shot, a figure suddenly jumped out. The veins on Ma Lang's cheeks popped out. He jumped up, straightened his thighs, and made a horse movement. There was a bang sound. The football hit his calf and bounced straight away. Ma Lang roared, "Damn blue-haired kid, there's no way I'm going to let you score this goal." Seeing that the goal was not successful, Bing Xiang was stagnant in place. This goal filled him with all his expectations. Most importantly, he failed Ye Liangqiu. He obviously attracted countless firepower. But, it failed in the end. At this moment, a voice sounded, "The game is not over yet, why are you so happy so early?" This voice made Bing Xiang look over. I saw Ye Liangqiu suddenly rushing out of the encirclement, his eyes always paying attention to the direction of the ball's landing point, and Caesar also rushed over. The war didn't end with the missed shot. Ikong and Lorenzo also raced forward to rush forward. The positions of several people are very close to the direction of the last ball. Ye Liangqiu's speed was so fast that all three of them felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Caesar even wanted to stretch out his arm to stop Ye Liangqiu directly. He would rather the ball be snatched away by the opponent than to give Ye Liangqiu a chance to shoot. Ikong's pupils shook violently. As an expert in air combat, the moment he saw Ye Liangqiu's leg muscles bulging, he knew that this guy was preparing to take off. But it's too late. If he wanted to perform a header and catch this unexpected ball, he had to run in front of Ye Liangqiu. However, at this moment, scarlet flames burst out from Ye Liangqiu's red eyes. In the eyes of several people, he jumped up, and a pair of blood-red wings seemed to appear behind him. "I'm here to paint your expectations. A perfect ending. God's punishment." There was a bang and a roar sounded. The momentum of this goal was impossible for the Italian goalkeeper to stop. It was too close to the goal and the speed was too fast for him to react. until the moment the whistle blows. After the entire stadium was quiet for a second, it burst into fierce cheers. The match between Italy and Germany ended at 1:3, with Ye Liangqiu's volley coming to a perfect end. After the game, Ikong was completely exhausted and put his hands on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh, "It's so scary. I'm just playing football without my life." As an aerial expert, he knows how difficult it is to shoot and headbutt in the air. Lorenzo was completely lying on the floor, breathing heavily. He is indeed a devil worth 400 million. He is really special. Ma Lang, aren't you angry? He naturally saw that this was the target that Ma Lang had always wanted to pursue. However, after this game, Ma Lang rarely calmed down, or maybe, something was wrong. Ma Lang glanced at the two of them. "Why should I be angry? In this game, I have got what I want. I will crush that guy sooner or later. It's just a matter of time." Ikong laughed. "Is it really just a matter of time?" The veins on Ma Lang's forehead popped out. "Shut up." On the other side, the atmosphere in Germany was relatively normal after the victory. Ye Liangqiu grabbed his collar and wiped his sweat. Looking at the ice-weaving sheep who was still stunned, he stepped forward and pressed his big hand directly on his furry head. "What, are you unhappy?" "No." Bing Xiang's big eyes blinked, a little sluggish. "The last ball. I'm sorry, if I had been more decisive, maybe." Before he could say what he was going to say, he was going to overturn his story. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his head and shook his head. "There is no need to discuss the game that is over. Everyone has their own ideas, and I will not restrict your ideas, nor will I imprison your desires like a devil. Everyone on the pitch is a hero." The ice weaver sheep's expression is a little cute. I don't know what he is thinking. "I'm not a buddy. Let's ask if I can take a screenshot. Those upstairs, stop knocking. Our Kyubeo belongs to Little B. If you don't listen, let's go ahead with our lamb stocks. Give me a bottle of insecticide for each one of those who vote for the Little B's. Go to hell." As the game ends here, Game 6 is also underway in the Blue Prison. France PXG vs England full city. However, at the beginning of the game, Ishirin heard the broadcast of Germany vs Italy in the 5th game. Yoroaki defeated Italy with a hat trick. Then the game was played, with Itoshirin's berserk state performing a hat trick and killing the whole city. The final score of France PXG vs England Manchinj was 3:1. In 10 days, the next championship match between teams competing for this new hero battle is about to begin. Germany Boston Munich vs France PXG. At this time, the quotations have also started to be sorted again. Ishirin stood on the court. His body seemed to be surrounded by countless monsters. His extremely cold eyes seemed to see someone watching the game through the screen. He said lightly, "Ye Liangqiu, are you ready to face me? This time, I will kill you." Chapter 201. A new round of quotations. At this time, annual salary quotes have been redistributed. Nagi Sishiro and Reio, brothers in distress, have completely lost their temper and have not won a single match. But the strength of the two is obvious to all. Of course, if they still cannot win a game, the offer will only get lower and lower. Blue Prison, the top 3 quotes have appeared on the screen. The third place is Ma Lang, who scored a goal in the last game against Germany, with an annual salary of 140 million. The second place is also Itoshirin, who scored a hat trick in the last Manchinj match, with an annual salary of 200 million yuan. There is no surprise for the first place. Germany, who has not lost a game in the name of the devil, has an annual salary of 450 million. It almost crushed everyone in the entire Blue Prison who was still struggling to make ends meet. Some people are happy, and of course some people are sad. After this awakening, Ji Xiai gritted his teeth and looked at his 50 million offer, feeling a little dazed. Although he clearly understood that there was a huge gap between him and those monsters that were getting stronger, but, in Germany under this system, his strength simply cannot be fully displayed. The black name Lanchi on the side looked at his quotation of 45 million and curled his lips. At this time, the broadcast quotations continued. The same offer of 350 million appeared, but it did not belong to the Blue Prison people, but the offer from the German Kaiser. At this moment, the veins on Caesar's cheeks popped out, and his hands involuntarily restrained his neck. He didn't care about the price. Right now, he just wanted to crush Ye Liangqiu to death. When the quotation ended, everyone came back to their senses. Ye Liangqiu had already disappeared from the screen room and went to take a bath alone. After all, this was one of his few interests in the Blue Prison. After the enjoyable game, he came to relax his muscles. Lying in the hot spring, his mind was constantly replaying the games again and again. Not only him, but the surrounding group of little monsters in the Blue Prison have begun to grow up, and their ambitions have already exploded in the last game. Ye Liangqiu raised his head, not knowing what he was thinking in his eyes. He had already guessed that after this game, it might be over soon. At this time, footsteps came one after another, also accompanied by the sounds of play and slapstick. From the sounds, there were King Ling, Qinqi, and others in his team. Okay, someone actually sneaked over. A voice that wanted to be beaten sounded. It was the monk. This guy has not been eliminated yet. Even Ye Liangqiu was a little surprised. When the monk walked into the bathroom and saw Ye Liangqiu who was resting with his eyes closed, he immediately didn't dare to let go and walked into the bath honestly. At this time, Bing Xiang, Qianqi, Ling Wang, Ji Xiai, and others also walked in after the game. They were not surprised to see Ye Liangqiu. After all, after every training, as long as they arrived, they could see Ye Liangqiu soaking in the hot spring. The situation that was lively just now became quiet for a while. Or maybe it was because Ye Liangqiu's intimidation was too strong, which made them all a little silent. After all, they were all defeated by his subordinates who had been kicked all the way. Of course, because everyone was teammates fighting side by side during the previous vacation, this awkwardness was quickly broken. Najisa Shiro looked at Ye Liangqiu curiously and asked, "How do you feel about having an annual salary of 400 million? Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes and responded, "Feelings? What kind of feelings do you want? Isn't it still a string of numbers now?" Some black lines appeared on the heads of everyone on the side. Versailles is too serious. If they hadn't known that Ye Liangqiu was number 1, they would have started to complain by now. "I'm going to play midfield." Suddenly, Bing Xiang, who was sitting quietly next to Ye Liangqiu, blinked his eyes and said, "What do you think?" Ji Shi looked at Bing Xiang. He knew that this guy had the same ability as him, but he was actually playing midfield now? He couldn't help but be a little confused. Is it the same as ITO Master SAE? Bing Xiang nodded. Since the end of the last game, he had begun to doubt himself as to whether he was suitable to play as a forward. However, thinking of the existence of Ye Liangqiu, he finally decided on his choice, which was to switch to playing football. France, he is going to play midfield. It's a good choice. Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes. Just follow your own ideas. Forward is really not a good fit for you. Hearing this, Bing Xiang entangled his fingers in his hair, lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, King Ling was scrolling through his mobile phone. He was looking at the comments on the internet. After all, the Blue Prison has gone global. Countless people are paying attention to every game. Naturally, many people have their own opinions. Favorite player. The most discussed one is the German team. In the eyes of the audience, Germany as a whole was extremely divided, but it could easily win every game. Many people are even complaining, can't Ye Liangqiu and Caesar cooperate once? The two don't like each other, but they are teammates after all in the game? But some people replied, let these two play football together, you might as well go and see if the cow can climb the tree by itself. There were various opinions. King Ling looked at the above remarks and laughed. He had long wanted to take revenge on Ye Liangqiu, so he recited the comments. If Ye Liangqiu and Caesar form a dual-core lineup, and the relationship between the two is the kind of players with unparalleled tacit understanding, how powerful would it be? After all, one is invincible in the penalty area, the other has superior vision, and the two of them have skills, damn perfect. Go and persuade the mentor Noah in Munich to cooperate as soon as possible between these two people. Only in this way can Munich become stronger, stronger, stronger. Prince Ling also deliberately prolonged the ending, for fear that Ye Liangqiu wouldn't hear it. Hearing this, the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. Is there something wrong with the brains of this generation of netizens? Didn't you see that during the game, he and Caesar almost used the football as a cannonball to shoot at each other's heads? Seeing that Prince Ling still had a tendency to read downwards, Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath and suppressed the angry emotions here, because he knew that he could not destroy his finally calmed down mood. Shut up. You are here, say it. I will let you take modeling photos naked today. The ice weaver sheep on the side covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, wherever Ye Liangqiu goes, he will be stared at. Is this the reason why he is ridiculed for his physique? As time continues to pass, the final championship battle is about to begin. In the French lounge, the prodigy Loki walked into the lounge as France's mentor to prepare for the pre-war meeting. He glanced at the Masashido Ryusei, then at Ito Shirin, and finally looked at Masashido, the figure who wanted to sneak out. Charles Chevalier. Chapter 202. The final battle is about to begin. Seal showed a small tiger tooth. He was a little dissatisfied. He didn't want to hear Loki talk about something he didn't want to hear at all. Besides, he is a devil. But Rocky ignored his resentment and instead held a form in his hand. As for Germany's lineup, there is still no change. Noah used the dual-core lineup of Caesar and Ye Liangqiu to devour each other, also known as it is an unconventional abnormal system that allows two players with strong egos to compete for their own goals in the team to increase the team's aggressiveness. What we have adopted is a 15-minute double rotation system between Ito Shirin and Shido Ryusei. Loki suddenly smiled and said, I thought of an interesting idea, and I imagine you guys have already thought of it. After all, his existence. You all want to play, right? Ito Shirin and Shido Ryusei raised their heads at the same time. They already guessed what Loki wanted to do. Or, Loki knew very well what Ito Shirin and Shido Ryusei wanted. After all, they were the ones who had fought in the Blue Prison before. At that time, in the 5 versus 5 Loki could see that there will definitely be a battle between the three of them. And now, it's him, Loki, who detonates this bomb. What kind of interesting game will break out in the end? Even Loki can't help but feel excited. Who is he? Charles looked at the three of them with a puzzled look. He didn't understand what they were saying. He could clearly hear it, but when all the words were put together, it became a riddle. The French PXG player on the side looked solemn and said, Ye Liangqiu. Seal raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be him. After all, he had heard this name before, and he was still wondering why he had never met him before. He also planned to kick that person out, but now that he was about to meet him, he found that something was gradually wrong with the atmosphere in the team. On the other side, Germany is also allocating its lineup. In the last game, Kaiser, Ji Xiai, Ye Liangqiu, and Qiushan changed the entire team into 4 systems. If Noah hadn't replaced Ji Xiai, I'm afraid the German team would have been even more divided. Be serious. Noah stood at the front. He held a form in his hand. He glanced at the neatly arranged people below and said calmly, "In the next game we will play against French PXG, who is also the only one with the same winning streak as us. Team, you should have watched the video of their game, right?" No one spoke. Noah nodded and continued, "The core of French PXG's lineup is a single forward, with Ido Shirin and Shido Ryusei as the core rotation system. As for the lineup, I won't make any changes." Ji Xi's eyes widened. "Doesn't that mean he can play?" Noah seemed to notice his look. His eyes were calm. "Yes, this game will still be played with the same lineup as the last game. I won't make any adjustments, but I only have one request. Plausibility. If I deliberately intercept a teammate's ball on the court, I will directly make a substitution." This sentence was still deliberately said to everyone, and I just wanted to give them a warning. Of course, Caesar and Ye Liangqiu looked at each other, and both sides couldn't help but sneered. In response to this warning, they had many other ways to plot against others. At this time, a figure walked in. It was Exin Shiba, whom they had not seen for a long time. Everyone was a little surprised to see him come here in person, especially everyone in the blue prison. The moment they saw him, they seemed to fall into silence. After all, Exin Shiba is the leader of all this. There must be something going on when he appears here. Noah and Huixin Shiba seemed to be old acquaintances. Noah's tone was gentle, but Huixin's tone was arrogant, with a hint of arrogance. After the two met each other, Noah walked out of the lounge slowly. Exin Shiba stood in front of everyone. He looked at the players he had trained and grinned a weird smile. The decisive battle is about to begin in less than half a day. Before that, I'll give you cans of chicken soup. Oh, no, it should be a golden sentence. His shadowed eyes looked at everyone. What exactly does a person desire and what does he expect? I call it hunger, and this is what I have been letting you understand since you entered the blue prison. Only when you create hunger and thirst yourself, can hunger unleash your will to unimaginable potential. It's more capable of making changes in yourself. This is the originality of a person. The whole world is eagerly awaiting it, waiting for you all to challenge your concentration and burst out with the brilliance that belongs to athletes and players. Hui Xian's expression was crazy and weird. So hungry egoists, are you ready to shine? In a blink of an eye, it was the competition stage. At this moment, fans all over the world are looking forward to this long-awaited game. Behind tens of thousands of screens, people from different nationalities and personalities are watching this game, in order to make the game more interesting, or, in order to make more money. All the players sat on the bus and came to the Bird's Nest where the U20 game was originally played for the last few games of the New Hero War. There are 2 games in total today. The first game is Spanish FC Bacha vs England Manchinch. The second game is Germany Basta Munich vs France PXG. At this moment, the audience in the Bird's Nest began to enter the stadium one after another. It seemed that it was back to the game that shocked the world. But compared to that time, all the players in the blue prison this time were completely different. At least they would not be scolded by the audience. Or maybe you are distracted by your nerves. Now they can perfectly deal with all external factors. This is their main battlefield and the place where they take their first step out of the world. Because the first game was not from Germany, but also because it was snowing heavily outside and the temperature was a bit cold, everyone put on a coat and stood in the audience. Ye Liangqiu didn't know who brought him a cup of milk tea. Where did you get your milk tea? Bing Xiang looked around. He didn't seem to see where to buy milk tea. Ye Liangqiu took a sip and blinked. This is a gift from a fan. Bing Xiang was a little confused. Then you just drink it. Aren't you afraid that a fan of Caesar will give you laxative milk tea? Caesar. Chapter 203, You Must Die on the Court. Standing in the audience, listening to Bing Xiang's words, Ye Liangqiu smiled awkwardly. It seemed possible. After all, Caesar's fanatical fans had been watching their king being beaten by him, so maybe he would do it. A backstab. Then you still drink. Bing Xiang looked at the milk tea in Ye Liangqiu's hand and muttered. He didn't want Ye Liangqiu to have to change to the toilet while running on the competition field because of a cup of milk tea. I'm afraid fans all over the world will laugh out loud. Ye Liangqiu took a hard sip and drank the few remaining sips of milk tea. If you don't drink it, what a waste. Anyway, I've already drank it. Drinking will not delay the attack at all. I really fell into the trap. I'm just unlucky. I was succeeded by a certain conspiracy. Bing Guisheep was speechless. Caesar on the side had a dark face and twitched the corners of his mouth, but he heard everything. The first game is Spanish FC Bacha vs England Manchinch. There is not much difference in level between the two teams, but they play fiercely. It seems that after playing several games in a row, the overall strength of the two teams is much stronger than before, at least in terms of tacit understanding. Standing on the pitch, the Spanish team. Feng Eli has become the starter. He stepped on the ball and seemed to be constantly looking for someone. Finally, he saw Ye Liangqiu in a corner who was talking to Bing Xiang. He showed a resentful expression, but he immediately came back to his senses. Chu, watch carefully. In this game, I will conquer the opposing team with my dance. It's your turn after that. Feng Eli is full of confidence. On the other hand, looking at the teams all over the city, King Rei, Najise Shiro, and Chikari were all in full swing. They had been defeated all the way here. It seemed that after the last game, Nejise Shiro had completely awakened. There was something in his calm and unruffled eyes, with a strong desire to win. Watching the meeting between the two sides, Ye Liangqiu seemed to smell a hint of gunpowder spreading. It's interesting, these two teams seem to have awakened. But at this time, a phone rang. Ye Liangqiu looked at the ringtone that kept ringing in his backpack and raised his eyebrows. Who would call him now? Could it be that tigress? Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu answered the phone. And there came a voice that was familiar to Ye Liangqiu. I'll wait for you at the door. In Bing Xiang's doubts, Ye Liangqiu turned around and walked towards the passage. It's our game later, what are you going to do? Ye Liangqiu looked back and smiled, meet a fan. Bing Xiang's little head was filled with confusion. Are you planning to bring back another cup of milk tea? At this moment, the game on the court has also begun. It's snowing heavily outside. At the ticket gate, Ye Liangqiu didn't show his jersey, and even put on a mask and a peaked cap. He looked around but didn't see the person he was looking for. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Here. I saw Sister Zioi sitting in the rest area wearing a black down jacket and a furry hat, but even in such a cold weather, her slender legs were still wearing thin black silk. Sister, aren't you cold? Ye Liangqiu said softly out of habit. Sister Zioi rolled her eyes at him, professional needs. However, her eyes have been looking at Ye Liangqiu, seemingly curious. After all, Ye Liangqiu has been different every day since he entered the blue prison. She stood in front of Ye Liangqiu, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, like a little white rabbit being watched by the big bad wolf. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, so, sister, let's just go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Are you here to watch my game today, or do you have other things? Or, you want my autograph? As he said that, Ye Liangqiu took out a pen from somewhere. Sister Zioi. She discovered that not only had the person changed, but his face had become thicker and thicker. After coughing twice, Sister Zioi seemed a little helpless. She arranged the clothes Ye Liangqiu was wearing with her slender hands, and then took off the scarf around her neck. Her eyes were soft. I'm just here to tell you that I can't control you, but you must pay attention to your body. I watch a lot of your games. I've also seen the injury rate in games like yours. Winning the game is never as important as your own body. Did you hear that? Ye Liangqiu was stunned and chuckled. This was the first time he heard his elder sister speaking to him in such a soft tone. He seemed a little touched, looking at his elder sister who was still arranging his clothes. Ye Liangqiu spoke slowly. Sister, the reason why you have always disagreed with me playing football before is because of injury. It's still because of my parents. Although I don't understand, I know. I understand some things. Sister Zioi's hand paused for a second, and her eyes met Ye Liangqiu's deep pupils. No matter what, I will agree with your choice in anything. Only about the parents. I don't want you to interfere. There's no need for you to interfere. With that said, she turned around coldly as always and prepared to leave. Ye Liangqiu stood there, completely silent. There seemed to be some recollection in his eyes. He vaguely remembered that when he traveled through time and came to this world, in his original memory, his family was not that both parents were dead now, but instead like Ji Xiai, he was very warm. But one day his father's legs were completely unable to stand because he was playing football at Death Stadium, or because the opponent was crazy in a certain game. After the game, his legs were completely unable to stand. From that moment on, the whole family collapsed. My father was depressed because of his leg condition, and his health deteriorated day by day, and he died of illness. The mother couldn't bear the pressure and chose to commit suicide. But Ye Liangqiu has never experienced these things, because when he came to this world, his family was completely broken. At that time, the combined age of Ye Liangqiu and Sister Zioi was only 20. Everything stems from Death Stadium. Later, when she learned that Ye Liangqiu went to Death Stadium to play football for money, Sister Zioi's face didn't feel better. Anyway, in her eyes, Ye Liangqiu could do anything, but couldn't touch football. This is why he went to the blue prison without telling Sister Zioi. Ye Liangqiu looked down at the extra scarf around his neck, and a softness flashed in his eyes. Although Sister Zioi disagreed, she did not object to him playing football. Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu looked at the figure flying under the heavy snow, turned around slowly, and murmured, I'm sorry, sister, I have to go this way. Even if I die, I have to die on this field. Chapter 204 Madman and Monster. When Ye Liangqiu returned to the stands, the score between FC Bacha and Manchinj had reached 2:1. The rhythm was so fast that the audience cheered enthusiastically. After all, this kind of game is really fun to watch. Crazy attack, even if your body is extremely exhausted, you still have to attack. The adrenaline that stimulates the audience is also constantly driving the atmosphere of the stadium. Bing Xiang was still standing in his original position, watching the game intently. His eyes flickered from time to time, and he was obviously fascinated. But then Ye Liangqiu came over. He seemed to smell something. He turned his head and saw Ye Liangqiu frowned. Why do you have a scent on your body? Did you just go to meet a female fan? Ye Liangqiu nodded and said righteously, the female fan almost hugged me and wouldn't let me go. I finally broke free. Saying that, Ye Liangqiu took out 2 more cups of milk tea from behind and drank it. I swear sheep. The first game ended very quickly. As for many details, Ye Liangqiu didn't see them at all because he went out to talk to Sister Zioi before. The added pre-game warm-up and tactical allocation made it all confusing. In the lounge, outside sounds have been completely isolated. Noah stood in front of all his Munich teammates with a cold gaze. According to my understanding, Rocky will definitely make adjustments to the lineup to deal with us. However, I don't plan to modify the lineup significantly, but only slightly adjust the personnel distribution. Ice Weaver Sheep takes the place of the national god. King Gluo Ren comes on instead of Gurney. Your positions are the front midfielder and the left midfielder. Bing Xiang blinked his eyes. He actually got into the starting lineup directly? The fate of the national god was also unexpected, but Noah naturally had his reasons for demoting him. This time, no one objected. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire team changed. After all, Ice Weaver Sheep had already had a chemical reaction with Ye Liangqiu in the previous performance. With the addition of Caesarness, Ji Shi Yi Hei Ming Lanshi, the entire team split into three forces in an instant. Ji Shi felt that a surging wave of energy had aroused in his heart. It had been proved from this moment that Noah placed his rising star on the same level as Ye Liangqiu and Caesar. Black name, I feel like I'm in a hotter state than ever before. This is the first time I feel, if I fail, I will die. I will die on this field and become food for these monsters. Black name Lanshi nodded. Not only the opponent, but also the danger he sensed came from his teammates. At this moment, the team seemed like three different forces were resisting and eroding each other. If either side fails in this game, it will eventually become a ration. It's really exciting. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows, probably guessing that Loki would definitely let Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei play. The lineup they formed should be the same as the lineup in the German experiment, devouring each other. So in order to deal with this situation, Noah directly made changes. That is to make Germany's lineup more aggressive. On the contrary, a lot of defense was sacrificed. Thinking this way, it also makes sense. There is a big difference in strength between the two sides, and it is understood that the French side also has a midfielder Tian Xiegui Charles who is admired by Loki. Coupled with Itoshi Rin and Shidoraya Ci, the attack power skyrocketed. Noah glanced at everyone and said, as for the speech of the game, I won't say more, so let's go on stage. Show your rationality and let me see it. Your ego. Everything means nothing except victory. As the passage door behind him slowly opened, accompanied by the howling cold wind, a hot flame began to burn in everyone's body. Ye Liangqiu took the first step, taking one step forward. Excitement flashed in his scarlet eyes. Itoshi Rin, here I come. This time you will fall into a deeper hell. The pep rally is over and all the players step onto the court. The light in the bird's nest shines on these players, and the players from both sides meet. The aura returning from the abyss has completely enveloped the entire competition field. At this moment in front of the white line in midfield, the moment Itoshi Rin saw Ye Liangqiu, the veins on his cheeks popped up, and countless monsters behind him opened their eyes and stared at Ye Liangqiu. But Ye Liangqiu didn't care. A bloody throne seemed to appear behind him, with bones everywhere. The white line in the midfield seemed to turn into a river of blood, with the heads of countless eliminated players wailing inside. You're here, you damn arrogant girl. ITO Master Lin was arrogant, his tone was cold and arrogant. Here we come, this time I will cramp and skin you, and kill you bit by bit. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. Really? In an instant, the aura between the two of them ignited the match that had not yet begun. On the other side, Shido Longsheng approached Caesar, and instead of having friendly exchanges there, he walked very arrogantly. Hey, little Emperor of Blue Rose. Why are you still on this team? I thought you heard that you were almost out of breath under the pressure of that red-eyed BD. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes were arrogant and he stuck out his tongue, looking very much in need of a beating. Caesar had long been used to it. After all, he had become immune to ridicule since coming into contact with these blue prison bastards. Instead, he looked at Shido Longsheng coldly, with an expression of extreme disgust. Get out of here, you vulgar pink cockroach. French Rocky, why didn't you use the electric grid to beat you to death? Hearing this, Shido Longsheng was not angry but laughed. Ha ha ha. I am really looking forward to your explosion. After all, an emperor who has been suppressed may be able to awaken in a desperate situation. But I will kill your awakening momentum little by little. Come and use my cells and my body to warm you. How interesting. Before the fight, the two sides had completely aroused the desire to kill each other. Not far away, Ji Shi exhaled from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the incompatible two sides and then looked at Charles, who was playing football by himself. In order to ensure that he could give full play to 1% of himself in this game, at the level of 120, he had already watched several videotapes about France in advance. Tian Xiegui, Seal. Also an extreme lunatic. This is a feast about madmen and monsters devouring each other. Only the person who survives to the end can become the best in the world. Chapter 205 Pink Cockroach. In order to face Germany's Boston Munich, France adopted the dual-core lineup that Germany had been using before, the high-rolling system of Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei. After all, these two people had been tested in the blue prison and were completely unsuitable for being in the same team. Now, France is willing to take huge risks and let the two coexist in the same team. They could only do this because they wanted to defeat Germany. Risks and benefits coexist. There was a flash of fire in Ji Shi's eyes. This was the match he had dreamed of. The strength between the two sides was almost equal. If one side was overthrown, there would be no chance that the other side would survive. What kind of sparks will he create between the Emperor, the Devil, and the Devil? Before the game even started, he could already feel his adrenal glands surging wildly. There are still some familiar people in the German team, such as Wu Traveler, Kixing Hongguang, Jiancheng Zanti. Time. As the countdown to the game is about to sound. At the referee's whistle, Germany kicked off first. Ness stepped on the ball and passed it to Caesar without any hesitation. The two men's sudden explosion quickly brought the whole game into a competitive state. Caesar said tisk. And he could feel countless eyes in the darkness looking at him, a bunch of dirty rats. Just as Ye Liangqiu mocked the Blue Rose Emperor at the beginning, almost the moment Caesar received the ball, he rushed out and pressed his whole body on Caesar's left side. Little Blue Rose Emperor, I am very looking forward to it. Don't let me down. The moment the two touched each other, they had a very fierce confrontation, and the momentum was extremely strong. Shut up, you bug. Caesar mocked with cold eyes, quickly pulled the ball away with his legs and feet, and tried his best to resist the madman Ye Liangqiu's pressing. Suddenly, Caesar looked to one side and quickly pulled the ball to the left. Ye Liangqiu raised his brows and made the same move, hoping to further narrow the distance between the two so as to better grab the ball. However, Caesar sneered. He spotted the moment when Ye Liangqiu followed him and shifted the center of his movements. He suddenly pulled back and made a perfect fake move. No wonder you, a pink cockroach, will be kicked by Ye Liangqiu. Shattered, it is indeed a creature that moves on its lower body. A swish sound. Caesar had already dribbled the ball past Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu was not angry at all, but showed a perverted smile. It's so cool. That's it, yes, that's it. This will give me the desire to conquer you, little Rose. The moment Caesar looked back, he was stunned. Ye Liangqiu's body actually quickly twisted and followed him. In other words, his deception just now did not actually create much distance. However, he was not frightened. In that case, he would completely defeat this extremely ugly BD. When Ye Liangqiu took a step forward and wanted to stretch his legs to grab the ball, Caesar suddenly made a move. His right arm stepped forward in anticipation of Shadow Dragon Saint, and his palm directly touched Shadow Dragon Saint's shoulder. The distance between the two has been completely fixed at this moment. There was a bang sound. The football was passed out by Caesar, and Ness jumped up just as he was about to catch the ball. In an instant, a dark crow appeared and jumped into the sky with its slender beak. It was the crow who came. Traveler, his arms stretched out like wings. The moment the ball had not reached Ness's side, his strong legs and feet had already stretched out and directly intercepted the pass. Wu Traveler's eyes were full of provocation. Asa sister, sorry, I will only treat a mortal like you as a weakness and crush him bit by bit. Ness was stunned by the sudden steal. Are all these people crazy? Grabbing the ball like this? After all, if the Ukrainians do not grab this ball, there will be a large vacancy in front of Ness. As long as Caesar can run without the ball and reach the shooting point, France will be under tremendous pressure. However, all these lunatics came up to grab the ball at the risk of their lives? Is this the self-interest of Blue Prison? Ness's eyes widened, and his body was filled with murderous intent. After getting the ball, the Ukrainian traveler was still a little happy. He quickly looked at his teammates who were running not far away. He was about to pass the ball out, but he didn't expect that the danger was approaching. Suddenly, a figure shot out with the same posture. At the moment when the Ukrainian traveler raised his foot and prepared to pass the ball, Ji Shii made a sharp and decisive sliding tackle to grab the ball and directly kicked the ball away from Wu Traveler's feet. There was a dark fire in his pupils. Don't be proud, now you are also one of these mortals. At the same time, the two figures started like rockets. Black Name Ranchi and Zantetsu rushed out almost at the same time, both of them looking at the ball that was kicked out by Ji Shii. The moment the two were about to touch the ball, another figure appeared. There seemed to be air currents surging at the corners of Ice Weaver Sheep's mouth. His pupils had completely turned into cobwebs. He raised his foot and stepped on the ball directly. Then he quickly kicked it in a certain direction and mocked, "Are you juggling? Let the ball fly." The direction of his pass was exactly the direction of Ye Liangqiu. The ball passed through an arc and accurately landed in front of Ye Liangqiu. The corners of his mouth gradually raised. "You are really my good boy. Then put your expectations on me." Empty sound. As if the air was torn apart, a blast sounded, and Ye Liangqiu turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the French goal. Loki, who was sitting in the audience not far away at this speed, couldn't help but be curious. In a few months, this guy's speed had completely caught up with him. Has there been progress in other aspects? At this moment, a figure predicts Ye Liangqiu's action pattern. It is Itoshi Rin. His pupils have completely turned into the sight of a wild beast. The predator mode has been turned on, and the target of prey is Ye Liangqiu. This is not the first time the two have clashed. Ishirin clearly knows that Ye Liangqiu will not use any conspiracy to win, so right now, there is only one outcome, and that is a 1vs1 head-on confrontation. The moment their eyes met, Itoshi Rin's hands and feet have already moved. His whole body is in an embracing state, with his right foot slightly forward and his left foot behind. This action shows that he is ready to turn around at any time, and his hands are also approaching at that moment. Ye Liangqiu had already raised his head, trying to block Ye Liangqiu's sight. It can be said that all teams have specially done simulated single training with Ye Liangqiu, just to buy more time in 1vs1 to let teammates catch up. This also includes Ido Shirin.